Hello there, welcome along to Wimbledon Uncovered on day 5 of the championships. The All England Club and the famous London skyline looking as beautiful as ever out into the distance as we celebrate 100 years of centre court, the centenary this year at Church Road. Similar weather, as you can see, to yesterday at SW19. Today, a mixture of sunshine and clouds at the moment, but hopefully no heavy rain in the forecast that we saw towards the end of the day yesterday. Play already underway on the outside courts and plenty of exciting matches to look forward to across the grounds today. We'll keep you right up to date with all the behind-the-scenes action here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Not quite standing room only on Henman Hill, but you think it would be a little bit later on. Alongside me, for the first time at the championships this year, James Stewart. James, welcome along.
Thank you for having me, Adam.
A special moment, I'm sure, for you to be working here at Wimbledon.
I feel like I've won some sort of prize and someone's going to come and take me away. Yeah, it's brilliant. I spent a lot of time here as a kid in this resale queue, so it's nice to be sat here talking about tennis rather than trying to get into the ground. So we've got some great matches today. The weather, hopefully, is going to hold up. I've been wearing jackets and umbrellas. We've had it all. So it's an outside tournament. We want to play outdoors, so hopefully we can stay outdoors. But it's a busy day. It's a good day.
The classic English summer. Let's have a quick look at what we've got to look forward to. We'll start on centre court. It's a very interesting match first up. Deanne Parry from France. We'll talk a little bit about her later on, but she's got a one-handed backhand, which is a little bit more rare now in the ladies' game against Ons Jabeur. It's always exciting when the Tunisian is on court, just mixing it up, using that slice backhand to good effect. After that, Novak Djokovic, can anyone stop him on his cruise towards another title here at Wimbledon? He's so desperate to win it. He's got his third round match against his countryman, a fellow Serb, Miomir Kecmanovic, who's got some serious power from the baseline. Should be some good rallies in that one. And then after that, the British interest, the final match of the day on centre court, Cameron Norrie, who's earned the right to play on centre, cracked the top 10 for the first time in his career here at Wimbledon this year. He's the number 9 seed against Steve Johnson, the American.
Yeah, cracking day on centre. Continues on to court 1 as well. They're just coming out in the next couple of minutes. We'll join them hopefully very shortly. Heather Watson, day 5 out of 5 for her. She's been here, Adam, more than you have this week. She didn't sleep too well the night before. Hopefully she got some rest last night. She's back on court today. We cross then to Angelique, Kerber and Elise Martins. Really interesting matchup, that quite evenly matched. Really looking forward to seeing how they got on. And a lot of people talking about Alcaraz. Alcaraz, that's a very different kind of person. Last up on court 1 a little bit later on, alongside Oscar Oti, interestingly, real grass court specialist. Maybe an upset on court 1 today, I don't know, maybe? Yeah,
there's a couple of opportunities for an upset. Speaking of court 1, let's head out there. Live pictures now. They start, remember, half an hour earlier than centre court. And so the players are just going through their warm-up at the moment. In your picture there, Kaya Juvan, the 21-year-old who is taking on Heather Watson. And for a third-round match, you would think, James, this is a massive opportunity for both players, unseeded players, to get through to the 4th round of a Grand Slam.
Yeah, absolutely. Heather, emotional. Round 1, round 2 had that. Well, she's been here every single day. The doubles was moved last night. She wasn't happy with the scheduling. She couldn't see the ball. I'm praying for her that it's a good day because she's been through it a bit this week. And I think the mental toughness to come out and get broken, have a day of rest, come back, play a game to receive that she ended up winning, to come back again, the doubles was moved. So she's had a busy old week. Yeah, busy old week and a busy old day today because she's got a doubles match coming on later. Yeah. She's on court 18, a short distance away from where we're sat right now. The final match of the day in the doubles if we get that far. So a busy day to come for Heather Watson. They have played once before, last year at the US Open, so at a Grand Slam level, Juvan winning fairly comfortably at 6-1, 6-4. But I suppose the main difference here will be Heather has that home crowd behind her. And I think given what she did at Wimbledon a few years ago, the famous match against Serena Williams, and she's always been, no matter where her ranking is and how she's been playing coming into Wimbledon, she's one of those players that if you're coming here to Wimbledon, a lot of spectators seek out Heather. How's she getting on? I love Heather. Absolutely. Well, we were here. She was here a couple of days ago. There was a great crowd in. I'm sure it's going to be the same today. It's her best run in, I think, is it 3 years? It's her best run. She's been coming here for nearly 11. So it could be her day. And Mum's all. I love the support from the parents as well. You love seeing that. It must be. I wonder if it's more nerve-wracking for Mum or for Heather. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, Mummy Watson. She sits in the crowd and she does live and breathe every single point.
Yeah,
with her. We saw her jumping up and down, cheering when Heather wins a point, and she does. She tries. You can tell she tries to hide it when Heather.
She doesn't do a great job.
No, she doesn't.
Well, Heather was saying she only got, I think, 4 hours sleep the night before. So, like I said, I hope she got good rest last night.
And we were speaking to Anne Kiothevong about this yesterday, that for these British players, I mean, Heather Watson has enjoyed plenty of success over the course of her career and has played on the WTA Tour and in many big matches, but it is, I'm sure, a special moment each time your son or daughter gets to walk out on court one or centre court. It must feel like all of the hard work, the sacrifice that not only the player but the family and friends have to make.
It's a huge investment financially and with time as well. You know, people spend hours, weeks, months, years getting to this position, and you know, you live and breathe it every moment. So I know the crowd will as well today, and come on, Heather. I think it's interesting with Emma going out as well. I know we've obviously got great British representation still in the draw, and as Brits at a British Grand Slam, we tend to focus on that. But you know, Heather in the last few years has gone a little bit under the radar. So I'm pleased that she's getting her moment again, because it kind of feels like a long time ago that we were talking about her as the next big thing. So hopefully today's today.
Yes, and as I said, a big opportunity for both of these players really to make it through to the fourth round of a Grand Slam and everything that comes with that. So let's join the commentators on court one with the British player Heather Watson about to step up to the line to serve.
First set. Heather Watson to serve. Ready? Play.
Heather currently the fourth best British player on the WTA rankings. Seems strange to see her ranked outside the world's top 100. I suspect if there were a grass court rankings for the last sort of 10 years or so, Heather would probably be top 40, top 30. It's certainly her favourite surface.
What?
Heather these days, although born and grew up until the age of 12 in Guernsey, splits her time now between London and Florida.
G15.
Oh, what
So good start for Heather Watson there on court number 1, cheered on by the British fans. Some good points in that opening game. We'll hope that continues. And you can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world if you'd like. That is the scene inside court number 1 where Heather Watson is playing. Let's hear what Heather had to say to Renee Stubbs before the championships began.
First of all, Heather, welcome back. How does it feel for you to be back on these beautiful grounds?
It's always so special every year. I think, including juniors, I've been coming to this tournament now for almost 15 years, so you know, it never gets old. I'm so glad to be back.
We haven't had the full crowds, but this year it's going to be full crowds, hopefully on big courts watching you. How does that make you feel, knowing that we're finally going to have everyone back?
Oh, I'm so happy. I really struggled in lockdown, and it really made me realise that I love tennis because of the fans playing in front of the crowd, and that winning feeling makes it so special. So without them, for me, it just wasn't the same. So back this year with fans playing at my home Grand Slam, I couldn't be more excited.
Your form coming in here, how do you feel about how you're playing, particularly on grass?
I strained my hamstring in Nottingham, my first grass court tournament, and then didn't have good preparation going into Eastbourne. But I got a round in of doubles there with Harriet, and I feel like that's really helped me, you know, find my game and get that extra practice on the grass. And it's probably my favourite surface, so I'm just going to channel previous years. and I do feel confident on this surface. I feel like it suits my game well, so I'm feeling confident.
So it's the 100th year anniversary of centre court here at Wimbledon. I want to ask you what your earliest memory was of centre court, whether it be on television or here in person.
My earliest memory, I think I was 8 years old, and I had my first tennis coach from Guernsey invite me to come with her. Her name's Jo Robinson, and we watched Venus Williams on centre court. And I bought a poster that year of Venus and Serena because they were my favourite tennis players, and I stuck it on my wall. And I remember telling her that I'm going to play her one day, and I have. So shout out to Jo Robinson in Guernsey.
Well, speaking of that, tell me about that most memorable match against Serena on the most incredible court in the world. What was that atmosphere like, and take me through that match?
That for me was one of the most exciting matches I've played in my entire career. Probably the most. I think because of the situation, it was the third round of Wimbledon. I'm playing the best player in the world on centre court, and I'm total underdog, rightly so. And I think the fact that, you know, I put myself in a winning position, 2 points from winning the match, it brought so much excitement that day. And most people, if they recognize me, will say, "Oh, you're that girl that played Serena." So yeah, that game was big for me, but I think it was big for a lot of people watching tennis and wanting to take up tennis as well, because I remember after that match I got so many messages saying that they've taken up tennis, they want to start playing, and that's what it's all about for me. So that was really important and made me feel great.
So do you feel, because centre court, Wimbledon in itself is so inspiring for so many kids when they come here for the first time, do you feel like you inspired a lot of younger generation, especially from the UK, to pick up a tennis racket that day?
Well, I hope so. I think that's my ultimate goal when I'm doing this. When I have a little girl or boy come up to me and ask for a picture or an autograph and tell me that I'm their favourite player, I feel so fulfilled. So if I can do that just for one person, I think it's a big deal.
So going back to the centre court and those 100 years, what do you feel like is the most unique thing about centre court at Wimbledon?
I think it's the history behind it all, you know, and I think you can see it amongst all the players how special it is to be here at Wimbledon and centre court and the history that it holds. And if you're on social media, you'll see that every tennis player has posted a picture of themselves on centre court this year, and they do it every year because it really is special, and yeah, just the tradition and the history behind it.
So we've had some incredible matches on centre court over the last 100 years, including yours with Serena. But if there was one match that you could go to, that you got a free ticket to in the last 100 years on centre court, which one match would you like to be sitting in the crowd for?
Oh, that's a tough one. But just popping into my mind right now, it was the first thing, would either be Andy Murray when he won his first Wimbledon, because I remember watching it. I was in the States at the time, and when he got emotional, the emotion was so special. Or the Goran Ivanisevic final, that was an incredible story.
Heather, we've asked all the players, you know, of course, the centre court here at Wimbledon is so special to so many people. It's a bucket list, right? But for you, if you had to pick a place to go and put a tennis court down in a stadium other than a tennis facility, where would that be for you?
First place to come to my head would be Wembley, just because it's huge and it's at home.
Yeah. You're about the third Brit to say that, so well done. Then speaking of Wimbledon, you know that they're trying to progress and push the boundaries a little bit with the grounds, and they've done a phenomenal job with the roofs and etc. But they're starting to build over there in the parkland where we know all the queues happen for the tickets to Wimbledon, but they're endeavouring to have the qualifying over there, extra practice courts, etc. How inspiring is that to see the growth of Wimbledon for you?
I think it's brilliant. It's so important that you keep growing, keep moving forward, and also the indoor centre that they have that's just opened is just beautiful. Every flower is perfectly in place, so it's great to see, and I think that would be great for Wimbledon qualifying to be over there.
Yeah, you feel like you're playing Wimbledon. Sort of, you're almost there. You just got to walk across the street. Anyway, Heather, it's always a delight to have you, and we wish you all the best for the next 2 weeks.
Look who I found. Anna Winter, you look amazing today,
Thank you so
obviously.
much.
How excited are you for the day ahead?
I'm very excited. I haven't been to Wimbledon we were just saying, since pre-COVID, so I'm thrilled to be here, excited to see Novak and some of the English players, and hopefully Alcaraz, if I can get over to court number 1.
Okay, amazing. We hope you have a beautiful day. Just quickly, it is 100 years of centre court.
Yes.
Do you have one fond memory of a match you've seen here that really resonated and
Yes,
stuck
I
with
don't
you?
remember the year, but when Roger beat Andy Roddick.
Brilliant. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, there's nothing quite like the experience of getting an autograph from one of the champions of the game. Novak Djokovic here with some of his fans, getting some selfies and autographs. First off, well, there's Novak. All right, off he goes, getting some autographs. Let's figure out who got a Novak autograph. Selfie?
Yep, selfie and autograph, yep.
Okay, how'd that go?
Great.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah. Was that the first time you had met him in person?
No.
Oh, okay. You guys are veterans.
It's always nerve-wracking.
Yeah. And what is the experience to see? I mean, we see the great champions out on court, but what is it like?
He's my idol, so it means everything to me.
Yeah. What about for you?
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching half my life, so amazing.
I feel like this is a prized position. How did you guys get these good positions?
We came in, we took this place.
We've
been standing here for quite a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's all
Very
worth
cool.
it.
Well, congratulations on that. I think also this youngster, did you get a Novak autograph?
I got Rafa Nadal
Rafa?
and
Show
Novak
it to the camera,
Djokovic.
too. All right,
Novak
which one's
Djokovic.
Novak? That one?
Yep, and
Nice.
then
Rafa?
and then that one's Rafa,
What
and
is
that
this
one's
one?
Tim Henman.
Tim Henman. What else?
No,
David
the,
Goffin?
no, the you.
Oh, on Jabeur.
Jabeur, yeah. Jabeur.
You're nailing it.
Yep. It's all worth it standing here.
Is it?
Yeah.
How awesome is it to come to Wimbledon? You're going to see some tennis, but also get this experience.
Yeah, it's amazing. You just when the players are so close, it's really good.
And what's your name? How old are you?
Sam Warburton, and I'm 12.
All right, Sam, are we going to see you at Wimbledon someday?
Yeah, you will.
Okay. All right, you heard it here first. Sam's a future Wimbledon player, and he's got some current Wimbledon stars autographs. Pretty cool, Sam.
Thanks.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Good morning from Wimbledon. Welcome to the championships underneath a cloudy sky in southwest London.
Mixture of sunshine and cloud today. Forecast later on, not too clever.
The fourth seed muscles her way into the third round here at Wimbledon.
I want to thank all the Spanish people. I know I'm seeing the Spanish flag over there. Muchas gracias y os espero el siguiente día.
The double champion is through.
Tsitsipas looks very comfortable on grass. And that was a mightily impressive performance from the world number 5.
I have to say it was a great match today. I'm not a Brit, but I really felt the love of the crowd, and that pushed me the limits.
Katie Boulter is a big match player.
This for the win of her life. How good was that from Britain's Katie Boulter, who's knocked out last year's finalist?
Oh my God, I've got absolutely no words right now. I'm literally shaking. The crowd was unbelievable, so thank you so much for getting me through that.
Swiatek advances.
Done it. Unbelievable.
Well, welcome to centre court once again. Welcome once more to Rafael Nadal and Ricardo Barrancas. This is the man they have come to see. Closes it out in style. Not his finest performance, but he does enough, as all the great ones do.
I didn't play much on grass for the last 3 years, so every day is an opportunity to improve, and today I'm through, so that gives me the chance to keep going, so very happy for that.
The rainbow was unreal yesterday.
Yeah, he was made to work hard yesterday, wasn't he, Rafa Nadal? Good performance from his opponent, Ricardo Barrancas. Someone else who's being made to work hard is the server here, Francis Tiafoe. We're into a tie-break in this one. Bublik taking the first set 6-3. Tiafoe won a tie-break in the second set, 7-6. And then here he is at the start of the tie-break in the third. Let's join the commentators for this breaker.
1-all. To 1, Tiafoe.
So that's double fault number 8
for a tie-break, mini-break for TFO.
Terrific defending from Alexander Bublik. Put on the run by the shot making of Francis Tiafoe, but he continued to dig in, resulting in an error with the overhead.
What a stretch that was from Bublik. And it was a difficult smash at Tiafoe. He is being driven back there. It was going to be landing right on his baseline. Exactly what he was looking for. It's a good response from Tiafoe. Good first serve.
The ball was called out.
Getting the 3 point. Still one more serve to come as well.
4-2 Tiafoe. Alexander Bublik has 2 challenges remaining.
Very well put away.
Just making sure of the footwork and getting himself in ideal position because he was slightly out of the court there in the tram lines.
Folks.
That's a terrific backhand down the line from Tiafoe. Two men were exchanging forehands during the course of that 12-stroke rally. Change of direction from Bublik. Tiafoe come up with the winning ground stroke.
Superb strength out of that forehand corner from Tiafoe. Rifling that shot.
Terrific cross-court forehand once again. Pump of the fist from Wayne Ferreira. Reciprocated down on court from Francis Tiafoe because he has brought up set points
6-3
here in this third set tiebreak.
Game on, first serve, Tiafoe. 7-6.
Big third set there from Tiafoe. Great tiebreaker there as well. Bublik, tricky opponent, so looking forward to seeing how that match progresses. Stay with us for more on that one, but we are joined in the sunshine by the lovely Naomi Brodie, British tennis sensation, sister of Liam. It's been a pretty great week in your household.
It has. I saw an interview with Liam actually, and he said he's the second best tennis player in our household. So he at least still knows his place.
Well, stay with us. We want to get all the reaction. We want to find all the goss from you a bit later on. But we've got some tennis to catch up on this.
Yes, let's head out to centre court where we've got a big match to look forward to involving Ons Jabeur and Deanne Parry, the French woman. Jabeur in the picture here. A lot of people picking her as one of the players who could go a long way here at Wimbledon. She is the number 3 seed. And Naomi, what is it we've got to look forward to when we watch Jabeur? Because she's a player that loves to mix it up, doesn't she? Uses that slice backhand to good effect, and she's got a game that perhaps pulls the worst out of her opponents.
Absolutely. She plays with so much variation, which we don't always see on the women's side as much as we do on the men's. She loves the drop shots. I think she has one of the best drop shots on tour, including the men and the women. She'll play the drop shot from your first serve, your second serve, it doesn't matter. She caused Muguruza a lot of problems with it last year. I think it was on centre court actually. And Deanne Parry herself has got a great single-handed backhand. I'm partial to a single-hander, having one
Which
myself.
is quite rare now. I think I was reading beforehand, there's only 2 currently in the top 100. You have to go all the way back to Amelie Mauresmo, the last winner of Wimbledon, with a one-handed backhand on the ladies' side. Why is it so rare?
I think now it's just more of an advantage when you have 2 hands on the grip. You know, you have that extra strength having the second hand, especially when the balls are moving so much quicker now than they used to. But on the grass, I'd say it's almost an advantage because she's going to have that fantastic slice, which is going to be great to see the variation from both players out there today.
And she gets a lot of style points, the single-handed. It just looks so nice.
Yeah, you definitely win style points with the single-handed.
Yeah, style over substance.
You've got to be brave to rock with single-handed if you can do it.
And only 19 years old as well. I mean, is that a factor in this, do you think? I mean, will she be overawed by this? You know, day 5 in Wimbledon, it's a big tournament, big court.
Well, she played a few matches at Roland Garros on Philippe Chatrier, so I think if she could have handled that in front of the home crowd and in front of the French crowd as well, they're tough. Not only when you're not French playing against the French player, but sometimes, you know, they were even booing their own Elise Cornet this year. They're a tough crowd, so she handled that pretty well. She had at least one big win there on the Philippe Chatrier this year, so I think she'll be pretty prepared. And yeah, so far in the warm, she's finding the strings. That's always kind of the nervy thing when you're on those big courts, court 1 or centre court. The warm-up's almost more nervy than the match.
I was going to ask you that. Do you start to panic if you start shanking a few early doors? You know, God, it might have been my day.
It suddenly feels really alien to play tennis because you're just so worried that you just want to be able to have a simple rally up and down the middle of the court, and you're suddenly overthinking the most basic shots.
We were talking to Anki Offenbong about this yesterday, and she was saying about how different centre and court number 1 are to the rest of the courts, just because of the amount of space, the distance between the baseline and the back of the court. When you walk out there for the first time for a match, it just feels different.
It's completely different, and in some ways it's an advantage, especially if you're someone like Rafa who's so quick around the court. Or we saw Dimonor last night against Jack Draper. He wouldn't be able to get half the shots back if he didn't have that type of run back around the court. So if you can use it to your advantage, it's great, but certainly when you're out there for the first time, which for Deanne Parry this absolutely will be the first time she's out there on the court, you of course can't practice on it, although they did allow a few players this year before the tournament. But yeah, so it maybe take her a couple of games to settle and get used to it.
And for Parry, preparing to play a player, as you said, like Ons Jabeur, who likes to mix it up, use the slice backhand, what will be in the game plan? How do you play against someone who uses that kind of variety?
I think, firstly, to anticipate the drop shot, just to keep it in the back of your mind at all times. So if you see that grip change go, start moving up the court, get ready. You know the drop shot's going to come at some point. Also, to use the body serve a lot. It's more difficult to have those great hands when you're being jammed up on the body. And yeah, I think otherwise, from the back, I'd say almost they're reasonably similar, even though Ons has got the double-handed backhand, as we say, Deanne Parry with the single. But we're both going to see really whippy forehands, strong forehands, and then lots of probably slice backhands.
And why don't Jabeur, what she's doing for the women's game across the world? Because she's the highest ranked African player of all time? I mean, she's transcending this game to places that maybe before that wouldn't be the case. So she's doing great stuff.
Absolutely, and she's honestly one of my favourite people on tour.
Seems really
she's
fun,
the nicest person, and what you see is what you get with Ons. It doesn't matter who you are, what ranking you are, she'll greet everybody the same. And same with her husband, he's so well liked as well. And they just get on with it, and she just loves what she does. She enjoys it, and she carries the weight of the expectation, as you say. She's the first African woman, she's the first Arab woman to accomplish so many things. But she just takes it in her stride.
Well, I think in Tunisia they call her the Minister of Happiness, which tells you all you need to know about the personality. I mean, that's pretty. I always think nice people tend to go quite far.
Is that an official title?
Maybe it should be. Yeah. We'll get her a T-shirt.
It's like a sir over here, or a dame. it was interesting as well seeing last week at Eastbourne those shots of her playing with Serena Williams. She got the call to play doubles. I'm sure she was a little bit nervous, even though I suppose in some ways it should have been Serena who was nervous, having not played for over a year. And Ons Jabeur has, obviously had brilliant results in the last year or so. How did she feel about that opportunity?
Well, I messaged her and asked her how it came around, and she said, hold on a minute, is this like some pre-media? Is this an extra media conference that I'm having to do here? I said, come on, Ons, give me the inside gossip here. But she actually knew about it for a while, so it at least wasn't sprung on her last minute. That she just couldn't announce it because, of course, Serena wanted to make a splash when she was showed back up for the grass season. But so she at least knew for a while. She had a bit of time to get used to it. But I think if anyone could handle that and not be overwhelmed with the nerves, it was going to be Ons.
And is Ons someone who the women's draw at the moment, the women's game is so wide open, hard to pick a winner of a Grand Slam, any Grand Slam. But is Ons someone, do you think, who's left in the draw, who's got an opportunity to lift this title?
Absolutely, especially here on grass. She's won 2 WTA titles on grass now. She won one just a couple of weeks ago, the week before Eastbourne. Her game's just so well suited to it, and she makes it so uncomfortable for so many players. She had a good run here at the tournament last year, and I think that would just give her the experience that she needs to go deep again this year.
Look, yeah, Parry had a good grass run coming in, didn't she? She was semi-finalist a few weeks back, so she's not completely alien to it. It could be a good matchup. Hopefully we get a good match here.
I think it's going to be a really fun match to watch, as we say, especially with all the variation. It's going to be a bit different. They're going to bring something different to what we usually see in the women's game.
Yeah, nice bit of old school one-handed backhand.
Lots of chip and charges, maybe.
Yeah. Did you ever try it, Amy? Next time, maybe?
Yeah, why not?
OK, let's settle in and enjoy the first game of this first match of the day on centre court. Deanne Parry, the French 19-year-old, serving against Ons Jabeur.
Too much 15 from Jabeur. But already in this first rally, we see how nice of a slice that Deanne Parry has. It's a very natural shot, right? When you have the one-handed backhand, the slice becomes a little bit more natural than sometimes a two-handed player. Nice and deep with that first serve, and a calm start
13
by Parry.
$30-15.
It was a year ago that Deanne Parry was right down in the outside of the world's top 300. She was competing in an ITF event in Montpellier when Wimbledon was going on. And those are kind of the natural, the natural process of a tennis player, right? You go through each stage, and if you're good enough, you hopefully don't stay in each stage for too long. Yeah, and she's climbing, but Ons Jabeur has her under a bit of pressure here in her opening service game. An early break point for the world number 2. Got caught off guard a little bit with a bad bounce. Beginning of the point. Good first serve, well backed up to safety.
those are little signs, right? When you see her, you know, good for a serve on break point, drive volley with the forehand. I mean, those are all signs that she wants to take it to her opponent. She's not going to, you know, wait for her opponent to miss. She really wants to stay aggressive out there.
The right idea. Single-handed backhand down the line. She hasn't always been a single-handed backhand player, though. It used to be a double-fisted backhand until she was 12, opted to change it. Here's another break point. Holding her composure together well.
Juice. Very nice combination, moving on Jabeur from side to side. And then from the moment that she can step in, just accelerate a little bit more and go for the winner.
Rare miss on the forehand from Jabeur.
Yeah.
Advantage, Kerber.
There's so many players out there these days who hit the ball really hard. But it's nice to see, you know, the variety of Deanne Parry as well. The slices, the aggression when she wants to come into the net. Good serve. So there's a very good all-round player.
Juice.
Great setup for Jabeur with the forehand. As soon as she was able to step in with that return, she automatically put Deanne Parry under pressure, and there was nothing much she could do from there. That's such an important tactics on grass, right? It's those first two shots that's so important, the serve and the return.
The third chance here for Jabeur to get the break. This time.
Juice. Just hit the tape of the net.
Lengthy opening game here for Parry to hold. Breakpoint number 4.
Advantage, Jabeur.
Looking for that slice. It's Kerber with the early break in this third round match.
Nice deep return again from Kerber.
Oh, early break there for Kerber. It was a nervy start from Parry. You can catch up on how that unfolds on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. But when we think of the championships, you think of the grass court, you think of the all-white, you think of the famous roofs, and you think of the queues. We've sent Olivia out to find out just what's going on down there. What's happening?
Welcome to the championships and hello from the queue. One of the most iconic, unique, exciting and brilliant aspects of Wimbledon is the queue. You get to get here early doors, queue up for those hallowed golden tickets to make it into the championships. And the best bit about the queue, there is so much to do. You might be queuing for a few hours, but don't worry about it. Wimbledon has sorted you out, and here on Wimbledon Uncovered, we are going to uncover all the fun of the fair for you that makes your queuing time pass super quick. There's activities, there's refreshments, there's entertainment, there's giveaways, there's prizes, there's opportunities to win loads. So come on, the stage awaits.
One of the must-see matchups in the third round is going to be Stefanos Tsitsipas. This guy on his way to the practice court now. He's going to be taking on Nick Kyrgios. That match is happening tomorrow, and it's been a wonderful Wimbledon so far. Tsitsipas just stopping to sign an autograph here as he makes his way down to the practice court, coming through his first couple of matches, and now back here. This is the off day at the Grand Slams for these players to get themselves right, especially for the men. They're playing best of 5 matches, and is going to be a matchup that everyone is very excited for. Tsitsipas and Kyrgios set to do battle on Saturday in the third round. Tsitsipas coming through a 3-set win over Jordan Thompson, another Aussie, in his previous match, having in the first round come through as well and looking in good form. Tsitsipas there with Father Apostolos, who has long time been his coach, and also Mark Philippoussis, the 2003 runner-up here to Roger Federer, now on Team Tsitsipas. And there'll be a lot of dynamics in this match with Nick Kyrgios on the other side of the net, who also has Greek blood. We know that Philippoussis has Greek blood as well. We heard some Greek being spoken among the team, and it's actually Kyrgios who has said he feels differently when he's playing a fellow Greek player. Kyrgios is from Australia. It's Stefanos who represents Greece, but this is one everyone's really looking forward to. They've actually played just a couple weeks ago in Halle, with Kyrgios winning that match in the semifinals against Tsitsipas. So just on the practice court, just getting ready. It is a day off for Tsitsipas. He's going through the steps to get ready for what is going to be a fantastic matchup against Nick Kyrgios on Saturday.
Yeah, access all errors down at the practice courts at Orangi. Watching Stefanos Tsitsipas going through his paces, just getting warmed up for his practice session. That's the scene here at SW19. Still some blue skies overhead, some clouds as well, a few dark clouds around, but it is a pretty warm sunshine. Plenty of people enjoying the action on the big screen on the hill. Yeah,
work from home Fridays, maybe.
Busy at Wimbledon today.
Every boss doesn't see you
working from home.
Great Wi-Fi connection
inverted
here.
commas. Naomi Brody's still with us. Naomi, we can't get you on without speaking about Liam. A brilliant performance from him yesterday, not just on the court, but then also afterwards. I think he captured the really the minds of everyone on the court with his interviews in the press conferences.
He suddenly became comic, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes,
suddenly
he did.
had
He's
all
got
the
a stand-up
jokes.
career following the tennis. But let's talk about the match to start with, because he said he said in the interview the biggest win of his career. The number 12 seed Diego Schwartzman, who, you know, we were saying beforehand, hasn't always had his best results on a grass court, but to beat a player of that experience and that quality at the Grand Slam level is a big win for Liam.
It is, and he'd lost to him last year, actually, after having won the first set as well. He'd lost to him then in 4 sets. So after the second and third set, I thought, it's history repeating itself. The same thing's going to happen. And I think having those big wins, the main part of getting the win, it's not about your level. You know, we know that Liam's good enough to beat Schwartzman on a grass court, especially. You know, it's not Diego's favourite surface, but to have the self-belief to get yourself across the finish line, I think, is the hardest part. So yeah, he did really well, and it was just a fantastic fight. Not many people, I think, battle past Schwartzman physically and mentally, which the fourth set was just an absolute arm wrestle. It could have gone either way. And then in the fifth set, Liam just absolutely ran away with it.
Put us in the family shoes. What on earth are you thinking watching that? Is your brother, your parents are there? Like, what is it like?
My mum and dad aren't even here, so Dad hasn't made it down at all this year. My mum came down Monday, Tuesday, managed to catch 4 sets of Liam's first round, and then had to leave so she could make the last train back up to Stockport. So she didn't even get to watch him win his first round. And then she watched on the TV from home yesterday, but was too nervous and anxious, so she said she just panic cleaned the house for 4 hours or however long he played his match for. So our house is absolutely spotless, and if he has another stressful match tomorrow, if anybody wants to hire my mum,
yeah, what's she going to clean next?
She needs another house to clean.
We've got to talk about the celebration as well, obviously. Jack Grealish, big Man City fan. I saw Jack had tweeted you. Has he been in touch? Is he going to come down?
Yeah, so Liam noticed that Jack had followed him on Instagram and Twitter, on some of the social media platforms, so he of course gave him a follow back if he wasn't already following him. He absolutely loves Grealish, hence why he's decided to do his celebration here when he's winning through his matches at Wimbledon.
Amazing.
But yeah, it was so nice. Jack put both on his Instagram story and on his Twitter, you know, we're all supporting you, and we're actually part of the big Manchester City family anyway. Liam, both of us are big fans. Liam's a huge fan. He'll wake up in the middle of the night if he's in America to catch the games, and I'm not that extreme. I'll watch it if I'm awake. I'm not setting my alarm to catch it. But so they're really generous with us and invite us down to go and watch games already anyway. But for Liam to actually now have that connection to some of the players, I'm sure is really inspirational.
There might be a statue now if it
yeah, statue of Liam
goes all right.
outside the Etihad. From the family perspective, you mentioned it there. You've obviously had a front row seat to Liam's career. The hard work that's got in to get to this point. The flights to far-flung countries, the late matches, the losses, the training sessions, up the rankings, down the rankings. Give us a sense of how pleased you are, being his sister, and the family is that he's achieving his dream.
Yeah, we're incredibly proud. I heard an interview from Ryan Pennison's family, actually, and his parents said it's kind of a case of how much you're willing to sacrifice to get to this level, and it takes so much. You know, you have basically no social life growing up. You constantly feel that you're missing out, and it's even small things like your diet. You know, you start to eat not for enjoyment, which I find very difficult, but just for fueling. You know, down to weighing your protein, making sure you're having enough. I mean, it's just methodical, the process, and it's 24 hours a day, so it takes a lot of sacrifice, not only from the players, Liam and I, but also our whole family, our parents, of course. When you're juniors, they have to take you everywhere, they're funding your tennis, and also your siblings, because they're missing out on family holidays because you're dragging them down to the national tennis tournament, and it takes a village.
Yeah, we mentioned Michelle, Heather's mum, you know, who lives and breathes every moment of it, and I wanted to ask you about Heather, because she's been here every single day, you know, as much as Adam has this week.
She's been playing every single day.
They're getting the money's worth out of Heather Watson this year. How difficult is it? I mean, the mental strength to get broken, go home to bed, and then have to come in the next day playing one game she's receiving to try and win the match. How mentally hard is that? Do you sleep? What do you do when you get home?
Yeah, I would assume Heather hasn't slept a lot, to be honest, because she's been here every single day. In a way, I feel like it could work in her favour, because she's had that really intense but short match on what should have been a day off. So I'm going to say it as a positive thing and try and hope that it's helping her out a little bit. But I think for Heather, her career is just summed up for me by tenacity. You know, she's kept going. She's still plugging away. She's still working hard. She's back with her old coach Diego now, and it just shows that she still hasn't had enough. She's still looking for that nth degree, the small margins, how she can still improve and squeeze every ounce out of her tennis.
Parallels can be drawn between Liam and Heather, the way they engage the crowd, they smile after a good shot, and we've seen how that's helped Heather so far. The crowd, I mean, she's always well supported here at Wimbledon, as every British player is, but you can sense that the crowd is really behind her, willing her to go as far as she can.
Absolutely, and they know Heather here now, don't they? She's been here for so many years. The oldie that she is, 30 years old, made to feel like an old age pensioner in tennis when you have all these 18-year-olds springing onto the scene. But she's so well loved, as we say. People have seen her go on those fantastic runs. She had that one where she nearly beat Serena. She was up breaking the third set and didn't quite get there. So I think people genuinely invested emotionally and personally into her tennis after seeing her for this many years, and just respect and appreciate the hard work that she's still putting in day after day.
And as we speak, a lot of hard work going in. I think it's just gone to a tiebreak in the opening set, so you can watch that on all Wimbledon's major broadcasters, and fingers crossed she comes through that first set without any harm. And on Liam, the thing that impressed me the most is he lost 11 games in a row.
Mid-match.
Yeah, sorry to bring it back up again.
Positive.
Yeah. But what I loved was afterwards, he was talking about sort of self-editing, and he said, actually, I changed tactics halfway through the match. I mean, that's that's sort of showing an elite mentality, and being able to do that on the fly, on the job, and realise you've got to change something. I mean, how hard is that to do?
Really difficult. It's actually one of the skills in tennis, and I think it's why it's so important to have that calm mindset when you're out there on the court. And I don't often mind when, you know, if players want to bang their racket or whatever, but only if you're there ready again mentally for the next point. For that exact reason, you need the clear mindset to work out the problems, find the solutions as you're out there on the court. And it's kind of the argument as to whether the off-court coaching should be rolled out or not across the ATP Tour after Wimbledon, as it is planned to be, because that's a huge part of the game. It's an individual sport, and you have to find those solutions out there on the court. And it's fantastic that Liam was able to do that, because it got him across the finish line.
Just finally on Liam, before we head over to court 2, him and Andy Murray on social media, they're always going back and forth with practical jokes.
Like another brother.
I know you're biased, but who's funnier, Liam Brodie or Andy Murray?
I honestly find them both hilarious, how they go back and forth. It's funny because Andy, of course, is younger brother to Jamie, and Liam is an older brother to our youngest brother. And for some reason, when they're with each other, they almost switch roles, and Liam becomes that annoying younger brother that he never was, and Andy then becomes the older brother that puts him back in his place. And it's hilarious to watch them, and I like it when they put little digs in when they're not quite expecting it, and they're very funny back and forth.
When Andy took his credential and put it in the bin, that was the best one.
Hopefully more to come.
OK, great stuff. We'll chat more with Naomi Brodie in just a few seconds, but let's get back to court 2. We're watching this one earlier on. It's a seesawing encounter between Alexander Bublik, who's serving, and Francis Tiafoe, a real crowd favourite. They're on court 2. Tiafoe won that tie-break that we were watching, so he is 2-1 up, and he's leading 4-3 in the 4th set with Bublik serving.
30 love.
Go.
30-15.
Dozen double faults now for Alexander Bublik. That is brilliant from Bublik. And again, he's asking for applause from the crowd, saying, hold on, this is a 3rd-round matchup here at the All England Lawn Tennis Club. Did you not see what I just did? Give me some love.
Yeah, he's wanting to feed off the energy right now. He is amped.
That's brilliant from Tiafoe, and maybe it's that shot that will bring him back to the boil after Bublik has been in the ascendancy over the recent passage of play. Bublik inquiring as to the well-being of the ball girl, because his 24th ace of the match was rifled down at 132 miles per hour. It made contact with the ball girl at the rear of the court. She's smiling. She appears to be okay. Bublik holds serve to consolidate the break. 4 games all.
Now, first up in the queue, you get an official cue guide. The most British thing we could possibly do. Give you like a 50-page document on how to cue nicely. Have you read your manual, boys?
I actually did this morning, yeah.
Did you learn anything interesting about cueing?
I read that, I mean, in all seriousness, my good friend here is half German, and they know nothing about cueing. And so this very British manual right here taught him a good thing or two. He's been very patient, very calm. The vino has helped.
So you've started having a little tipple, getting in the spirit. Absolutely. First up, let's just start right at the beginning. What are your names? Where do you come from? And how old are you?
I'm Luke. I'm 24 and I'm from Huddersfield.
I'm Paddy, 25, and from Bristol.
And Nick, 26, from Reading.
Had to think that.
But you're all friends, so do you all live together in London, or have you travelled far and wide to get here today?
No, so we all went to uni together in Cardiff, and we all now reside south of the river. Clapham and I, Luke. Clapham and I. Luke and I, Clapham.
Yep.
That'll be the Vina,
Yep.
sorry.
And I'm up in Oval by the cricket ground.
Oh, gorgeous. Okay, so are you sport fans? Clearly, you've got up early to be here today. And what time did you get here today?
So we got here around 6:30. Nick didn't quite get the memo, so it was a bit later. But yeah, 6:30.
So yeah, the alarm was set for 4:45 this morning.
Oof, early. Why do you do the queue? Why do you bother getting up early and standing in the queue for so many hours?
Well, I mean, it's my first time at Wimbledon in general, and so therefore my first time in the queue, but I can fully understand why it is a part of the experience, sort of blankets and tents sort of scattered around, drinks and picnics. It's like a warm-up, almost like a pre-drinks, if you will, for the tennis. So
Love
brilliant.
that, the pre-game. You've done it before though. How many times have you been here and why do you keep coming back?
That's a very good question. Every time the alarm goes off, I ask myself that. But no, this is my 4th time at Wimbledon, 3rd time queuing, and it's just a fantastic experience. You get the chance to actually have a conversation and maybe learn a bit about tennis from Luke before you go in. And then you get the chance to just build up and get that excitement going. If you're not going into centre court, you've got to build up that atmosphere somewhere, be that in the queue or Murray Mount.
Murray Mound. We call it the Hill nowadays, but yeah, generally. Yeah, whatever you want. Okay, so Luke, you are the tennis head here.
Wow,
who are you looking forward to seeing today?
Wow, we really came to see Murray, but he got battered by Isner, didn't he, the other day, sadly.
But Cameron Norrie's up today?
Cameron Norrie's up today, yeah. That'll be a nice last game on centre court. To be fair, there's always quite good... there's always good games on the outside court that you don't need tickets for, so that's what we're doing. We're queuing for a ground pass, and I honestly think that's the best thing to do. Like, been on centre court before, and it's cool, don't get me wrong, but...
I mean, it's epic,
it's
but
incredible.
The whole place
the whole
is epic.
atmosphere you get around Wimbledon is why you're here, essentially.
100%. All right, we've kept you far too long. You've lost your place. Run up. Bye, boys. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much for having us. Have a good day. Cheers.
Rafael Nadal into the 3rd round here at Wimbledon with a victory yesterday over Ricardus Berankis. 4 sets for Rafa, and this is the moment that a lot of these fans wait for, a chance for a photo, an autograph, a selfie, and a little moment with Rafael Nadal. But what about his moments on the court? I mentioned that win over Berankis yesterday. Next up against Lorenzo Sonigo, the Italian, the young Italian, who's such a tough customer, is the youngster Sonigo, and Rafa's got him next. They've never played before, so that's going to be the challenge for Rafa, taking on someone that he doesn't know that well. And Rafa's saying just yesterday, every day is a challenge. I need to improve, and trying to get his best tennis when it's asked for. Rafa also saying the 3rd and 4th sets were the ones he was really happy with against Berankis, but this moment is truly the ones these fans wait for. Rafa donning the mask, just being extra careful around the public to make sure that he is staying COVID safe. We've seen more of that from the players here. But Rafa's walking down the stairs. There's Steve Johnson, who's been a regular on tour. And the Berankis match, I mentioned that a couple times. It was a challenge for him, that 4-set win yesterday. Lorenzo Sonigo, he's going to be a tough customer for Rafa, the young Italian. But Nadal, off the practice court, he's going to go have his day off. And he's got the 3rd round here at Wimbledon on Saturday.
Yeah, absolute superstar, Rafa Nadal, isn't he? All of those kids down there at Arangi desperate to get that autograph, make their day. We were saying earlier on, weren't we, with Radzi a couple of days ago, if you come in here to Wimbledon as a kid, you've got to come with a pen.
Yeah, bring a Sharpie.
And bring something to sign.
Yeah.
And if you haven't got something to sign, you've got a body part, forehead.
Well, I was thinking of those massive tennis balls, you see, it's great, at the time it's a great idea, and then you try and get them home on the train and you're like, you've got those huge tennis balls.
And also, you've got to write who's signed it, because sometimes it's a squiggle and they're on the way home and it's like, who's that? Which one was that?
You sometimes don't even care who the player is. You see the kids just running around, they just want the autographs, don't they? They don't actually care who the player is, they just want as many as they can get.
Yeah, it literally could be anyone. OK, let's watch some more live action on court 3. This is another men's singles match, a battle of 2 Americans. This is a 2nd round match that was carried over from yesterday. Maxime Cressy in your picture here against Jack Sock. It's been a bit of an epic. Sok took the first 2 sets yesterday, 6-4, 6-4. Then Cressy has struck back, 6-3. He took the fourth set, and here he is at 5-4, about to step up and serve to take it to a 5th. And we can join the commentators there on court 3.
That's a cracker from Jack Sok.
And that was a big second, 1-11, but the direction wasn't good. It was just too much in the pocket of Jack Sok there. Beautifully timed forehand, not an easy shot by any means, but he had a decent amount of time to get hold of that shot. He's basically got 2 first serves. He doesn't. There's almost no difference between the speed. He just goes for it. The odds are he thinks they're in his favour. He's not going to miss 2 serves in a row at that pace, and he goes for it. It's amazing faith in your ability.
And that's hours of practice.
Just hitting targets all day long. Did it again. 118.
30. This is a replay of this second serve we're talking about here, and you'd be forgiven for thinking this is the first serve.
Yeah, because there's no kick to that really. That's a slice, almost flat second serve. So there's not much margin there. But you're coming down from 6-6, so you've got plenty of height. That's such a good volley, such a good serve.
Sok unhappy with the bounce again, but
40-15.
You have to live with that, really, don't you?
It's a grass bounce. I mean, the courts bounce pretty high these days, but there's a lot of slice on that ball. I don't think that was a bad bounce. That was the way he's expecting to bounce high. Well, there's a slice coming at you, heavy slice.
2 set points for Cressy. And he would want to take that one back.
40-30.
But he has another opportunity here. Just composing himself.
And that was one of his worst serves. By his standards, again, just the spot where he hit it. The power was fine, 125, but bad directed. I think he tried to hit a body serve, but it didn't go into the body. You can see here, again, that's right into the strike zone there of Jack Sok. And when you do that with Jack Sok and he gets a hold of it, you're in big trouble. Oh, what a shot. That's a stunner.
Wowee.
Advantage Sok.
Oh. And it takes him to a break point at such a crucial moment in the match.
Second service.
Wow, 121 on a second serve, break point down. He does not hold back. Doesn't know what that means. There you go.
Oh dear.
Game's up.
Well.
5 games over.
It's a big break there. Looking forward to seeing how that one progresses a bit later on. As the clouds just begin to roll in a little bit, Olivia is still down in the queue. I hope she's got an umbrella with her. Olivia, how are things looking down there?
All right, we're working our way down the queue, and you know what? I think we need a coffee. These guys are here for all the people queuing to keep them caffeinated, keep them energized, and give them a nice hot little drink as they work their way through the queue. Do you know what, though? What time is it? Let's find out. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
What time is it?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's
All right, you're bringing the caffeine, you're bringing the energy. Tell me, how many coffees have you made a day, do you think, so far?
Oh, in fact, so far today, about 2,000 coffees this morning.
Already?
Already, and it is only Lavatsa time. About 10 o'clock in the morning, over 2,000 coffees for the queue here in 2022.
You are good people. You're keeping these people caffeinated, hydrated. In fact, why is your role so important here in the queue, do you think?
Well, it keeps everybody activated, it keeps them happy, it keeps them awake, Are you all happy?
Yay! You're good people, you're good humans. This is for humanity. Thank you. All right, get your coffees, everyone. Enjoy.
And we have an intruder on the court, and a little, is that a wagtail? I don't know. Well, it's gone from one end of the court to the other. Minor amusement to start.
It's approaching 11 o'clock in the morning here, but of course, who am I to speculate as to what is in that gentleman's glass or his beverage of choice?
As he throws the ball up and reaches, we hear the grunt. There we go. There we go. You're supposed to grunt when you actually hit the ball, when there's effort. How about that?
I'm not sure he's been in the queue, because that is an impressive look to muster up. Definitely need a mirror.
She's gone the wrong way.
Karolina Pliskova has not realised that you're meant to come out of that door.
Oof.
How would you describe them?
Nasty looking, potentially. Yeah. Go away.
Yeah, that requires some concentration, doesn't it? She has done well.
It's Jamie Murray and Joe Salisbury, #1 in the world in doubles. Jamie Murray was #1 in the world, so maybe you might want to push that guy off the balcony there, Joe Salisbury. Regain the #1 position. Just kidding.
Want pizza?
The young man's brought a pizza along for Iga Świątek.
Marcus Murphy's been working on his reactions as well. It's not just his outfit that's sharp.
Look at that. Taken in style.
He's done it. Unbelievable.
How big is that win?
Yeah, it was easy, wasn't it? It was... yeah.
Yeah, there's always something going on around the grounds here at the
Crazy today.
England Club.
Busy.
These are live pictures from Arangi, where Katie Bolter is there just getting ready for her practice session. A little bit of a warm-up. Brilliant win for her yesterday. One of the biggest wins of her career, beating the #6 seed, last year's finalist, Karolina Pliskova, in 3 sets. She lost that first set 6-3, but then fought back, took the second on a tie-break, and then won the third 6-4 to get through to the next round. It's a good day, really, for Katie Boulter, because her boyfriend, Alex de Minaur, then won his match as well later on against Jack Draper. Naomi, you know Katie really well. She'll be so happy with her performance against Karolina Pliskova. She beat her, didn't she, recently coming in here at Wimbledon, but to be able to back that up was impressive stuff.
Absolutely. She beat her at Eastbourne just last week, and I did the commentary on that match, and I actually thought Katie was the better of the two players, which is, you know, on paper you absolutely wouldn't say, but from the back of the court she was winning all of the rallies. She was beating Pliskova at her own game, you know, being aggressive, getting that first strike in, and she was standing pretty close in. You see on the Katie Boulter serve here, I mean, really tall player herself as well as her opponent. I think just the more aggressive of the two.
Yeah, I think she was great at the net yesterday. For me, that was one of the real great things to see. I think she won 12 out of 15 points at the net. I mean, is that something that she's added to her game? It's good to see her doing that.
I actually said last week I'd love to see her do it more, because she has those great stats when she does end up there.
Phenomenal.
I think it's a combination of she goes there on the right ball, so she's then going to have good stats. But I think if she could add that to her game, it's just going to lift her to that next level.
Because she's got that height and that power.
We heard afterwards she had to overcome some serious adversity with her grandmother passing away in the lead up to Wimbledon. You know her well. And she, you know, she paid tribute to her, didn't she, in that lovely post-match interview that she gave. And I'm sure in your career you had to overcome times when life happens and you've got to go out there and play a match afterwards. But the mental fortitude to be able to do what she did was so impressive.
Absolutely, to keep herself composed throughout the match on such a big court in such an emotional arena as well. You know, when the crowd are going, supporting you, going mad, you're getting goosebumps, you know, you're feeling the adrenaline. To keep that turmoil that she must have been feeling inside, it just shows the incredible mental toughness that she had to do.
But I think that's the theme amongst a lot of the Brits this year. I wonder if maybe something happened with that win that it just seems to have transcended through British tennis, because we're seeing this mentality switch. We saw it last, obviously, with Liam and even Jack last night. I know he lost, but he kept himself in the fight for a long time. And are you seeing that as well in and around to your colleagues?
Absolutely, they're pushing each other on, but in the best sense, it's really healthy, competitive nature now amongst them all. And I think as well, when they see the other players getting credit for having that incredible fighting, tough mental attitude, they want to do it too, and they know they can do it too as well. And as you say, I just feel like the culture's changing a bit. You know, the English, the Brits, they were used to, you know, being soft and rolling over, but it's certainly not the case anymore.
Katie's been rewarded with a good draw in the next round, hasn't she? She's got Harmony Tan, who produced a great performance, didn't she, to beat Serena Williams in the first round. But it shows that if you can get through a high seed in a Grand Slam, you'll be rewarded in the following round.
Absolutely. I almost felt like the match after Serena for Harmony Tan was the big win for her, because it's so tough to back up those results when you have those big wins.
Difficult second single, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. And you're suddenly on the smaller court outside after playing on centre court against Serena Williams. It's suddenly dropping back down to earth and building yourself back up and finding that energy. It won't be easy for Katie, but as you say, you've got to take that as a good draw for a third round of a Grand Slam.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We saw some pictures there of her training. What's the schedule like? So, you know, she was obviously here quite late last night watching her partner. Is it an early start, back on the court, mind switch back on again?
Yeah, I think she would only have hung around because it coordinated with her schedule. You know, you have to be selfish, even when it's your partner. They'll have known that they, of course, had the day off today, but it's draining emotionally to go and watch someone that you love and support them and you know, extend your day that bit more. But people are often surprised how long it takes you after you walk off court to leave the site. You've got your warm down, your physio, your ice bath, you need to eat, refuel, have your protein shakes, your energy drink. There's so much going on behind the scenes, so she won't have been in fact, she wasn't out there for the start of the match, so she only actually made it out back towards the end when he started winning, so maybe she was his good luck charm.
Yeah, we shall have to wait and see. So Katie Boulter's down at the practice courts, and so is your brother, Liam Brody. He's practicing. He's like the Brodies are taking over.
Is that Jack Grealish?
Wimbledon Uncovered. It used to be Brody Uncovered, this channel now.
Nice of him to not wear his football shirt today and look slightly more tennis appropriate.
So what did the morning look like for Liam? Bit of a lie-in after a big win yesterday?
Yeah, he's been waking up quite early actually. He's up by 8 every day, so not mega really, but also not really having much of a lie-in. We got some takeout for breakfast from the cafe down the road instead of making our own, so that was a nice little treat. Then I think he ended up watching Love Island to catch up from last night, because he'd missed it last night because he'd had such a late finish.
A real culture vulture, isn't it?
Again, like Katie Boulter, you know, by the time he'd got back to the house, it's probably after 9:30. So you get your food order in, get it delivered to the house, and then get fed.
He's fuming, isn't he? centre court, and Casa Amor's happening in the background. He's devastating.
Yeah. So they caught up on that this morning. Then I think they were playing a bit of PlayStation. We're staying in a house all together, so he's got my brother and his girlfriend's brother there as well. So they're all playing on the PlayStation together, getting very rowdy. But this will be his only hit today. He said he only wanted 20-30 minutes, keep it really light, and just to try and use it as a day for recovery. You want to keep your eye on the court, but it's all about recovery today.
He seems like such a relaxed character in and around here. I mean, is he like that at home as well?
Yeah, he's such a jokester. As we were speaking about he and Andy and their silly relationship that we get to see on social media so much, but he's definitely the loudmouth. You'll hear him before you see him at all times. But he's just a really good person, and I'm always obviously going to be biased as his sister, but he's just massively into fairness and equality. It doesn't matter who you are, which background you come from, and he just feels that so strongly within himself. So I think most people tend to like him when they get to know him.
Yeah, we're looking forward to his match tomorrow. Let's catch up with Livia again. She's still at the queue. She loves queuing.
She makes me want to go and queue. She's so happy.
You want a sticker, don't you?
She's a true Brit. We love to queue. Let's catch up with Livia again.
Look who I found in the queue. Well, actually, who are you?
Andre Agassi.
Obviously.
Bjorn, obviously.
James Blake.
Uh-huh. You're with others, but they want to remain off camera. Okay, so you look incredible. I love your commitment to this today. How good is this queue right now?
It's it's going very quickly, which is great.
Yeah.
And it's been really cool to meet people, talk to people, guys. Yeah, it's been a great morning.
Have you actually met people?
You've met us. Now, did you want to get dressed up so that hopefully cameras and crews would gravitate to you to speak to you, or is it just for the fun of the fair and the big day out?
We do this every day, to be honest with you. So it's not uncommon.
It's always a
so yeah, absolutely.
So is Agassi your tennis hero? Because he is mine. Me too.
Idol.
Oh, me too.
1992.
Neon, hot pants, all the denim, love it.
Yeah.
Who are you looking forward to seeing today, though?
So I think Goffin is playing today, so it'll be good to see David Goffin. I think Heather Watson's also on.
Yes.
So Heather Watson's playing every day.
Woo! Although, where are you from?
California.
The Watson fan, and we're proud of that.
Well, yeah, because Serena's out. Normally I wouldn't be, but it's okay. Heather Watson, woo!
And are you massive tennis fans, or is this more about Wimbledon as an experience,
No,
which
I'm
it is?
a super tennis fan.
Okay,
Yeah.
amazing. And so, also, Cameron Norrie's on today, big British prospect. What are we thinking?
I think he's going to win in about 4 sets.
Okay, take it in 4. We'll take it in 4.
Take it on 4.
Okay, tell me about the queue a bit. What have you experienced so far, and why is it such a fun thing to do for those who might be considering it?
Selling it as a queue sounds like just standing up and lining up on the pavement, but you're out in the park with lots of other people in the sunshine. Like, it's just a great morning out.
Isn't it?
Before a day out at Wimbledon. It's great.
An institution.
Yeah.
That's what I love
It's the
about it.
pre-game to the main event.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the tailgate, as Americans call it.
Tailgate.
But with lovely Lavazza coffee instead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, fellas, have a great day. Ladies, have a... Oh, look! Your number 4's in. Come in.
There he is.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
Big question. Do you all read on the WhatsApp group, who am I going as? Where do I get the wigs? Is it like that?
Well, Instagram group.
Instagram.
There was lots of debate on who we were.
All right, okay. Well, you look incredible. Well done. I'm sure all the cameras are picking you guys up today. Have fun, fellas and ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Olivia.
Please make sure you take all your belongings with you.
Yeah, big smiles in the queue. They'll be hoping to eventually manage to get a show court ticket, potentially a court 2 ticket to get in and watch some of the action here at SW19. These are live pictures from court 2, where it is Maria Sakkari, the number 5 seed, against Tatiana Maria, the double Marias on court 2. Naomi, we've seen Sakkari a couple of times so far at the championship. She's been made to work hard, hasn't she, in her first 2 matches? How do you preview this one today?
I think it's a tough matchup for Sakkari today because Tatiana Maria, again, talking about Deanne Parry on centre court with the one-handed backhand. Tatiana Maria has one as well, but she doesn't hit the top spin on it all that often. She loves the slice. Yeah. She absolutely loves it, and it's so tricky and awkward. So Sakkari's going to have to work really, really hard out there with her legs getting down under the ball. And if they stay out there for a long time, it ends up being a real leg burner as a workout. So it's not going to be easy, but I never feel like the grass really suits Sakkari either.
Yeah.
I feel like she's more would play better on like a bouncy hard court maybe, but if she stays aggressive enough, there's no reason she can't do well.
Absolutely. Well, on the other hand, Maria is actually more of a grass court specialist, probably not the right word, but really great on grass. So could we be in for a little upset out there?
I think that there's definitely a chance for an upset here. Tatiana Maria as well, of course. One of the players on tour who now travels with her children. She's here with 2 daughters. So not only one child that she's been back on tour with, she's back with 2 now. So they'll be in the creche here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, well, I've got 2 daughters, and even going on a week's holiday is tough enough. So travelling on the tour must be pretty difficult. Let's settle in and join the commentators for the start of this match on court 2. Tatiana Maria to serve.
Wait, please. $15 left. $13 left. $40 left.
That's a nice, efficient start for Tatiana Maria.
First game.
Alrighty, from court number 2 straight to court number 1. We can live, there we go, see Heather Watson absolutely blaze through the second set, up 5-love, serving for the match. Here she goes. What a game, what a match this has been. There's Michelle alongside, always there.
Sorry.
The 7th point of the set for Yuvon. If you're Yuvon and you can keep your wits about you, you've got to get a lot of balls back in play and make Heather feel the nerves trying to close it out. Close to her fastest serve, 103.
That edginess of the first set from Watson has really been replaced by absolute clarity here.
Yuvon starts bouncing around. That's a poor sign of nerves. hear the cut when she hit that slice. That's just about as good a drop shot as you can hit. Incredible feel.
30 footing. Heather struggled to serve out in the last match against Won Chun.
Please. Thank you.
That drop shot looked to be a winner. She willed her way up there.
Juice. And Coach Diego Varonelli, I think he'd like this to be over. He was in her player box when she pushed Serena so close on the centre court all those years ago. He's waited a long time for this moment. Too good. Last throw of the dice from Yuvan. And a chance to stay a little longer in this contest.
Yuvan.
Good from Yuvan. She had to go for broke here.
Nothing to lose. That could make it dangerous. We shall see. Second chance to break in this game. Well done.
Wow, that was courageous from Watson.
Juice.
Well, historically, she has tended to overthink tennis, and it's caused her to freeze in some of the big moments. But at 30 now, so experienced.
Advantage, Yuvan.
Real freedom from Yuvan. And she pushes back from the brink.
You've got to give credit to Yuvan. She looked like she had lost her way.
Watson leads by 5-1, second set.
Welcome to the HSBC Play Court in the queue. Okay, I'm here with Tom.
Hello.
And Dan.
Hello there.
And because we're at the play court, we thought it'd be really fun to play a game. So I'm going to ask you a very intense and very wordy quiz. And what we're going to do is, I'm going to ask you a question each, 3 rounds, the best man wins, okay? Are you ready? We start with you, Tom.
Yeah, okay.
As we all know, Novak Djokovic has won the last 3 editions of Wimbledon, and 6 in total. But which man has won the most singles titles here at SW19?
Federer.
Roger Federer, 8, most recently in 2017. You're right. Now, Federer and Djokovic have played some epic finals here on centre court, but which year's showdown was the longest ever Wimbledon final, lasting a massive 4 hours and 57 minutes? Was it 2014, 2015 or 2019?
Definitely 2019.
Excellent. And the answer was, who won that?
Djokovic.
Oh, double. Oh, excuse me, I spat on you. Whew. And we can't even award you more points. Okay, number 3. How many times have the Williams sisters met each other in the Wimbledon ladies singles final? 3, 4 or 5?
4.
You're right. Oh my God. 2002, 2003, 2008 and 2009. And just for fun, how many of those 4 did Venus win?
1.
Oh. These two are superstar experts. Okay, you're both neck and neck at this point. Okay, question 4. Andy Murray won his first Wimbledon title back in 2013, ending a very long wait for the home fans for a British men's singles title. But how many years did they have to wait? 72, 75 or 77 years?
Ooh. What were the options, sorry?
72 years, 75 years or 77 years?
That's tough. I'm going to go 77.
You're right. Oh, waiting after Fred Perry himself on it. That was a great guess. So we are neck and neck, 2 apiece. This for the decider. Centre Court is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, but the Wimbledon Championships themselves are even older than that, having moved from a different site before that. When was the first Wimbledon held? 1877, 1879 or 1884?
1884.
It was, of course, back in 1877. But it was only the men back then.
Okay.
Actually, the first women's singles was first contested in...
There you go.
1884.
That's what I thought. There you go. That's what I thought.
It's great, but unfortunately... Yeah, we'll give you a half. 2.5 points. All right, you've got to get half or better to win this. When it rains here at Wimbledon and they race to put the covers on as fast as they can, it's all very dramatic. But what is the record time for taking down the net and pulling on the covers on centre court? Is it 15 seconds, 22 seconds or 36 seconds? Get ready, everyone.
22 seconds.
I'm very impressed by you, and I'm very impressed by that. 22 seconds. He's won. He's only gone and won it. Oh, huge congrats to you. Can you please shake your opponent's hand as well? Good sportsmen, both of you. Your knowledge is fantastic and excellent. But if you want to learn a little bit more, like these guys who are super tennis buffs, just head to the Wimbledon Museum. You can learn all these amazing stats and facts. Lots more to come on Wimbledon Uncovered.
Day 5 here at Wimbledon. We're hanging out at the HSBC Fan Zone, and we've got another iteration of our People's Press Conference. I want to welcome not only a top 10 player in the world, but she's the #1 American. Hey everyone, make some noise for Jessica Pegula. Come on. Hi Jess.
Hi.
Welcome in. We found some of your fans, and congratulations, you're into the 3rd round at Wimbledon. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. First time being in the 3rd round, so yeah, I can't really say much more. Hopefully I can keep it going tomorrow, but yeah, super excited and just happy to be here.
Okay, so Jess and I were talking after her 1st round match, and you actually didn't play any warm-up matches from the French Open. She makes the doubles final with Coco Gauff. We're going to talk about that. But you make the doubles final at the French, go home for a bit, and now come in. How did you get your feet underneath you on the grass?
Yeah, I think it was just a lot of practice. First few days I practiced quite a bit just to get used to the footing. You know, I think I kept a pretty open mind as far as, you know, trying to get used to the grass. I knew it wasn't going to happen in a day. So I think I gave myself enough time to get ready. And luckily, you know, we had actually some pretty nice weather beforehand the tournament starts. So no rainy days. So I got to practice a lot and was able to find my form, I think, pretty well.
Could you find any grass courts in the U.S.? Are there any to practice
Yes,
on?
actually, so I live close to Miami, and there's an area called Fisher Island right off. You take actually a ferry, like a boat. You drive onto the boat, take the ferry, like 10 minutes, and I actually hit on there for a couple days. But it's quite different. It's not quite the same grass courts as here, but it was nice to kind of have that feel of movement and what to expect.
Yeah, awesome. Who's British here in the crowd? Who's British? Oh, we have a few Brits. Well, sorry, but Jess had to beat one of your country mates yesterday against Harriet Dart. That was a tough match, 3 sets, and you had to come back from the first set. I saw some slicing and some dicing, but what were you happiest with in your tennis?
I think I'm just happy that she came out playing really, really well, and I came out maybe a little slow. And again, she's been having a really good grass court season, I think, and she's been having a great year. So always playing a British person on grass is always going to be tough. I mean, you see it all the time here just because they have so much more comfort moving and playing on it and more experience. So I'm just happy I was able to honestly get through my first 2 rounds, I thought, against very good grass court players, not having any matches. But just being able to bounce back and find my form, I think, is what I was most proud of yesterday.
Okay, so Jess is into the top 10 in the world, which is such a career achievement, and also making the finals at the French Open in doubles with Coco Gauff. What was that experience like?
It was so much fun. I'm sure you guys all know Coco or watch her. She's amazing. She's only 18 years old, and yeah, she's just so much fun to play with. We've had a really good time getting to know each other, getting to know each other's teams and coaches, and we practice quite a bit. And she actually lives close to me in Florida as well. So yeah, there's a little bit of, like, I don't know, country woman camaraderie there that makes it kind of fun to train and do well. And we've both been doing really well in singles and doubles. And I mean, she's ranked like 5 in the world in doubles, which I feel like a lot of people don't recognize. But she's a great doubles player. She's so athletic. She makes it easy for me back at the baseline. She's just at the net, jumping around, getting everything, and she's a little younger than me, so usually I'm just like, "Oh, Coco, it's yours." Just,
you got that.
Yeah, you got that ball over there. And, but no, it was so much fun and amazing 2 weeks for both of us, and especially her making the finals of singles and doubles. Yeah, to be able to share that experience was really fun.
Yeah, awesome. We're hanging out with one of the top 10 players in the world, and this is a people's press conference after all, so let's go out to the people. First off, sir, tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, Jess. I'm Fabio from London. I have a question. I have huge respect for, tennis players. They are high achiever. My question is, how much is talent and how much is determination and hard work?
Good question.
So, I mean, I think there's definitely an aspect of if you're talented, maybe makes things a little bit easier, but I think always determination and hard work is the bigger picture of that, because I think with that you can reach a certain ceiling, or you can reach whatever ceiling you want. You can always get better. But with just talent, I think you can only go so far without the other half. So to me, I mean, I don't know, say 20% talent. I feel like the 80% is really hard work and determination to get better and to improve all the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fabio. And also, I think it's interesting, we see players like Coco Gauff who break through when they're teenagers, and your quote-unquote breakthrough has come a little later in your career.
Yeah, no, definitely. And again, I always had talent when I was younger growing up, but then it was figuring out how to be professional and how to really hard work, but also quality, and doing the right things and putting more emphasis on things that were the best for me. And I think that's what I learned my way. So it just shows you that there's different ways of going about making the top players in the world.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thank you, Fabio. Tell us your name and how old are you?
I'm Freddie and I'm 12.
12, all right. What's your question for Jess?
Who's your favourite tennis player?
Ooh, favorite player.
Like men and women, or just ever?
Both, or ever.
Ever?
Yeah, ever.
I gotta say Roger Federer. I know that's a typical answer, but to me, he's just the best player to watch, to look at how smart he is on the court, and just beautiful to watch, especially here on the grass. So yeah, I love Federer.
And what about female? Roger on the male side.
I don't really have a favorite.
No?
I don't know.
Yourself? You can back yourself?
Yeah, I guess myself. I think growing up, I don't know, there was a few players that I liked. I liked watching Martina Hingis, Mary Pierce, the Williams sisters. But I don't know, there wasn't someone that I really idolized that much. I don't know why. Maybe because I was a female tennis player, so maybe I just didn't make that connection. But yeah.
Yeah. Great.
I don't know.
You're charting your own path.
Yeah.
I love that. Hey, thanks for that question. Tell me your name and how old are you?
I'm Ben and I'm 12 as
Okay. What's your question?
What's your favourite surface to play on?
Ooh, favorite
Ooh.
surface to play on?
Probably hard court, just because I grew up playing on hard court the most. Being an American, we're kind of known for being like the hard court players. So I'd probably say hard court. I like that there's no bad bounces, that it's always a good bounce no matter what. So probably hard court.
Okay, awesome. Thanks for that, Ben. What's your name and how old are you?
James, I'm 12.
Okay.
How do you deal with pressure in games?
Ooh, pressure. So, I mean, I think everyone's always going to get nervous. You're always going to feel pressure. I think, as Billie Jean King said, pressure is a privilege. So if you're in a really pressured situation, it's a good thing. And I think you have to learn to embrace it as much as you can and not fight it. It's okay to get nervous. It's okay to feel like that. But I think dealing with pressure, you just have to focus on what's next. You know, if it's in a point, you know, where are you going to serve? Where are you going to hit the ball? What are you going to try to do? Focus more on your strategy, and then I think that takes the pressure off a little bit. So I think that's kind of the best way to deal with it on court. And yeah, that's pretty much.
How do you, I love that, and I'm curious for all of us, well, for most of us here, we don't know how it feels to be on a professional tennis court, at a Wimbledon match playing on court. So when you're on court, is your mind solely focused on the game, or how are you trying to navigate whether you're up 5-1 in the second set or you're losing? What's your approach there?
I mean, you're always going to have, I think, wandering thoughts, and I think the best thing to do is, I think it's okay, as long as you kind of just touch on it and you kind of come back to what you're really focusing on. I mean, we're always going to be thinking about a million different things, whether it's good, bad, or has nothing to do with the match. That's happened to me many of times, but I think the best thing is to acknowledge it and then come back to what you're really focused on, which is something you talked with your coach, or I don't know, anything that helps you focus, such as strategy, or even if it's a little thing like going to your towel or straightening your strings, or you know, getting the ball from ball kids, something like that will always kind of bring you back into the the center.
Namaste.
Yes, exactly.
Who's got a dog here? Any dog owners? A few of them? Yes. You're a dog owner too, right?
Yes, I have 3 dogs.
3 dogs.
Yes.
Tell us about your dogs.
I have a German Shepherd named Dexter. I have a chocolate lab named Tucker, and I have a miniature Australian Shepherd named Maddie.
Maddie.
Yeah.
And is Maddie the matriarch?
She's the oldest.
Yeah.
She's the smallest, but she runs the show. She's the one I brought to City Open in DC when I won it.
Yeah.
So when I won the tournament, she came on the court with me, and it was super cute. A lot of good pictures and content after that.
I remember that. Does she travel with you at all anymore?
That was the only tournament she went to.
Oh.
So I kind of retired her.
You're like, you won me the tournament, so
yeah,
we're
I
good.
think she retired on a winning note. So, but everyone keeps telling me to bring her back. I have a few times brought her for a few days before a tournament, and then someone takes her home or something like that. But yeah, it's always good. Yeah, emotional support.
Yeah, not traveling with a German Shepherd or a lab, though.
No, they're way too difficult.
All right, let's see. Where's my next question? Oh, right here. Tell us your name. How old are you?
I'm Adam, and I'm 12. I'm from the Ashcombe School.
Okay, cool. We've got a whole group of you guys here. What's your question?
So, have you ever been scared about playing somebody, but then you end up winning?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah,
scared of
probably.
playing someone, but then just won that match.
I don't know. Maybe not scared, but I've been very nervous to play somebody. I think probably when you first play like a high-ranked player or someone that you're really statistically not supposed to win, yeah, you get super nervous. And then, but I feel like for anybody, once you, I don't know, get your feet kind of into the match a little bit, you play a couple games or you win your first game, I think then you kind of get into competitive mode, and then it feels like you're just playing a match. But yeah, of course you get nervous playing for the first time, you know, high-ranked players.
What about like on a big court too, like center court or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I remember playing Serena in the finals of Auckland 2 years ago, and I wasn't scared, but like just her presence, like playing against her, being on court with her. We did a pre-ceremony for the final, and you're just kind of like alarmed a little bit. But then I feel like once I won that first game, you kind of like settle down. But even then, you know, you kind of have this moment where you're like, oh wow, Serena's on the other side of the court. So you definitely, you have those moments.
Yeah, human moments on the tennis court. All right, your name and how old are you?
I'm George, and I'm 12. What do you most enjoy about tennis?
Ooh, most enjoy about tennis?
I think I just love competing, and I don't know, I just love playing. Like even practicing sometimes, like, you know, if I don't play for a few days or for a week, I get bored, and so I just honestly really enjoy getting better and playing for fun. And then of course competing. Competing is always the best part. And I think if you love to compete, that's a major bonus. Is you want to go out there and win. So.
Is anyone competitive here at all? No, no. Shake your. There we go.
Yeah.
Any tennis players in the crowd as well? A few of you.
Nice.
Any future Wimbledon players? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I like that. All right, let's do 2 more questions with Jess Pegula. What you got?
My name's George. I'm 13. Have you ever been to Stoke-on-Trent?
Where?
Stoke-on-Trent.
What's that?
What's that?
It's near Manchester.
No, I don't think so. Is that where you're from?
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you should visit it one time.
Okay. So you want me to come visit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Near to Manchester.
Yeah.
All right. One day, someday.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Thanks for that.
Thanks for the invite.
Hi, I'm Cal. I'm 14. And do you have any hobbies outside of tennis?
Yeah, I like to golf. Actually, I've gotten really into golfing the last few years, especially during COVID.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm actually pretty good, but I don't get to practice as much as I like. But I don't know, it's fun, it's relaxing, it's still competitive, I still want to do well. I think maybe I like it because it's individual as well as tennis, but I live in Florida as well, so there's a lot of golf courses.
Are there any golf courses near to Manchester, maybe?
Yeah, there's some really good ones in Trenton.
So maybe we could do
He's
that.
really
there we
selling
go.
me on
Yeah. Do you work for the tourism board?
Not quite.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So Jessica Pegula here in our People's Press Conference. We had some great questions. Let's end with a few quick fire questions.
Okay.
You ready for that? Post-match meal. What's your go-to meal?
I just do a protein shake.
Protein shake.
Yeah, like right away.
Banana, chocolate.
No,
what's in
just
there?
powder water. It's gross,
Ooh.
but I just get it over with and then it's done.
Okay, gotcha. Treat day, cheat day. What do you love to indulge in?
I like I don't know, like desserts.
Sugar.
I like cheesecake.
Oh,
like
me too.
Things like that, or like a croissant or a chocolate croissant or something like that.
Yum. Okay. That sounds better than the protein shake.
Yeah, way better.
How many unread emails, texts? Are you good on your phone?
Oh, yeah, no, I always read. I don't like having them build up, so like I always, even if I don't really read them, I just check them off, or delete them, the ones that I don't want. Yeah, I'm good
All
with
right,
that.
you haven't been to Manchester yet, but favorite thing to do in London?
I don't know. I don't know if I've had a favorite thing to do yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
want to go
Wimbledon's pretty
see.
good.
Well, okay, yeah. I guess that's the only thing I've really done.
What do you want to do? You just said?
I want to go do like a play or a musical, or see a
the
show.
West End.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be fun.
I think they should help you with that in player
Yes,
relations.
they
hopefully.
should, yes.
Coffee order. What's your go-to coffee order?
Ooh, I have a couple. Some days it's just an iced coffee with like almond milk, oat milk, something like that, with some brown sugar, or I do like an iced shaken espresso. I love those, yeah.
Yum. Okay, and we talked about this earlier, but what's the most random thought you've ever had on a tennis court in a match?
Oh, I've had so
Your
many.
mind's just
most
wanders.
random thought, I don't know, probably like a dinner order or like something that happened, or maybe like a dream I had the night before that like comes back to me and I'm like, oh, that was weird.
Do you dream
A
about
lot
tennis?
of random stuff. Sometimes.
Okay.
Not always.
All right. Well, maybe you can dream about winning your next match.
Yeah, that's always a
tomorrow.
good dream to have.
Jess, thank you for hanging out very much. Jessica Pegula, give her a round of applause, everybody hanging out in the People's Press Conference here at the HSBC Fan Zone on day 5 of Wimbledon. Jess is on to round 3. Thanks for chatting today.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Look who I found. Anand, how are you today?
I am very well, thank you, and my second time in the Royal Box. Really looking forward to it. The last time I was there was 2014, so it's been 8 years.
Oh, well, welcome back.
Thank
you obviously did a good job that they were welcoming you back. You observed all protocol.
I didn't do anything stupid.
Exactly.
Didn't do anything dumb, so I'm glad.
You've been in the Royal Box, but you've also played on centre court, which is incredible.
Well, I first played in Wimbledon. I qualified in 1971, if you can believe that, and I played all the way till 2000. And in those 30 years, probably 5 or 6 times on centre court. Vijay, my brother, and I, we won the over 35s, the over 45s.
Wow.
And in the main event, we were in the semi-final in 1976. So those 3 matches were on the centre court, and then probably another 3 times on centre.
As a player, what does it feel like to play on centre court compared to, any other tournament, any other match?
Being brought up in India, it is the most important tournament and the most special place to play. And every time I come here, it's always been the same feeling as you go on the center court. You know that it's this is the place you need to be, and this is the place you should be if you're going to be a tennis player. Absolutely. It really doesn't matter if you play. I played the U.S. Open several times on the center court. Not quite the same feeling. Not quite the same feeling.
We're the best. Now, it is 100 years of centre court, which is incredible. Other than when you played, can you think of any other iconic matches that you've really enjoyed watching in that? Yes, on centre court.
Well, I watched the 2008 final between Nadal and Federer, which was, in my opinion, one of the best matches I've ever seen. And then, of course, I saw the Borg-McEnroe final several years before that, also a five-setter and absolutely brilliant. So, I mean, there have been so many great matches on center, but with these three guys on the top of the game, Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic, in the last 10, 12 years, we've seen scintillating matches. And it's going to be hard to follow this generation by anybody else.
And just finally, you look amazing, and people dress up for Wimbledon. It's a really lovely. Did that come into your mind today? Like, I'm going to make an effort, or do you always make an effort? Because you look like you might.
I usually do, but it went one step further today because I had to make sure though that I wasn't wearing a tie, so I had it cleared. So this is our Indian formal outfit, so I hope it'll be good enough.
In Wimbledon purple, it's perfection. Thank you so much. Have the best day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great.
Well, it's a beautiful day 5 here at Wimbledon on Wimbledon Uncovered. Look at the view of the hill. It is packed here for third round action in the singles. Lots of tennis around the grounds. There's no seat to be had on the hill as folks take in the action around the grounds. Number 1 court, of course, also center court. We're going to see a lot of action today, and the sun is shining beautiful up here just above court 18 and our fountain location. And I'm very delighted to say, hello everyone, very delighted to say that we're joined by the 2005 wheelchair champions. We've got Jayant Mistry and Michael Jeremias. Guys, welcome back. And Jayant, tell us about the day. I think you had a special photo taken today. Is that right?
It's a great day of my life, absolutely. You know, to actually win the first ever wheelchair a doubles title here at Wimbledon was just something incredible, and to do it with one of my best friends as well. So we went downstairs, and it's the first time that we've actually seen the champions board. So we've actually had a photo taken in front of that, and yeah, it just brings back so many memories.
Yeah, and you guys, Michael, I can feel the camaraderie. You guys are not getting along whatsoever. How great is it to see each other, and not only to see each other, but to be back in such a special place?
Well, as Jayant said, I mean, I had a son in the meantime, so that was the greatest day of my life when my son born. But the second day was definitely this victory with Jayant. Now, it's been years we haven't seen each other, so we missed each other. And being back here 17 years later after the first ever wheelchair tennis event in Wimbledon is quite special. And yeah, just like catching up, coming back here, going to all the spots we've been after celebrating our title is really special. And Wimbledon always keep a special place in my heart, to be honest.
Yeah, so special, and we've watched wheelchair tennis only grow in the last couple of decades now. We've obviously got the quad event here at Wimbledon. That's only happened in the last couple of years. Each of the slams trying to build it up more and more. But let's flash back to the past, shall we? 2005, it's championship point, the two of you on court. Let's take a look here, boys. Oh, we've got it here too.
Goodness.
Yeah. Walk us through this here, Jay.
Well, as you can see, he's not moving at all. I'm doing all the job from the baseline. He's pretending to cover it.
I was so nervous at that point.
But you said
just out
here, and you get it
through the racket. And the thing is, I tried to pull him out of his chair, but he's so fat that I can't actually move him. So instead, I mean, like my coach was there and everybody else, to have the family there as well. And just to actually, you know, that just brings goosebumps every single time. And, you know, because it was the first ever time at Wimbledon, the first tie-break in a final set at Wimbledon as well. And to play against with the greatest players ever and just hold the first championship, so special.
Well, you saved the match point on the net. Can you tell us about this amazing volley?
Did you save a match point?
There was 2 championship points.
Wow.
That we saved. We were 6-4 down in the tie-break, and Michael forced some long ones. And the second one, I thought, well, I suppose I better get involved in this second point. And then I went to the net. I hit a volley deep, and the second one hit a backhand overhead smash. And obviously, I practiced a lot. And with the backhand overhead smash, I hit the net and just dribbled over. At that point, it was like my heart was in my mouth. And I also changed religion, so I went like that at one point as well.
He signed himself. I was like, what are you doing? He was like this, like, yeah, you just got the point. 6-all, and then we finally get it 8-6 in the third. That was just the best ending as possible.
How special was it though? Because now we expect the wheelchair events to be at the majors, and we've watched wheelchair tennis grow outside the majors too. But take us back to 2005. How important was it for the wheelies to be here at Wimbledon?
Well, we've been fighting for it. At the end of the day, we play tennis. I mean, people play standing, people play like male, female, juniors. Wheelchair tennis has to be part of it. So Australian Open was there already, US Open was there. Then Wimbledon had to do it. I mean, there's been lots of discussions about playing on grass, but I mean, now we play doubles, we play singles, you can play matches every day. We improve physically, technically, mentally, and we deserve to be there. And it's part of the show. At the end of the day, I mean, the Grand Slams understood it in the meantime, is that you have to offer to the crowd, to the public, like some show, like some exciting stuff to watch. And Giant's been fighting in England, I've been fighting in Roland Garros. Roland Garros was the last Grand Slam to welcome wheelchair athletes in 2006. So that's part of our job, and that's in a way kind of our legacy. And when you see like now the top players, I mean, if you take Alfie and Gordon or Lucy, the top Brits athletes, I mean, they inherited from a part of the work we've been doing, so we're quite proud, I mean, to be honest. So yeah, we're very happy that it's finally happening now, and it developed this way.
Michael's mentioning, obviously, Alfie. You've got Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid, Jordan Wiley. I mean, the British representation in wheelchair tennis has been strong now for the last decade, too.
It's been phenomenal. I remember seeing Gordon as a youngster, and like he was the first person to actually take a set off me. I was like, I bridged him on for like 10 years, and his first person to actually take a set off me at a small French tournament. And we actually played doubles that year.
Did you?
And we won that match, so we kind of like...
Was it in Ile-de-Ré?
It was in Ile-de-Ré.
I remember that.
2007.
I do remember.
But then I actually retired after that as well. But I didn't realise at the time how good he was going to be. And then Alfie came along as well. So it's nice to actually sit back as an older uncle kind of thing, and kind of say, you know what? These guys are good, but it was great to actually be part of their journey, and I've seen them a few times ever since then. And even in 2012, when we had the games in London, I was here as a deputy tennis manager, and but my main job was to run the Paralympics at Eton Manor on the Olympic Park. And Gordon always says to me, he goes, "We really should have played together because we would have won." And it's kind of like, but you know, to have the chance of actually playing.
Excuse me, you would have won what? Because I was still playing at the time. So we probably would have been an amazing runner-up. But let's be really honest there.
Yeah, no. So to be honest, who do you lose to again? Olsen and Wikström?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever lost to them, did I?
Have you?
No, never.
Because you were playing with me.
I love this banter. You two do not get along whatsoever, which I love it. But I want to ask you too, Michael, about, you know, we look at athletes like Esther Vergeer and Shingo Kanedo, Dylan Alcott. They've really built legacies around their careers and the way that they've helped elevate, as you guys are talking about, passing from one generation to the next, helped elevate wheelchair tennis to where it is today.
Well, I mean,
Stefan Uday too,
as
please.
well, yeah,
Apologies.
of course, sure. But you mentioned, like, for me, two of the greatest legends, Esther Vergeer and Shingo Kanedo, to me, are the greatest of all time. No discussions about, like, is it Djokovic, Nadal, or Serena or Billie Jean? No. Esther Vergeer, 10 years unbeaten. Yeah. She's the greatest ever. There's legacy. You have Dido de Groot, now the number one, who's from Netherlands as well, who could be definitely the next, like, greatest of all time in the men, and still on after winning 3 gold medals, being number one, winning over 24, 25 Grand Slams in singles.
The Golden Slam last
the
year.
Golden Slam, Shingo Kanedo, to me, he raised the bar so high because he was playing out of time. Yeah. And you can tell that was a long time ago. And he's still there, still competing with the young ones like Alfie Hewitt and the top guns at the moment. And you know, you all try to bring the best you can as an athlete, but as well for the tour to develop, for this game that we love so much. And there'll be new ones, but what Giant didn't mention is that after him, the British Federation managed to just like invest on the new generation, which we never did. We've just been lucky to have like former able tennis player like me or Stefan Uday, and to end being in a wheelchair. But that's the whole goal, is that you have to invest, because that's one of the most amazing sports to play wheelchair tennis those days, to be really honest, after trying way too many different sports. Tennis is an amazing sport, and you can just travel the whole world, be a professional athlete, play in Wimbledon, play in the Grand Slams. But for that, you need to take time and to invest in a new generation. So that's great to be part of that. And we probably will still try to bring a bit more to the sport, because that's that's what we have to do at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Lastly, real quick, Jay, where does the sport go next for wheelchair tennis?
I think it's now we're integrated into the 4 Grand Slams, and also it's being more accepted and more involved. What I like to see is the next evolution. Is I'd like to see, rather than just wheelchair players commentating on matches, I'd like to see the top players actually commentating in terms of like the technical side of it, because it's not just wheelchair tennis; it's tennis. So
Yes.
I think that for me would be the next move forward.
All right, guys, you've had a good day at Wimbledon, but what's next? How are you going to spend the rest of your day? Is there a PIMS in your future?
PIMS.
Well, that's to be PIMS. Sorry, we've been cheating. We had a bit of food, but now we definitely go back to PIMS, and maybe we'll watch some tennis, but I'm not very sure about it.
We shall see.
All right, well, Jayvant Mistry and Mikhail Jeremiej, 2005, the wheelchair champions here, the first year that we had the wheelies at Wimbledon. Thank you for spending some time with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and catch up around the grounds. What's Olivia up to? Let's find out.
I am now joined by Agostino Perrone.
Oh, finally!
Thank you, it just
finally,
came to
after
me.
20 years, someone pronounced my name properly.
Oh, thank you. Who is, give yourself your proper title, because I do not want to do you a disservice.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ago Perrone, shorter than Agostino. I am the director of mixology at the Connaught Bar at the Connaught Hotel in London.
Which is one of the most prestigious, exclusive, chic hotels in London.
In the world, I would say.
In the world. So it fits really nicely that you're here at Wimbledon, the most prestigious, chic event in the world.
I work in a very British hotel. We're in a very British event. And as an Italian, I'm very glad because we had our always sparkle of spiciness and hospitality, manners as well to it, and class.
So today you're here with Lavazza, who are an official partner of Wimbledon and have been for many, many years, and a great, great partner of the brand. You are bringing your knowledge, your insight, your wisdom on cocktails and mixology, and partnering with Lavazza the coffee to make the most delicious cocktail I've ever sampled in my life, and I'm not lying, and I'm not just saying that because you're here, it's true.
Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I'm being very much inspired by Lavazza, not because it's an Italian produce, it's an Italian family, so it has a much more value to it. They do an amazing research of the provenience of the coffee beans, so there is already a fantastic story and inspiration around every final coffee type. And that is already an amazing inspiration for us to be utilized in cocktail, as well as the flavor of the coffee beans. Today we created a drink which is very much exotic, because we're in summer, we're in Wimbledon, and we want to give it a bit of international exotic flavor. It contains passion fruit, which is some of the flavor which is in the coffee beans as well. So. And then we give this personality, more British personality with the gin, and more Italianness with the vermouth. So gin and vermouth, they have a lot of things in common. Herbal flavor, citrusiness, earthiness, woodiness, so they enhance each other. Those two ingredients are mixed with the passion fruit puree. And then we do a process which is called the milk punch, which essentially filter this already complex mix and transform it into something which is velvety. But let's not forget the coffee. How we use the coffee here is with the classic espresso.
Okay, pure Italian.
Pure Italian, pure quintessentially Italian. So passion fruit puree, gin, dry vermouth, a fresh brewed espresso inside, hot. So raising it to be the temperature of the mix.
Right.
Then we add warm milk. And what's happening, the citrus in it, the acidity of the passion fruit create this curdle.
Oh, curdled milk. Not what you want, but we do for this.
But what you do, because it doesn't look good,
no.
You put in the freezer, so you don't look at it.
Oh, don't look at you curdling, yeah.
So you will have this frothy, solid part on the top, which you take it away, and you can use in patisserie in the kitchen to flavor some dishes.
Yum! So what would that flavor be, like a coffee passion fruit yummy mix?
Yes.
Yum!
But the yummiest part is actually on the bottom. So this is all the ingredients that I describe, married and hugged together in a very velvety manners, if we can say so. So they are round, smooth and elegant. And because of the silkiness on the palate, you will have more longevity of the aromas that stay around your taste buds. How we made the drink? So this is the mix. We have 80 milliliters.
And just to clarify, you can make this at home. You can get access to the recipe here. You can buy this very coffee online or the Lavazza shop, their kind of flagship store.
Exactly.
But you can make this. We can do this. Us mere mortals can curdle this drink.
Exactly. It's any mix you like, warm milk and citrus. It can be lemon, lime, orange, passion fruit because there's acidity. It can be vinegar as well.
Interesting.
So you allow these one to make the nasty process, but
But it works. It doesn't taste nasty, let me tell you.
When you go through bad time, better time will be. So.
Right.
And then we have a little bit of sugar syrup just to lace all the ingredients together. Now we need to be able to dilute the cocktail, chill the cocktail. So reduce the temperature. But also when you mix the ingredient, sometimes, like in this case, you want to add a little bit of aeration. Shaking the drink will be too much aeration. We want to add something which is between shaking and stirring.
Watch this, everyone. This is impressive. The skill involved in this, that you really don't spill a drop, and it flows so beautifully from cup to cup. I mean, clearly you've done this a few times, but still, it is impressive. I'm not sure how I'd fare at this at home, but anyway.
So everything in the corner bar is a combination of technicality and theatrical aspect. So we want to have something that tastes delicious. Also, your eyes are engaged even before you taste the cocktail.
So it's a spectacle, it's an experience before you've even tasted it.
Exactly. Homemade dehydrated orange. And then we finish with Maestrale. Maestrale is this very Italian Mediterranean wind, which carry flower and citrusy notes, which are now in the season in Italy.
How do you bottle a wind?
I partner with a friend of mine in Tuscany, who takes all the citrus that he grows, and then he distills them with the flower, and then close your eyes.
I'm
You feel like Amalfi Coast.
100%.
Exactly.
I'm dressed like a lemon. It smells like lemon.
And this is for you, Olivia.
I'm so excited. I only wanted to do this chat so I could get a whole one of these, and I'm thrilled. I'm going to taste it, and this is a genuine live reaction. It is the most delicious cocktail I've ever had in my life. There is nothing intensely overwhelming, sharp, too much. The hint of coffee, it's just like there.
It's there, it's not overpowering.
At all. It's incredible.
This shows us how you can use coffee because of the aromas, not because of you only want to have the coffee kick.
Got it. Sorry, I held the microphone to myself because I was just lost in my moment. Ago, you have been a dream. Thank you so much for this, and have the best rest of your day here at Wimbledon.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Lovely to meet you. I'll see you at the con.
See you at the bar.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well, a historic day for Heather Watson, who has now played 5 days in a row at Wimbledon, and she gets a third victory and is into the 4th round of a major for the first time on the #1 court just moments ago, taking out Kaja Juvan. She scratched through that first set. Look at this on match point. How does that feel, Heather, in front of the home crowd and alongside now Anne Piatavang and Laura Robson? And Anne, I have to start with you. You were both on this match. I mean, what a scene for Heather. Absolutely amazing.
It was. I mean, it was an incredible match from her. She got a little tight trying to close it out, but I'm just so pleased for her to reach the 4th round of a slam for the very first time at home. This place is something special, and you know, it's about time.
Yeah, it really is. And Laura, this it didn't come out of nowhere, but it's been a tough season for Heather, so this has to feel extra good.
I think it did come out of nowhere, and Heather, the last few years, she'd be the first one to say that she's been struggling on the court, hasn't been playing her best tennis, and even this grass season has been struggling with a bit of an injury. Didn't play Birmingham, lost first round of Eastbourne last week, but all of a sudden puts it together when it matters most. And I just think she really earned her place in the fourth round. You know, she was the one playing better tennis today. She was more aggressive from the back of the court. She got a little passive trying to close it out, but she said in an on-court interview that she wasn't nervous. I'm not sure if I believe that, because I was nervous and I was just commentating. So huge moment for Heather. And this is what I love about tennis, is that every day it's someone's best day in their career. So hopefully it continues.
How does that feel for her? I mean, you've had some big wins here, but for Heather, she's been through so much in her career. She's ticked past 30, but still bringing some of her best tennis.
I think it's amazing that she's reached the fourth round for the first time at the age of 30, and that she's been playing this tournament for so many years and hasn't even made the third round of a slam since 2017. So this has been a long time coming, and I mean, Anne, you know how much this means to her as well.
Yeah, it's a special moment, but of all the years to put it together, this was not the year I thought it would be for Heather. But having seen her play in the first round, I mean, she was up against a German, Tamara Korpach, and that match was scrappy. I mean, she had to dig deep. They had to finish the following day. It wasn't exactly high quality, but she found a way past her opponent. And again, in her second round match, the quality of that match was much better against Wang Qiang. And again, that match played over 2 days because of bad light on Wednesday night. Finished it yesterday. Came out for a one game. And then today was her best performance by far of the 3 matches she's played here. So she's got better and better with each match, and hopefully she can ride that wave and really continue to build.
Well, she's actually been struggling to sleep all week because she's been scheduled so late on that she's been having caffeine tablets and gels just to keep herself energized before she goes on for the match. But then, of course, she's having to come back the next day, but only kind of getting 4 or 5 hours a night of sleep because she's so amped up from all the caffeine. So it's been a difficult couple of days for Heather. I'm sure she's happy to be through to the fourth round, of course, but hopefully no more caffeine today and she gets a good night rest.
I mean, it just would be the adrenaline, I hope, at this point, and the excitement. And next up to Anne, it's Jule Niemeyer, who is another player who's into the fourth round of a major for the first time. Heather could actually be favored in that match. Obviously, she's going to enjoy this moment, but that's a huge opportunity to get to the quarterfinals of a major.
It is. I mean, 2 unseeded players for a place in the quarterfinals of a slam. I mean, not often does that happen. And yes, she does have a chance, but I wouldn't underestimate her German opponent, because she was the one who beat Annette Kontaveit, in the second round, and has had another good win today against Lesia Sorenko in 3 sets. Big serving German, big strikes from the back of the court, enjoys playing on grass. But Heather is playing equally well, and I guess what she will have to her advantage is the crowd support.
Yeah, absolutely. So such great scenes on the #1 court for Heather Watson to come through. It still feels like it's reverberating through the grounds. This is what we love about Wimbledon, right? We saw it yesterday for Katie Boulter, and now today for Heather Watson. And a lot of the chatter, we've got the resale queue here, a lot of folks talking about Heather and the fact that she's making this run.
And to me, we had a screen in the commentary box of centre court, which was kind of looking half empty because I think everyone was on the hill watching Heather, and court 1 was packed. There was barely a spare seat in the place, and she used the energy from the crowd towards the end of the match when she started getting a little bit tight. She was looking to people to give her some support, and she was looking up at her mum, who has been on tour with her a lot over the last couple of months, and who is someone who just keeps her calm. She's such a great human being, Michelle, and everyone around the tour loves her. So I think Heather's just got that really nice energy off the court at the moment, and she's taking that onto the court.
Yeah, she certainly is. So a huge win for Heather Watson. We're not done talking about it whatsoever. We're going to continue to do so, but let's go over and hop across the grounds to the #2 court, where we're getting a look at it is Maria Sakkari, the #5 seed on the left of your screen, and she's actually down a set 6-3 to Tatiana Maria on the right of your screen. 3-0 though in the second set for Maria Sakkari. There's lots of Marias involved in this match. But Tatiana Maria is a veteran, another player who has stayed around.
When do you
tour.
become a veteran? When you're over the age of 30?
30, right? Does that count? I don't know. She's been on tour for a long time.
She's
got 2 kids, Anne. Yeah. Come on, she's got an 8-year-old with her. Charlotte and Cecilia, her 2 kids. Tatiana Maria is a dangerous one, isn't she?
She is. And she is another player who enjoys the grass. I thought this year was meant to be her last year on tour, but if she puts out Maria Sakkari, then I think she's just going to keep going. She's got her kids, her husband, who's also her coach, who travel with her week to week. I mean, it's amazing how she juggles it all, actually. I'm not quite sure how she does it, but yeah, she finds a way and somehow manages to remain focused on her tennis.
She's such a tricky grass court player, and she has these knife slices that dig through the grass, and she's just someone who's uncomfortable to play. So I think a lot of the time it can take even the top players a couple of games, or maybe even a set in this case, to figure it out. And for Sakkari, I wouldn't say that she's had the best season so far as well. She's had some really good results, but a couple of bad losses too. And I think we have to remind ourselves this is the section of the draw that Heather Watson is in as well. So huge opportunity. And I know everyone says, I don't look at the draw. I'm not looking at who I'm playing in the next round. That is a lie. We all know that everyone is aware of who's won, who hasn't. And this is a huge chance for Sakkari because she's now the highest seed in that section.
All right, let's go ahead and dip into commentary. This is live on the number 2 court, Tatiana Maria and Maria Sakkari.
Game, Maria. Sakkari leads 3-1, second set.
Okay, Maggie, lovely to meet you. Could you just let us know a little bit about what you do in your fantastic career, because you are beyond amazing?
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm a space scientist. I build satellites that go into space, but I also do lots of science communication. I'm trying to get more kids into STEM. So I think I've seen about 350,000 kids in the last 14 years. I'm knackered, but it's so much fun.
Wow, you know what you deserve? A beautiful day out at, I don't know, the world's greatest sporting event. Welcome to Wimbledon.
Thank you so much.
Is it your first time here?
It is. I've never been before. I've watched avidly on television, right from when I was a child. I remember when I was little, we actually got permission to watch Virginia Wade on TV during the day. So that's one of my earliest memories of Wimbledon.
And an iconic one at that.
Yes. So I can't believe I'm here, and I can't wait.
Now, are you in the royal box today?
I am.
Do you know anything about what the day might involve, or any protocols or anything?
I'm just going to try and sit quietly and not disturb anyone.
No, you'll be great. You'll have an amazing day. Apparently, the tea's nice too. I've heard that. So it's 100 years of centre court, which is a brilliant anniversary to celebrate. You mentioned one moment there. Do you have any other, even watching it on television, that tennis moments on centre court that really stand out?
I think for me, it's just the characters. I'm not very much into sport, but it's sort of like people like Bjorn Borg, sort of Boris Becker, the Williams sisters. These are people that I sort of got to know through Wimbledon. So it's just very iconic, and the idea it's been around for 100 years. It's just amazing.
And these superstars transcend their sports, don't they?
They really do.
Playing on centre court is probably a highlight moment for many players. What's one of the proudest moments in your career that you're so kind of, that you zone in on as one of the ultimate?
I think I've been very lucky with my career and had sort of many highlights. One is I gave a talk to a group of kids, and one of them was a voluntary mute and never said anything to their teachers. And I gave them a tour of the universe. And at the end of it, the teacher said that the child started talking and asking questions about the universe. So I thought, yes.
There's literally no one on the planet that could top that other than you. That's incredible. Wow, well with that, go and have a brilliant day. I hope it doesn't render you non-verbal. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, another great chat from Olivia. Let's go ahead and dip in now to the number 1 court, where a former champion here in action. There's Elise Mertens, who's been one of the top doubles players in the world for a long time, or in the last couple of years, and she's taking on that former champion I mentioned, 2018 winner, and Angelique Kerber. And I was surprised that they've only met once before. It's Mertens who beat Kerber in Doha in 2019.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't actually faced more
I thought
times.
they would have played like 10 times.
Yeah, well, Angelique Kerber's been on tour forever. Another veteran.
There we go, Anne. Now you're catching on.
So, I mean, if I played against her, then she's definitely a veteran, right?
There we go.
But still going strong. Yeah, it'd be a tricky match here, but Kerber seems to be finding some form, always comes alive during the grass court season.
She's my dark horse, actually. Kerber and Kvitova are starting to play themselves into the tournament. Kvitova, of course, won in Eastbourne last week, but I think the mentality of a former champion coming into Slam, you can never rule them out. And, you know, Kerber's got that dangerous lefty swinging serve, and I feel like the grass courts are really loving the lefty spins this year. The grass is sticking low, so for me she's a dark horse.
Oh, is she a dark horse? I like that. And it's only her and Ostapenko on the bottom half of the draw, Laura, who are former Slam champions. That experience can help, can it?
Of course, and the more the tournament goes on and the more matches start to get tight, I think you've got to back the Slam champions who have been through it before, who know what feelings are going to come up and how to get through some of the nerves. And Mertens, I don't think, has the sort of game to really push Kerber. I mean, she's very consistent. She's a heavy hitter from the back of the court, but Kerber, I think, just has that extra edge today.
Mertens came through 7-5 in the third set in her previous round. All right, we have verified Angelique Kerber, the veteran, in action. Let's go ahead and join this one on the number one court. Just in the early goings, Kerber serving 1-2 in the first set.
That's Kerber down. Great defense from Mertens.
15-14.
I think if you're one of the best players in the world, you know, a lot of the times I've heard from the commenting, oh, they're not trying as hard or they're happy. But if you're one of the best players in the world, or number one player like Angie has been, you're not just satisfied by, you know, winning one tournament, or you want to do more. And that's why we have some of the Hall of Famers still playing, because they want to do more. They believe they can do more, and, you know, practice every day, trying to get better.
Mertens, who breaks early in this encounter.
Mertens leads.
Well, former champion Angelique Kerber with some work to do, a breakdown in the opening set. And if you want to continue watching that, you can watch it on all of Wimbledon's international host broadcasters. But prior to the tournament, Angelique Kerber caught up with Renee Stubbs.
Angie Kerber, former champion here. Welcome back. What are you most looking forward to this year?
Thank you. I mean, it's so nice to be back here. It's always a special place, special tournament for me. And, you know, always when I come here, I have so many great memories. Playing twice the final, winning once, you know, my biggest dream come true here on the center court. And yeah, I think it's just, you know, the feeling, the Wimbledon flair, which is really special.
And obviously, Wimbledon's gone through a bit over the last couple of years, obviously with the pandemic and not having full crowds. What's it going to mean to you to have all the crowd back this year?
I think the last 2 years it was really hard for everyone. I mean, it was not an easy time, and now to coming back to Wimbledon, especially here, seeing the crowds again, the fans close to you, cheering for you, having the amazing support on the center court, but also on the outside courts. It means, I think, a lot to us players, also to the fans, to, trying to starting again a normal life, enjoying the tennis and having fun again.
I guess one of the things I want to know from you is, coming in here this year, how's the form? But more importantly, how do you feel every time you walk through the gates here at Wimbledon?
It's a really magic place for me. When I come here, I'm walking through the gates and also to the places I know already, like, I don't know, my home. It's really amazing, and you feel just welcome, you feel like home, already where everything is, and that's why I love this tournament.
What's your earliest memory of that court right there behind you that you can remember, whether it be on TV or in person?
I mean, I played so many matches from Steffi Graf, so all the finals, and I was watching all the matches, the Wimbledon finals, but also starting from the first round. When I was a kid, 2 weeks of tennis, it was always special, and I remember always that I really wanted to be here one day just playing, and of course the goal was to win one day, and I did it, so I have so many great memories from this court.
This court, as you talked about, the uniqueness of it, what's the one thing that just is so unique, particularly about here?
I think you are walking in and you feel it is special. You feel the crowd is amazing. They are loving tennis. They are really fair player as well, and you just feel this is traditional. This is a different level, and you are coming here and you wanted to play your best tennis.
Unique thing for tennis is that we have to wait, right, for the schedule to come out the night before. What is it about it when you get the schedule and you're playing on centre court? Does that change how you feel? Does it make you more nervous?
It's changed because you're playing on this center court, which everyone knows in the world. It is the Wimbledon center court, and of course you're getting a little bit tired already when you see the schedule, but you have also I'm really looking forward always to go the next day playing here and having goosebumps everywhere when you walk on, and of course winning on this special court. It's always something which you never forget.
Do you remember that spot where you were?
Yes, I remember. I was on that side, and I remember I served body serve, and then Serena missed it, and I remember that point very, very good.
We talk a lot about great places to play tennis. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's some incredible centre courts around the world, this being, for a lot of us, the most special one. But if you could put a tennis court anywhere in the world, on any stadium, other than a tennis stadium, like no place that nobody knows about, where would you put a tennis court?
That's a good question. I think I would put just a center court somewhere where everyone can come as fast as possible, and we can build an amazing center court with, I would say, the same flair like here.
That's a good answer. Over the last 100 years, which is why we are here, as you can see on the umpire's chair there, it says 100 years of center court. If you could go back to one match here that you could sit in the crowd and watch again, not including yourself, of course, which match would that be that you would like to sit here and watch live?
I think Rafa and Roger. I think that's a unique match here, which I remember, and I think when I could go back in time, I would love to sit here and watch that both champions playing.
I have to tell you that I've interviewed a few players today, and I think every single one of them has said that, so you're not unique in that way.
Okay.
The inspiration that we've talked to a lot of local people here, and they have a lot of inspirational moments in their lives, whether it could be just looking at their own kids riding a bike for the first time or something like that. Is there something you can remember that inspired you in particular growing up?
You know, my inspiration was always the competition, you know, the competition to being better and better, having also good friends on tour and, you know, knowing that starting when I came on tour and also being friends, but, you know, learning also to being a competitor, but also being like a person, you know, to going out for a coffee, having fun, but on the other side, you know, coming here, making a job, which I love, and traveling around the world, you know, that was always my inspiration to growing, to improving myself, my personality. And, you know, I think over the last years I grow a lot, and also tennis brings me the life that I have and the person that I am right now.
Can you take me back to that final with Serena? And one of the unique things about this particular court is the walk from the locker room. Can you just take me through that? Because there's not a lot of people that have had that experience on a finals day.
You know, it is always something. I mean, you can, for sure, the night before it's always horrible because you have so many thoughts in your mind and you go through everything. You have no idea what's happened. You have to be also focused. But on the other side, you also want to enjoying the flair. You're in the Wimbledon final and the walk on court from the locker room, I mean, there you start to get nervous, to be honest. And, you know, you have so much pressure to yourself as well because you want to play your best tennis on this court. And, yeah, and for me, it is always when I go from the locker room on the center court, I'm like, okay, now it's time to show everyone what I'm working for the last months, weeks, years, and to having fun as well.
So across the street, Wimbledon are trying to expand, build more courts over there. They're going to play the qualifying over there, etc. How special is that for kids growing up? Because, you know, once upon a time, we were all a bit younger coming in here to Wimbledon. How special is that to play qualies over there and be so close to the centre, but not quite there yet?
I think it's important also for the, you know, young generation to play close to the venue, the qualies. You know, it's amazing from Wimbledon that they are building all these things and making this happen for the young generation. And, you know, then you know for what you are doing this. You are close to the view. You have to win 3 matches to get to the main draw. And, you know, I remember because I played also qualies long time ago, and this feeling, it's you playing for something, you know, for reaching this dreams of being main draw in the Wimbledon draw. And, you know, when you see yourself in the draw, then you feel, okay, I got it.
Well, it's great to have you back. You get an opportunity, hopefully, to play back there on that court, as you've been a former champion. So thanks for coming and talking to me today, but good luck during the tournament.
Thanks so much.
Well, Kerber is one of 3 former champions remaining in the singles draw, along with Petra Kvitova and Simona Halep. What about this 5-time Wimbledon champion, Venus Williams, on the practice court today? And Anne, we're still looking forward to her and Jamie Murray hitting the mixed doubles court.
I cannot wait. I mean, I was excited to see Serena Williams back here at Wimbledon. And you know, we all saw Venus walking around. I think that took everyone by surprise. Never did I expect to see her competing here this year. But in the draw with Jamie Murray in the mix as wildcards. And yeah, good to see her taking it seriously, preparing.
Well, I was just thinking, we're sat by the resale queue and I was trying to figure out what match they were trying to get tickets for, but most likely this mixed doubles is going to be on court 1 or centre, so this makes a lot more sense now. Maybe they're queuing up to see Venus and Jamie Murray later on.
Yeah, could get moved. Oftentimes those late day matches do get moved.
It is a to be arranged match. Jamie Murray, Venus Williams against Michael Venus and Alicia Rozalska.
Yeah.
Not before 5 p.m. So if centre court and court 1 do move quickly,
get them in there.
That's where you'll find them.
Can we call Venus Williams a veteran?
I think that is fair. That is fair.
There we go.
I think she'll take that.
There we go. I mean, I have to say, I'm very excited to see Venus in the mixed, but I'm almost wishing that she and Serena would have signed in for doubles.
Me too. I think Serena was just focusing so much on the singles, obviously returning for the first time in a year, so she needed to take care of her body and not overdo it. But given that Venus was here, it would have been so great for the tournament, for the fans, for everyone to see them team up together one more time. We don't know how much more of that we're going to get.
Yeah, awesome to have her back, though, right?
It sure is. I mean, I think realistically, for Serena, having not played for a year, to enter singles and doubles with limited practice would have been too much of an ask. But you know, she gave it a good go in the singles, and Venus in the mix is second best option.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so will they play in center court? We're going to find that out, but it's been a pretty quick start for Novak Djokovic. How about this, Laura? 6-love in just 22 minutes against Miomir Kecmanovic.
He just looks unstoppable. In the first round, he was pretty rusty and wasn't playing his best tennis, wasn't looking as sharp as you would usually expect from him. But since then, he's been just fantastic. And I don't see anyone in the draw who can beat him at the moment. I mean, Kecmanovic is a great player. He's pretty high ranked, and he's had some great wins this year. Is an in-form player. He's confident, and he's just been taken to the woodshed. I mean, 6-love in less than half an hour is. What can you even do, though? I mean, Kecmanovic is probably trying his best, and it's just not good enough.
And Kecmanovic has David Nalbandian, who has beaten Novak Djokovic in the past, in his corner. But let's check in. Let's actually try to understand how Novak has won that first set 6-love. We'll dip into the commentary. This is live on center court.
Let's second service. All.
Well, you can enjoy a blizzard of statistics if you're not too careful. It's to be avoided, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, sometimes they make sense, sometimes they don't. We can get rather lost in it. But here's one. When Novak Djokovic wins the first set at Wimbledon, he has won 71 matches and lost 0.
Wow.
That's
30-15.
Not showing a lot of sympathy to his opponent at the moment. Just relentless. So efficient, so consistent.
$40-15. Djokovic, new balls, please.
Got enough for the ball. Now, Leighton, when you win a first set 6-love, I mean, you're never going to turn a 6-love set down.
And you can continue watching Novak Djokovic on all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. But in the meantime, let's check in with Heather Watson, who has been chatting about reaching the 4th round for the very first time in her press conference.
Yeah, really happy to be into the 4th round for the first time. It's the first match that I've actually got to enjoy for a bit. So that's really, it's a nice feeling, and it's sort of set in a bit now. And yeah, I thought I played really well today. I've been saying that as each match has gone by, I've been playing better and better. And yeah, happy with my performance.
4th round. Did you think in terms of your career maybe that ship had sailed
the chances
No
of doing
chance.
that? Or did you always have belief?
I wouldn't still be playing if I thought that ship had sailed. Yeah, I've been in the third round quite a few times, and here at Wimbledon and Australian Open. So, yeah, I was just sort of waiting for it to happen. I waited long enough, I think, and did it in dramatic fashion. So, yeah, really happy to be into the second week of a Grand Slam for singles, finally.
Hi, it's Ellie from ITV News. It's 10 years since you first made it through to the third round here. Does the long wait make today's win more special? And have you had the chance to speak to your mum yet? Is she happy? Is she proud?
Honestly, I've barely seen my mum. I only see her in the box, and she comes to my warm-ups because it's just so hectic, you know, when I'm doing my warm-ups and cool-downs, and she's such a social butterfly, so she's busy chatting to someone somewhere. But yeah, she's so proud. But she always is. I've said this many times, she's a great tennis mum. She's very level-headed, and win or lose, she always has that belief in me, and she doesn't take the losses too hard. So I think that's really important.
Awesome. That Russell Fuller from the BBC, well done.
Thank you.
I know you say that you were expecting it to happen one day, but would you agree it's come at quite an unexpected time, this first appearance in the fourth round of a Grand Slam, given the hamstring scare you had and the difficulty of the last couple of years in general?
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that after the match. My preparation in the grass court season, like you said, I hurt my hamstring and I didn't have much prep going into Eastbourne, but I wanted to play anyway. And, you know, I'm a real confidence player. So going into Wimbledon without those matches under my belt, you know, I didn't expect it, but then again, I didn't look too far ahead. I only just took it one match at a time, and then, you know, once you get through that, it gives you a bit of confidence, and then it just keeps growing from there on. So, yeah, I feel like I played really well today, and I can't wait for the next one.
Hey Heather, Molly from The Telegraph. Congrats on your win. You spoke on court about watching the other Brits matches throughout this week and how you even watch them on replay. I just wondered, is that something you do every year, or is this kind of different, and how it spurred you on, I guess?
Well, I'm a massive tennis fan, Wimbledon fan, and all day I'm there watching matches, even when I'm waiting to go on court on the BBC iPlayer. It's great, you can watch all of them. And yeah, watching Liam's match yesterday as well, and Katie's on centre. I mean, and Cam, he's always there, always doing great every week. And just over the grass court period in general, so many players have done really well, and we're a little tight-knit group, so we're a lot closer and very supportive of each other. So seeing them do well definitely spurs me on.
In terms of being...
Well, very lovely there to hear from Heather Watson. Never thought of stepping away and continues to believe, and that belief has taken her into the fourth round of a major for the first time at Wimbledon, no less. And Julia Niemeyer, the German, is up next, a player who's also in form, and both of them are going to look for a debut in a Grand Slam quarterfinal. How about that? We have blue skies overhead. What a gorgeous day 5 it is here at Wimbledon. And look at the hill. There's hard to find a spot there. Have we tried that, either of you, today, to sneak onto the hill?
I haven't been on the hill all week. I'm desperate to make it there. Just haven't had a chance. Have you, Laura?
I haven't been out there, but I'm sure if I look hard enough, I can spot a group of my friends who are out enjoying a Pimm's, having some strawberries, working a lot less hard than I am.
Yeah, that's all right. They're enjoying their time, and we're enjoying these looks across the grounds. There's court 14, which is a great one to walk by and see between number 1 and center court. Now, Heather Watson has surely been the story today, but yesterday the story really revolved around Katie Boulter and that huge victory over Karolina Pliskova in center court And this is a shot of her from practice. Getting back out there, Laura, after a big win, take out Pliskova, back to work because you're still in the major, huh?
And she's wearing a Lionesses shirt, which is the England football team, supporting all around. And I think she's just trying to get back out there after such an emotional highs and lows over the last couple of days. You know, it's been a really tough week for Katie's family. As she said yesterday, her gran passed away, but her granddad has actually been with her throughout the whole week. And I just think having that home comfort of her family with her is helping her get back out there. But it's going to be really tough, actually, to get through the next couple of days now that you've had that huge life-changing experience on centre court with the roof closed and the crowd all behind you. I think it's going to be very tough for her to follow that up. But you know, great signs. I saw her this morning. She was in great spirits, and yeah, gave her a big hug as well.
Oh, nice. I love that. And have you had any chat with Katie? I mean, next up, Harmony Tan. That's not going to be an easy one, so I'm sure she's getting a lot of voices in her ear as to how to handle the woman who took out Serena Williams.
Yeah, look, I mean, I caught up with Katie yesterday after her match, and you know, she was on an absolute high. It was an emotional moment for her, and I don't think there was a dry eye in centre court at all after she spoke about losing her gran a few days ago. But I mean, just an incredible performance under pressure. The last two games in particular from Katie Boulter were outstanding. She just continued to go after it. She didn't allow her nerves to get the better of her. And yeah, she managed to hit her way through Karolina Pliskova for the second time in less than a week, which is fantastic. And she'll go into her next match against Harmony Tan knowing that she's got a strong chance. She's got a huge amount of self-belief. Although no opponent will be underestimated, I'm sure she'll do her homework and come out fit and raring to go.
It's just an entirely different matchup, isn't it? The hard hitting of Pliskova, the big serves, and then Harmony Tan, who really slows the pace down and draws you forward. She mixes it up with the slice, and just I think a much different match for Katie to get her head around as well. I don't anticipate that it's going to be on centre again, which is going to be tough, going back out onto maybe one of the smaller courts, and hopefully there's still just as good of an atmosphere, which I'm sure there will be with the Brits all getting behind her. But I think for Katie, you know, so important to work on the slices today with her coach on the practice court, just get used to getting underneath it with the legs, and going to be a very different experience mentally, because I think for a lot of people she's now the favourite going into that match. And you know, after beating a top 10 player for the second time in 2 weeks, I think having that target on your back for the first time in a Grand Slam is not easy.
I like the Lioness shirt, though. That shows that she's ready and roaring to go for that next match against Harmony Tan. We're going now into the number one court, where we were earlier looking at Angelique Kerber, former champion, also just hearing from Kerber when she chatted to Renee Stubbs. But it's Elise Mertens, the 24th seed, who has the first set in hand. Let's go ahead and join this one. This is first game of set two. That's Mertens in the near court serving with a set to the good against Kerber.
First set that she's lost in this year's championships, Kerber. I mentioned at the start of the match, Mertens' excellent record against left-handers. Why does her game style seemingly suit left-handed players?
I think because Mertens prefers her backhand, so the serves of a left-hander is usually going to go slice to the backhand, which is a big help for Mertens. Also, Mertens serves pretty well, so if she can keep her serve here, you know, she just needs one break.
It's been really interesting following Elise Mertens' career over the years. Wasn't particularly a strong junior, but was homeschooled. but winning Hobart as a qualifier actually meant she missed out on qualifying for the Australian Open, or getting into qualifying. Back then she was a player who
40-50.
used a lot of variety, didn't have a lot of pace, something that she's tried to work on.
I think her biggest improvement is really her serve. Her first serve at 114 miles an hour just now, I think, it really makes a big difference. Sets up the rest of your game afterwards. Game Memphis. First game, second set.
Now, I have found and met the most wonderful man, Jared Brown. Tell us a little bit about who you are, your role in what you do, and just why you're so brilliant.
Well, I'm co-founder and master distiller of Sipsmith Gin, the first new gin in London in almost 200 years. In fact, when we began, we discovered that it was impossible to get a license for a new distillery. Because of this Excise Act of 1825 that said you couldn't. So we took on that law and in 2 years managed to get the first license. There were 12 distilleries making gin in Britain at that time. On the basis of our legal work, there's now over 500.
Jared, we thank you. The people of Britain thank you. In particular, me and my mother-in-law, we really thank you. Wow. Okay, so you're co-founder of Sipsmith. Why do you support Wimbledon as well?
I love tennis.
Oh,
I absolutely love tennis.
And English people do love gin too. So
Yes,
it is a lovely
very
partnership.
much.
Yeah.
Well, let's jump back to 1874.
Okay.
The year tennis was born. And interestingly, that's also roughly the same year the gin tonic arrived from India.
Synergy.
Yeah, because there had been English companies exporting tonic water to India. There, it met gin. The story was that it was for anti-malarial.
Yes.
Not
Is that true?
No, not at all.
You just debunked the myth.
If you read the ads and the articles from that time, it was a stomach remedy.
So it had medicinal value.
Of course. Yeah. And it wasn't the English soldiers drinking it, it was everyone drinking it. Actually, the English soldiers were drinking gin, lime, sugar, and sparkling water.
That sounds nice.
Not bad.
Okay.
Oh dear, I'm just racing off to
Not at all.
Cuba for a moment.
Okay, yes.
Where the daiquiri was born, not in the late 1800s, but when the Royal Navy took over Cuba for 18 months, 1762. Before that, Cuba had no tradition of combining spirit, citrus, sugar, dilution. After that, an unbroken tradition up to today. And further proof on that, 1769 Spanish Dictionary of Foreign Terms said, under ponche, aguardiente, azúcar, limón y agua, rum, lime, sugar, water. And then it said, una bebida inglesa, an English drink.
Aha, okay. So you are a historian. You obviously are passionate about your subject and obviously know just so much about it. Why is gin such a great drink, do you think? And why has it become quite trendy? It's had a bit of a moment, I'd say. In the last decade, I feel like it's really come through.
Gin is the most complex of all spirits and can be made so many different ways, following the traditions of gin, of balancing these botanicals driven by juniper, that tiny pine cone where these scales have become fleshy and formed together to give the appearance of a berry, so that birds would eat it and spread the seed of it, which worked. So the Juniperus communis grows subarctic to subtropic, all the way around the northern hemisphere. But you'll only find the right flavor for gin in the North Mediterranean. So all juniper for gin is sourced there to give that soft pine, sweet citrus that's so pleasant, balanced against orange and lemon peel spices to give a rounded, complex, and really enjoyable flavor to it.
Very enjoyable. Okay, in your professional opinion, what is the best mixer or version of a gin and tonic?
Oh, I'll defer to Heston Blumenthal, who, when he opened dinner at the Mandarin Oriental in London, he brought his restaurant teams from all of his other places there to work on it. As a bit of fun, they did a blind matrix testing of garnishes, tonics, and gins. So cucumber, grapefruit, lime, etc. They selected lemon. Tonics, this was a few years ago, they picked a relatively unknown tonic called Fever Tree.
Back then it was unknown.
And an utterly unknown gin they unanimously selected was Sipsmith.
Woo!
So I'll leave that to Heston to say.
Okay, say no more. And also it sounds like simple is often best. Not too much jazz to it, although we have just tried the most amazing cocktail mixed with Lavazza. Thank you so much. Just finally, who are you most excited to see on the court today?
Oh, I'm actually sneaking back to work because we've got to make more Strawberry Smash gin.
What is that?
Well, Strawberry Smash came about when we partnered with Wimbledon, and they had a glut of strawberries because of the pandemic. The crowds weren't going to be allowed to come in. Hullo Farms in Kent, official grower of strawberries for Wimbledon, was still growing the strawberries. So we put our hand up and they brought them to us, and we put them into the still with a classic London dry gin to give this wonderful strawberry undertone to a classic gin, which is our tribute to Wimbledon. It might sound like a new idea, but I've actually found a recipe for a gin in London, 1639, that uses strawberries.
Oh, that sounds delicious. When can we sample it?
Oh, you can sample it here at Wimbledon in any of the bars, and you can also find it in shops across Britain.
Amazing. Thank you, Jared. You are amazing. I've enjoyed every minute of our chat. Have the best day.
Thanks, and you. And enjoy the tennis.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sipsmith Swansea service at Wimbledon.
Your Swansea at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sipsmith Gin. Swansea, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me want to ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I'm from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company. A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
Bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got a ticket to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
Yes, we're bringing you the IBM Power Index throughout the championships here at Wimbledon, comparing those players to see who perhaps has the edge in each match. And that is the scene around the grounds at the moment. Still the rain has stayed away. There has, well, throughout the day really been some dark clouds around, but fortunately the sun is poking through, and it is very, very busy, as you can see there. People making full use of the fact that they're working from home, in inverted commas. I think there's a lot of working from Wimbledon at the moment.
It's the same, yeah, WFW still works, doesn't it, working from Wimbledon? I just hope your boss doesn't spot you on the stream.
Delighted to say Jamie Delgado has joined us once again here on Wimbledon Uncovered. Jamie, there is a buzz around the grounds, isn't there? Despite a few of the big name British players losing in the last couple of days. We've had some success, haven't we, yesterday with Liam Brodie. But there is it's a definite Friday feeling here at Wimbledon today.
Yeah, it's a big difference actually to the other days, isn't it? The amount of people, especially on the hill here, it's literally full, isn't it? You can't get a seat. I saw a couple of reports that some of the attendance was slightly down this week, but not far from it today. It's awesome.
Yeah, because we have such a great job, and I feel like I've won some sort of lottery, and so I just find myself wandering around just in amongst it, and honestly, it is so great. It's 3 years full capacity crowd. It's so great to see everyone back in. The sun makes a big difference, so long may that continue.
And also the interesting thing is how things do move on here at Wimbledon. They're very respectful of the traditions and things that make Wimbledon special, but also over the years you spot these minor little changes that they make. They're always at the forefront of I suppose, the forefront of tennis.
Yeah, I think that's the difficult job they have, is to maintain that tradition and the history whilst also progressing with the times, and I think they do a great job of it. That fine balance, I think they tend to get right. So now, for me, it's the best championships of the year.
How much has changed, since you were playing? Obviously, you've been here many times since as a coach, but since you were playing, is there anything particular that's changed? Because quite a few of the courts are different now, aren't they? The rebuild of Court 2 is a big one, the new Court 3. There's been a lot of changes within the grounds.
Yeah, so much. I mean, I think, like you say, the layout of the courts, I think the quality of the courts as well. When I sort of go back to the first time I played here in, when I was 15, it's 30 years ago now, but the actual courts have improved so much. The player areas behind the scenes, the player restaurants, the player warm-up areas, all those sort of things.
How important is that for players? A top player would always choose to play in a Grand Slam if they can, if they get in, of course. But it does make a big difference, doesn't it, that travelling the tour the world over throughout the year, those little things off the court, the restaurant, the player area, the practice facilities, all of that kind of thing does make a big difference.
It makes a huge difference, and the players are fully aware of it, and I think the fact that the other events around the world have improved as well, it kind of puts pressure on not just Wimbledon but all the events to keep improving, and I think Wimbledon have done a great job with it. Transport, all these things have to be on time, but they do a great job.
What about the courts themselves? I mean, faster, slower, you must have seen the real shift in the way grass court tennis is played. I mean, you said yourself it's been a few years, but I suppose the way we're playing the sport as well has changed a lot.
When I first played here, it was so fast. It felt like the balls were quicker. It felt like the grass was shorter. I don't know if that's actually true, but the balls have definitely changed. And it's, you can tell in the ground stroke rallies that everyone's playing now. Back in the days, it was serve and volley, or if you did stay back, it was really tough to stay back and win points from the baseline. So that's been a huge swift
You mentioned the durability of the courts when you were watching on television back then. By back end of the first week, early second week, they were starting to get really brown, and obviously it was more players serve and volleying, but all the way up to the net, whereas now they're staying green pretty much for the whole of the championships, apart from right on the baseline.
Yeah, and on that baseline it gets really firm, because I think that's where the players are sort of taking the grass away and making the surface harder. It's actually ends up being a quicker court as the tournament goes on. And in that front area, it's still grass, so the ball sort of bounces lower as it has at the beginning of the tournament. So it's different than it used to be, for sure.
We're still getting those. I mean, the Draper match, I mean, 20-25 shot rallies were not uncommon, and we're really seeing what you're talking about, the way that's evolved, and it's fantastic to watch. I mean, I love serve and volley tennis as well, but it's great to see the evolution, and it's nice to to see like a guy like John Isner come in and actually go, you know what, I'm gonna go old school and do his thing with the big serving. It's great to see.
Yeah, I mean, my own personal preference, I would like to see a bit of
variety.
The serve volleys against baseliners. Yes. I find that really fun, just to see who comes out on top, and hopefully on a grass court more often the attacking player would win. I like that contrast of style. I don't like all the time baseline tennis. I like a bit of both.
And we've seen players who've been able to enjoy success on grass do need to maybe not do it all the time like a Sampras or some of the players of old did, but be able to incorporate that in their game with the players that you were working with, Andy, and later Dennis as well. Try to get them to move forward and win points from the net.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important, because everyone's good from the baseline. Everyone moves really well. Everyone's really solid from the back. So how are you going to win points? You're going to outlast them from the baseline, but that's very tiring to do match after match. So you do need to be comfortable finishing points at the net and just making life a little bit easier for you sometimes. It's too tough physically otherwise.
Well, let's get to some tennis. It's been a cracking day here this Friday. We can go to Court 3 live, where Tommy Paul is serving for the match. Straight set so far. Looks like to be a pretty straightforward match so far for him.
Yeah, taking the first set 6-3, 6-2 in the second, and he's about to step up at 5-2 in the third to close it out against the Czech player Jiří Veselý, who has had some good results on grass in the past. Big server, lefty. He's come through qualifying a couple of times here at Wimbledon, so he's got some pedigree on the grass courts. Let's settle in and join the commentators there for hopefully, or potentially, the end of this third set on Court 3 with Paul to serve.
He looks like making a very quick move into the fourth round of Wimbledon, serving for it now.
Love.
Go, Judy.
30 love. Let for service.
So like 3 match points.
Forty 15.
Pretty convincing win in the end for the American, the number 30 seed, Tommy Paul, flying the flag for the Americans here at the championships in the men's singles. You can see what it means to him, hoping to follow in the footsteps of so many great Americans at Wimbledon in the past, the likes of John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors, Pete Sampras, Andre Agassi, to name but a few. He wins in straight sets in an hour and a half. Good work from him today. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2.
It's a quick one, isn't it, for a Friday?
Yeah, Jamie, you've got to be happy with that. An hour and a half, in and out, see you later.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a surprise, actually, to be honest, I think, on this grass court season. I don't think he'd had much success before Queens and played well there and kind of kept it going here. But again, going back to the surface, has slowed down. It gives people, these baseliners a chance to do well. He's got good hands and dictates well with the forehand, and he'll be delighted, yeah.
And what's your view on the future of American men's tennis at the moment? There was a few, I suppose, critical words around after that. There was a gap, wasn't there? A bit of a period of a gap once Roddick retired, and then who was going to be the next big thing? And at the moment, they have got maybe not players up towards right at the top of the rankings, but they have got a good crop of players coming through, and Tommy Paul is one of them.
Yeah, I think there's a few of them. I mean, I think my personal favourite would be Seb Korda, I think, who wasn't able to play here, but I think he's probably got the game to maybe get the highest in terms of...
TFO is great to watch as well.
TFO, really good guy and
big
very excited
well,
to watch.
TFO.
Yeah, he's great. But no, there's a good bunch. My favourite again would be Seb Korda. I think his game has just got a little bit more that he can really get to the top.
We were talking about mixing it up. Should we go and watch a big server over on court number 2? John Isner, what a start to the tournament he's had. I think is he aiming to break the most number of aces ever in a slam? He only needs 4, I think. And you wouldn't bet against him out here today, would you? What a start to the week it's been for him.
I think that 4 aces. I think that's going to take about 5 minutes.
We'll do that in a couple of minutes. Yep, here he is against Yannick Sinner, the number 10 seed. Can he back up that good performance? Great victory over Andy Murray in the second round with another scalp today against the number 10 seed, an exciting young player from Italy. And it is Isner to step up and serve at the start of this match, and we can join the commentators.
Golovkin.
So he praised his serve to the heights, and what's he do? That's the first ace.
15 all.
And he's up to 13,725 now. I mention that because he needs 4 more now to become the all-time leader, a world record, beating Ivo Karlovic. I don't think it's going to take him too long. And that's what Sinner has at his disposal.
Exactly right. Sinner's job is just to get the return back into play as many times as possible, because he's certainly far more mobile in the back of the court, but also more powerful as well.
133 miles an hour. He also holds the record for the fastest ever serve. 157.2 miles an hour. There's his coach, David McPherson. Very good reaction volley.
And that's one of the main improvements that John Isner has made over the last few years. Last 4 or 5 years, I'd say. He's really tried to get to the forecourt more often and has become a very solid volleyer. Has a lot of good touch up there.
Yeah, Isner. First game.
All right, Jack Sock has won 5 matches, count them, 5 to get to the third round. That's because he qualified. He did it the hard way, Jack, but actually today, a great win against Max Cressy, who's a really tough opponent, all those serve and volleys. How do you feel with that win?
It feels good. Yeah, obviously it's been a longer road than the other guys to get to third round, being in Roehampton last week, but it is what it is. It gave me confidence for this week for sure. And Cressy can take the racket out of your hand, as most guys know. He'd be considered a serve bot, I'd say, but also backs it up with some unreal hands and feel at the net. Plays kind of the traditional grass tennis or serve and volley tennis, and I knew it was going to be a tough break. Was somehow able to break him twice at the end of the fourth and keep myself in it instead of having to go to a fifth and probably still be playing right now. Who knows? So yeah, it felt great to get through and into the third round.
How did you weather all those serves and volleys? We don't see that a lot. And also, you mentioned the fourth set. I mean, coming through and not having to play that fifth, that was big for you because you guys came back from last night.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was obviously felt good after last night being up 2 sets. Wish we could have finished at that moment. Felt like I had some good momentum, but obviously Rain, had other plans. And yeah, you try to neutralize as best you can against a guy like that. But like I said, I mean, he can serve a couple games where I don't touch a ball or barely get a racket on it, and then I have a game where I get a few looks, some second serves, and yeah, just tried to be as disciplined as possible, be as annoying as possible with chips and trying to get in points, and as we said, kind of be a pest out there to a degree, which you got to kind of disrupt those guys' game plan, because if they're feeling good and have a lot of reps, momentum going, they're very tough out.
You and Jason Kubler are both qualifiers. The Australian is a former top junior player. He's had a lot of injury challenges, so have you. One of you guys are going to make your way into the fourth round. How do you see that one?
It'll be tough. Obviously, I don't know if he's lost a set. He's been his first round against Evans. I saw some of that. Just checking out the red button over here, watching the matches, and he handled an incredibly good player in Dan, who I played a few weeks ago, and so he's obviously got a lot of confidence. Obviously, playing very well on the grass. So it's going to be a challenge, as anybody is in the draw here. But yeah, I got to go out and back myself. Play my style of tennis. Stick to my strengths and see if it goes well.
Okay, first time back here since 2018 for you. You're a former doubles champion at this tournament. We mentioned the qualifying. You've had so many challenges off the court. Can you take a step back and appreciate what you've been able to accomplish these last 10 days?
Yeah, once I get to the house in a little bit and put my feet up on the couch and red button some matches and relax, it'll be nice for sure. But yeah, it's kind of all happened fast with the Ilkley final. Got in a car service straight here, played the next day at Roehampton. It was less than 24 hours. I was starting qualies here, so I feel like it's been nonstop since that tournament ended. And so yeah, I think it's either going to be after this tournament's over or on one of these. If I have a day off at some point here, I'll be able to take a deep breath and take it all in.
And are we going to see you in the mixed doubles with Coco Gauff? Is that happening?
Yes, we are, for sure. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know the schedule yet, but my guess would be probably singles tomorrow with some mixed at some point would be my guess tomorrow.
And tell us how that came about, you and Coco.
I'm not even a huge Twitter guy, and I happened to open it literally the day she tweeted and said something like, "Does anybody want to team up for Wimby?" And I was like, well, she's really good at doubles. People consider me a doubles guy. I've had some success. So I replied to her tweet and said we'd be a decent team. And then she DM'd me on Insta and said, if you're in, I'm in. I was like, let's do it. Yeah. Heck yeah. Give ourselves a chance to win.
All right, well, you used every social media platform to make it happen.
Yeah. I don't know what else we have, but we're having a blast out there, I'm sure. Obviously, she's an unbelievable talent, already established on the WTA Tour, and always a force and a threat. So I think together we'll be pretty good.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that and also to your singles, Jack. Thanks so much.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Yep, qualifier Jack Sock there is playing another qualifier in the next round, Jason Kubler. And this is what's going on right now on centre court. Novak Djokovic, it's been fairly plain sailing so far for him. A convincing performance from the #1 seed. Taking that first set 6-love against Miomir Kecmanovic, his countryman. Took the second 6-3. And here he is with Kecmanovic serving at the start of the third.
Third. 40-30.
Kecmanovic was thinking here. He tried to use the curler out wide, the short angle, but have a look at how well Novak gets out there. It's the tough shot down the line, but then it's able to push him back to be able to play the short drop shot.
Safe to say all aspects of Djokovic's game are working very, very nicely.
Why not from Kecmanovic? S&V. Pretty old-fashioned.
Advantage, Kecmanovic.
Hasn't had much success from the baseline, so trying something a bit different. Biggest second serve of the match at 110 miles an hour and just dispatched by Djokovic.
Did you speak to David Nalbandian after you'd beaten the living daylights out of him in the final of Wimby?
He seemed quite happy to be out there during the ceremony. I couldn't believe it.
There was also one other funny element about that match. And Nalbandian didn't play on centre court for the 6 matches prior to the final, and the club let him warm up.
That's
on
nice
centre court. That was probably the best bit of the day for him, wasn't it? Probably one.
I didn't think it was, as I walked in from court 8 or 9, I think, warming up on, and saw him in his colours actually on centre court warming up. I nearly fell over.
Appalling behaviour.
finish again against this man.
Deuce.
This forehand volley decided to go back behind. Djokovic stayed at home and did well to control the half volley at the end of it, but you feel like this was a game that could have and should have been won already.
Oh, that's worth a challenge, isn't it?
Definitely. Kekmanovic is challenging the court.
Novak, absolutely convinced. After making a really strong return and doing the tough bit, which is getting a rally going off a good first ball. So a call like that will irritate the returner.
First service, replay the points.
But in the old days, it would have been breakpoint Djokovic. I mean, you've got to love the fact that we've got Hawkeye.
Got to love the technology.
It's just so taxing. It's just so difficult. Sapping. Just wears you out.
Djokovic.
That's just watching him.
Kekmanovic had a lot of good ground strokes in that rally, but he just didn't get any reward because of Djokovic's movement. Then Djokovic's one shot, strong shot down the line, got the unforced error. Now the break point.
Yes.
Come up there, right on the line. Great swinging serve out wide.
Advantage, Kekmanovic.
It's his first ace for the match. That's how hard it is to pass Djokovic with his return of serve.
Let's Juice. Advantage, Kekmanovic. Let's versus. Wickets.
Big hole there for Kekmanovic. You sense, chaps, that he's got to hold on to that serve to have any chance of bringing this game back at all.
yeah, he's really up against it. I mean, he's playing someone who plays a similar game style, but just so much better. So he's not going to get anything for free. Yeah, the beginning of each set, he's just got to try and hang on to a few service games and see if he can just ask a few questions to Novak, but it's going to be very, very tough for him.
Yeah, Novak looking good for that 8th title here at Wimbledon. As you can see, centre court packed out today, but Renee Stubbs caught up with Novak Djokovic when there were just a few less people in the ground.
Novak, it's great to have you back here.
Thank you.
Wimbledon, how is it to be back on the grounds here?
It's an honor. It's an honor to be on this court. As I told you before we started the interview, it's the first time that I'm doing an interview on the stands of a center court in Wimbledon. So of course, after many years and many interviews, it's nice to do something for the first time. I'm excited, you know, as really probably any player that is here in the men's and women's field to compete at one of the greatest tournaments. Of course, this year a bit different circumstances because of no ranking points included, but for me personally it doesn't change. You know, I value this tournament always greatly in my career, so hopefully I can have another successful event.
So, from 7 years of age, I want to know why. Why Wimbledon of all the places? I mean, you are European, so some
Yes.
people say Roland Garros, some people US Open. Why here?
The first tennis match that I've ever seen on the TV was Pete Sampras winning his first Wimbledon. I think it was 91 or 92, and that's something that draws so much attention, my attention to the sport. It made me fall in love with the sport. I asked my parents to buy me a tennis racket, and we were at this Koponik mountain resort in south of Serbia, and then my parents used to run the restaurant, so of course I was, you know, hitting the ball in the breaks when I had school breaks. So we spent a lot of time there, and I was hitting all day against the wall. And so the first image of tennis was Wimbledon center court, grass court. So that's something that as you can't erase. You know, it was something that I always had in my mind, or still do. So of course, having that kind of inspiration to become the best tennis player in the world and win Wimbledon was something that was always motivating me. And when I achieved my childhood dream here in 2011, it was the highlight of my career, of course, and something I'll cherish forever.
So you've walked onto this court as many times as a lot of people. What is the uniqueness of this particular court to you?
Well, everything I think is unique. I mean, the fact that until this year you got to play on the virgin grass as a defending champion, and you know, obviously the royal box. The fact that you don't have, first of all, the fact that you're playing on the grass, which you know used to be the most common surface in our sport and Grand Slams, but now we have it only for a month and a half the entire season. And what I respect a lot and like about Wimbledon, it's that Wimbledon managed to keep the tradition, and there's no advertisements around the court. Mm-hmm. Everything is focused on the players and the tennis. So it's tennis in its purest form. I think that brings a lot of joy to the fans, but also to us players.
So I've asked this question to every player. You know, it's the 100 years of this centre court in particular. But if there was one place that you could build a court and play a tennis match on another unique and incredible stadium around the world, where would that be for you?
A stadium or anywhere?
Well, anywhere. You can say a stadium or anywhere. I've had some very unique answers to this one.
If it can be anywhere, I mean, probably on top of the world, you know, the highest point at Mount Everest.
Well, that's a new.
We wouldn't survive 2 seconds playing there, but yeah, I guess. I mean, now you made me wonder. You know, to be creative, where would I put a tennis court? I played once with Nadal. We played an exhibition match in Argentina, and it was back in 2011 or 12, and we went to the southest point of Argentina to play, to see Perito Moreno, which is an iceberg. And it was during the summertime there. It was, I think, December. And we played, you know, hit some volleys at one of the one of the boats that that was around with Perito Moreno behind us. So that was probably one of the most iconic, tennis images and tennis venues, if you can call them that way. And I've seen, of course, Nadal. I think was it Federer and Andre Agassi. I think back in the days played some balls at the Burj Al Arab in Dubai, those types of things, and I've seen also in Acapulco, I think in Mexico, they play as a pre-tournament advertisement. They play some tennis on the water, so it's, I think there was a lot of experimentation with that, and which is nice, but Wimbledon Centre Court is still probably the best place.
Well, speaking of the Wimbledon Centre Court, if you could come here as a spectator. I mean, fortunately, you've played some of the greatest matches here yourself. But if there was one match that you could sit as a spectator and watch again over the last 100 years of this court, what would it be?
Oh, wow. The match that already happened. It was already played.
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I'd love to see Borg McEnroe. Borg McEnroe, definitely. Federer Nadal as well in 2000 and what was it, 8?
Yes.
Yeah, that match was historic.
So, you've played, as I said, some incredible matches out here. What do you think? What match comes to mind for you, particularly that you have played here, that you feel like has inspired people around the world, or just even people in your own country?
Against Federer in 2019, the one where we went the distance, 12-all. Super tie break for the first time. It was a really special match in every sense. He was serving for it, match points. Statistically, he was a better player in the entire match. I just managed to win every tie break that we played that day. And the match went on for almost, I think, 5 hours or something. And it was the first year that they introduced a super tiebreak at 12-all, and what are the odds of finals going the distance to 12-all? So, yeah, it was definitely the most exciting match that I was ever part of. Can you tell me something that you feel growing up inspired you to a point that made you either a better person, a better tennis player, whatever? That constant ongoing circular process of life and journey that we all go through individually, particularly in our sport as individual sport, is something that I feel for a player is very important to accept and cherish as the most important thing, which is the journey, because the final destination is, and your achievement of your goals, of course, are very fulfilling. But without that journey, it's hard to get to that place. So it's all about process. Well, as you can see right here, this is what you get when you win Wimbledon. Right here is a membership. This will get you in the lounge to have a cup of tea. That's right. And we look forward to you maybe picking some grass up and putting it back in your mouth again for another victory. I would love that. Best of luck over the next 2 weeks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Djokovic relaxed there ahead of the championships and on the verge of an upset on court one. Former champion Angelique Kerber against Elise Mertens of Belgium, the number 24 seed. Mertens has put in a good performance today. Took the first set at 6-4. And here she is with match points to take that second set 7-5. With an epic rally. We don't often see that too much on grass. Mertens up against the lefty Angelique Kerber, who, as we were saying, has a fabulous record here at Wimbledon. Seems like every year we say she's one of those dangerous players in the draw that no one quite wants to come up against. But Mertens does it today with Kim Clijsters watching on. She wins 6-4 at 7-5 there on court number one.
Yeah, and more upset over on court two this afternoon in the sunshine. Fifth seed Maria Sakkari. You can see here to another Maria, confusingly. Double Maria out there. Match point down. Another long rally in the back of the court.
Yeah, Tatiana Maria using the slice on forehand and backhand.
Yeah, you don't see that often.
You don't see too often.
Well, she breezed through the first 2 rounds, Sakkari, and I think maybe wasn't pushed too hard, and perhaps is paying the price for that in this round. Hasn't gone beyond the 3rd round.
Yeah, she's... Jamie, I mean, we're seeing, I suppose, similar in the men's and the ladies' draw at the moment. There are some gaps opening up. It's wide open on both sides.
Yeah, it's opportunities for a lot of players. I think it's a good thing as well. Gives some new players an opportunity to have a good run in such an event like this. Those opportunities don't come around very often for them, so they'll all be nervous and they'll be trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, and who do you think will be making the most of it? Obviously, Swiatek having a great run so far, but was pushed in her last match. She talked about her opponent using the wind better than she did after the match. I wondered what does that mean? I mean, how difficult or not is that to negotiate those conditions?
Yeah, I think it's just getting used to, normally it's one end, you've got to sort of slightly maybe put more spin on the board to control the ball because the ball's flying away from you, and then one end you're going to have to hit the ball a little bit harder. And sometimes the wind can just be a bit swirly, and that can just be tricky just all round, just to get your feet in the right position and miss hitting a few balls. So I think footwork and stuff like that, and just keeping your eye on ball and just sticking to the basics tends to help.
Concentration is key.
Yeah, and play with higher margins as well. Just aim not quite to the lines all the time. Try and get, hit the ball in more of the bigger areas of the court.
Use that cross court, the lowest part of the net.
Yeah,
keep the ball
exactly.
in play.
Yeah. High percentage tennis would work well in windy conditions. Yeah.
Very interesting as always, Jamie. Let's catch up with Olivia again. She was at the queue earlier. Now she's made her way up to Wimbledon Village, which comes alive, as we know, during the championships. Wonder where she's at to now.
Now, we have stumbled across a gem in the heart of Wimbledon Village, the Wimbledon Village Stables. And look who I have here, the magnificent Fudge. Say hi, Fudge. Now, we are from a programme called Wimbledon Uncovered, and we feel we've uncovered something amazing here. What is your name and your role here at this magnificent establishment?
Hi, I'm Claire and I run the office here.
And tell me a bit about why Fudge has this fantastic outfit.
Well, when we got him, we decided that, he needed an outfit for all occasions. So he's got a Christmas outfit, Halloween, tennis, Easter, he gets brought out in Easter eggs.
Little bunny.
Yep, and baskets to carry the Easter eggs around the village.
Oh, yeah. He's absolutely delicious. What is he? Tell us his breed.
He's a miniature Shetland. So he's come here, boy. He is.
I'll leave him to you, Claire. Even though I love him so much.
He'll be 19 this year, I think, and so he's fully grown, and he just wanders about the village every day of his life, really.
Does he? So you don't take him out to the common, you keep him here?
No, he goes out for walks on the common as well, and then also the owner of the stables, his little granddaughter, who's about 2.5, rides him as well. So he's got his own special little saddle for the little kids that he takes riding around the village as well.
The most heartwarming story. Now, are you all tennis fans here? Do the horses like a bit of tennis?
They're a bit confused, I think, sometimes when the tennis circus comes to town, but we do love it. They've all got tennis balls on their bums that we use some hairspray and spray paint that on them every morning, so they get into the spirit of it a bit. Yeah.
I really like the energy here. That you're committed to it. And the stables, it feels quite unusual to me to be in the middle of the high street. Tell us a bit about that.
So it's the oldest riding school in England. It's been the stables have been here for over 100 years. It used to be the coaching inn for the pub next door, for the Dog and Fox, and it's been a riding school since about 1916, I think it is. But as it is, it's been in the current family for 42 years this year, run as a riding school by the same family.
It's a real gem in the heart of Wimbledon Village. So for anyone coming down to the championships, get yourself down here. Can anyone come and just look around?
Yes, we have started opening the gates up to visitors again after the last few years. So yeah, we have this week had quite a few people on their way to the tennis pop in and see the horses, or they've stopped and watched them on the high street, going down the high street.
Yeah, another fabulous thing in SW19. Thank you so much, Claire.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Fudge. I loved meeting you. You're brilliant. Bye-bye.
I don't think I'll be talking about a donkey in a stables.
Horsing around at the stables, huh?
Back to the tennis, live to court 3. On serve, Zhang and Garcia out there. just begin to fill up. We'll leave it with the comms team to enjoy this one.
$15-11.
You have to have phenomenal timing to be able to do that.
Absolutely. What I don't quite understand, though, is go in behind it. Because as we saw there, she didn't. And then she's running backwards to try to hit the next shot.
The difficulty some of the ladies have is that they want to hit the ball flat and hard, which is fine. But if you hit it flat and hard, too hard, you don't give yourself time to get to the net.
$40-15. $40-13.
Yeah, you don't need a spanner to put a screw in, do you?
You have to know when to use the tools that you have.
Deuce.
40 love to Deuce. She's being rushed.
See, that particular shot, it's not the shot to hit a winner off. You're being pulled wide, you've got to get it back into court, you're fighting hard, it's Deuce.
Game, jump. Three games all. First set.
And let's head from court 3, where they're in the fairly early stages of the first set, down to court number 12 to find out who the winner of that match between Zhang and Garcia will face. It was Kerber versus Risk Arbitrage. It's been a really entertaining match between these two. Some epic rallies from the baseline, and looks like we're getting exactly the same here at match point. Back and forth across the baseline. Buzkova, having taken that first set with the match point, 5-3 advantage. The Risk Arbitrage scampering around the baseline.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, to keep the ball in play. And Jamie, we don't often see rallies like that on grass.
No, that's incredible. I mean, it's such a big point, but look at the elation. Well deserved on a match point like that. Yeah, so much good attack, so much good defense as well from both players, it looks like. But only one winner, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it shows there's more than one way to achieve success on a grass court, and it's worked for Alison Risk Arbitrage today, winning that match there on court 12. And she, as we said, will go through to play the winner of Zhang or Caroline Garcia, who are playing on court 3 at the moment, 3-all in the first set at the moment. They're from court 12, back up the other end of the grounds to court 1. And here they come, as if by magic.
I'm excited for this one.
Yes, should be a good one.
I think if we were going to get a big upset today, I wonder if this might be the place.
Do you know what? Oscar Otti's a tricky player. He got a big serve and he kind of plays a little bit different. He slices and comes to the net and it's a bit unorthodox. So it's.
Didn't Andy play him?
Yes.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah,
I remember that match. Oh, was it last year? Yeah.
He loves a grass court.
Yeah, last year was 5 sets with Andy, and I think he made the semis in one of the recent tournaments leading up to Wimbledon.
Yeah, and he lost to Berrettini, so he's got great pedigree on grass.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tricky one. I still expect Alcaraz to come through. I think every match that he plays on grass, he's going to be, gradually getting more confident. I just love his mentality. Apart from his talent, his mentality.
When you were prepping Andy for that match against Oscar Otti, were you quite aware of what was to come? Did you expect it to be that difficult?
We'd watched a few videos. I mean, to be honest, obviously I would know more about him now because he's moved up the rankings so much. And but we did know that he was tricky and he had an unorthodox game of way of playing that could bring a few problems. But I think if you played him now for someone like Andy, he would have seen him more and be a little bit more prepared.
More familiar with this game. We were talking just then about the preparation coming into a tournament like this. Obviously, Alcaraz not having the best preparation, and how, as a coach, you sort of advise your players? Are you encouraging them to try and get as much on the grass as they can, or is it a case of holding a little bit back and not giving everything before the tournament?
You know, well, firstly, it's quite a tough balance to get right. A little bit depends on which player you're working with and what sort of results they've had on the clay court season and specifically in the French Open. I think if you've had a good French Open like Alcaraz had and a tough clay court season, he played so many matches at such an intensity that it was probably a right move for him just to take a bit of a breather. But there is that sort of pluses and minuses. You've got to make a decision. Do you want to make sure that you get the matches on the grass, or do you want to just make sure that you're physically 100% ready? And he's clearly decided that, you know what, I'm playing well enough, I'm hitting the ball well. For sure he would have been practicing on grass, but just coming in a little bit match shy. But
it's so much what I guess is about how the player feels, right? If they're feeling confident, maybe that momentum is, you don't need that, and actually could work the opposite, where if you have an early loss in a warm-up tournament, that actually could have a big impact when you come here.
Yeah, I mean, especially with someone like that if he's going to play a tournament, mentally he's there to win it. So you've got to kind of expect that he's going to be there for the whole week. It's going to take a lot of energy out of him. And going into a Grand Slam, you just want to make sure that you've got 2 weeks worth of energy stored up.
Is there a frustration from some players that the grass court season is as short as it is currently? I know that the dates have changed just a little bit, and there's not much you can do really between Roland Garros and Wimbledon in terms of moving them around too much. But for players who are good on grass, Oscar Otti's a good example. They don't get that much opportunity, do they? It's 4 weeks and it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of players that would like it to be longer, and it's the only little season that doesn't have a Master Series on grass. I think there might be a few conversations, maybe potentially trying to make that happen. But you've only got you got one Grand Slam and one 500. If you compare that to the hard courts and the clay court season, it feels a bit unfair that they're getting to play so much on their favourite surface and you're not. But it does put pressure on that season as well, because there's not many tournaments, so you've really got to do well in these weeks, because they're kind of ones that you've been looking forward to.
If you are just tuning in or catching up on demand, we're alongside Jamie Delgado this afternoon. Obviously, great player in your own right, Jamie, but also really well known for your coaching work with Andy Murray. 5 years you presided over some of his biggest results. As a coach, when you watch these warm-ups, do you still sort of feel the nerves and the pre-match sort of tension?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, especially at Wimbledon, this is what a lot of the other, let's say, smaller tournaments are in preparation for this. So this is kind of all comes down to this day. You've done as a coach, you've kind of done your work. You've prepped the players as well as you could have, and now it's kind of up to the player to pass it over and hope it goes well. But it's the nerves, the tension is. Yeah, it's awesome.
There's discussions around the game, aren't there, at the moment about on-court coaching or coaching from the players' box. It's been, buzz for the last couple of weeks, people's opinion on that. What is your feeling towards that? Is that something you'd like to see incorporated in the game? Is that a move forward that the game needs to make, or stick with what we've got at the moment, where once the player walks out on court, there's no more coaching?
I personally, I like the history of it and the tradition of it. I personally like to keep it to the players. It's up to them. This is their I think it's the only sport where you presently don't have coaching on there, and I think it makes it unique from that point of view. And
it does have that sort of gladiatorial element to it. It's a battle head to head.
We were talking about Liam Brody sort of he came out and said after the match he sort of had to self-edit his tactics halfway through. He lost 11 games in a row, and part of this sport is mental, right? It's such a big part of it. And that's what separates great from good. It's having that capacity to actually realise, this isn't working, and correcting it yourself.
Yeah.
That's hard to do, though.
Yeah, it's tough to do under pressure. You're under stress and things are not going well, and I think that's a skill to have that clarity of thought, to make a little tactical change in the middle of the match. I think it's part of the game that, I love it. But I mean, I also understand the TV side of it. If they're wanting a bit more entertainment, sometimes that overrides it. But yeah, I think you figure it out for yourself.
You could almost write a book about the players' box, people who show up. You get random celebrities, coaches, family members. There's Juan Carlos Ferrero. He's got every reason to be there with the work that he's doing.
Doesn't he? He still looks like he can go out and play 5 sets.
Yeah, he probably could.
He probably could. What moisturiser as he is.
And players approach who's sitting in their box differently. You see players, I mean, Andy was a good example. He was constantly having back and forth with you guys. Yeah. Some pay no attention to who sat in their box whatsoever. They're, just completely in the zone. Was that something that Andy felt like he just needed to do? Sometimes vent his frustration towards who was sat in the box?
I think, yes. I mean, I think it's something that he's done from a very young age. I remember watching him play when he was, in juniors, and it was kind of something that he's just done the whole way through. And yeah, I think for him it kind of worked. And I think the most important thing is, are you fresh mentally and ready to play the next point? And I think you have to say with Andy, he's such a fighter. I think the answer is yes most of the time. So I think not something that you would necessarily encourage the juniors, because you're trying to keep them maybe more focused. But the reality is,
it is a thin line, and we've seen how not outbursts, but having a bit of passion is important for players, isn't it? Safin was a great example on the men's side. Some of the things he did, breaking rackets and things like that, you wouldn't encourage. But if he played completely flat line with no animation whatsoever, he wouldn't have achieved the level he did.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I think it's as a coach, I remember sort of encouraging Andy to show passion on the court, and get yourself going and get the crowd going. It's part of the game, and especially when you're playing here, because you've got the crowd on your side. Use them, and it can help sort of motivate you and inspire you through the game. But I think it's very much a personal thing, and I also think it's kind of fun watching. Yeah. People's personalities. I don't think it'd be particularly fun just to watch everyone not say a word. Yeah, I think character's good, yeah.
Well, big favourite here, Alcaraz, up against the big serving German. Otter loves the grass, really comfortable on it. Really intriguing matchup, this one. Thoughts, predictions?
Alcaraz for me.
Yeah, I think, as Jamie said, Otter has got the potential to test him, but Alcaraz is just such an athlete, so much power from both sides. Once he figures out the movement on a grass court and just refines his game a little bit to suit this surface, and takes the things that work so well for him on clay and a hard court, perhaps return those serves a little bit further into the baseline. The power he can generate on that forehand, we're all breathing out. It is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so beautiful to watch, isn't it? Kind of just fearless, just taking the ball early there, and just so much pace.
He's a real natural, fluid. It seems to come so easy to him. It's a real fluid motion. It's almost sort of Federer-esque. It seems effortless.
Yeah, off both sides as well, and it's.
Has he been one on the men's tour that even from a young age, once he started to come through the challenges, people were saying, right, this guy's going to be a star, or has he improved his game more in the last year or two?
I mean, I didn't know him so much in the juniors, to be honest. I mean, we had heard this name that was coming through in Spanish tennis. I had heard, but I hadn't seen it for myself. But no, the first time I saw him, which was in the last sort of couple of years, his game was kind of excellent right from the word go. He'd be maybe missing a few more balls because he's so aggressive, but when he's on, it's just unplayable almost. It's fantastic to watch. I love watching him.
Yeah, good first game from him, and he is a passionate player, isn't he? Carlos Alcaraz breaks in that first game. Perfect start for him at Leeds 1-love. Let's hear from him speaking to Renee Stubbs prior to the tournament beginning.
Carlos, first of all, welcome. Welcome to Wimbledon. I know it's your second time at Wimbledon, but how happy are you to be back here?
Well, I'm so happy to be back to play here in Wimbledon. Last year was my first time, and I enjoyed a lot. And of course, this special tournament to play on grass that is not very often to play on grass. So I'm so happy.
So for the last 3 years, it's been a tough time for everybody with the pandemic, including Wimbledon. You played here for the first time last year, didn't have a full crowd. So how great is it going to be for you to have everyone in the stands this year?
Well, it's special to have everybody in the crowd, in the stands, and in every tournament. But here in Wimbledon, I remember last year, my first time, I felt the warmth of the people, and as you said, it wasn't a full crowd, and well, hope to the crowd, to the full crowd in the stand, watching my match and enjoying the match is gonna be really good for me.
As you've already spoken about, you haven't had a ton of exposure of playing on grass here at Wimbledon, but the form this year has been incredible. You've certainly made your mark in men's tennis. How are you feeling about your chances here at Wimbledon?
Well, I couldn't play a tournament before Wimbledon. I didn't prepare as good as I wanted, but well, I always go to a tournament thinking that I'm able to do a good result, or that I'm able to win the tournament. So I'm not the experienced player on grass, but I would say my game is could be a good game for grass matches.
So as we're sitting here on centre court, it is the 100th year of this particular court this year. I want to know from you what the earliest memory of this particular court is for you, whether it be on television or in person.
Well, I would say when I see this court, I remember the Nadal Federer 2008 final. It was pretty amazing, and I would say this is my first memories that I remember. When I see the score, I remember this score.
What do you feel like is the unique thing about this particular court?
I don't know, it's so beautiful court. I mean, it's so, let's say, familiar court, you know. I mean, of course, as I said, playing on grass is beautiful, and of course the center court here is I would say, is so beautiful.
Yeah. If you had to put a tennis court down on another great stadium around the world, not tennis related, where would you put a tennis court to play a match, if you could choose?
It's tough. I would say Santiago Bernabéu.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be fun to play a match on Santiago Bernabéu.
Okay. If I could have given you a ticket for the last 100 years to be sitting on this court watching a match, which match would you choose?
Rafael Nadal against Federer, this final in 2008.
Do you think that match, or what is it about this particular court or tournament that maybe inspired you as a young player to want to play tennis?
Watching all historic matches, all the greatest tennis player ever playing in this court, watching the matches, watching everyone love playing here, inspire a lot of young players, of course. As I said, watching the best tennis matches in the world, you think that one day you want to be in the position of the best players. So inspiring me a lot watching a lot of matches here.
Now, a lot of players, a lot of commentators, we like to kind of compare players, and the thing that a lot of people talk about with you in particular is that you're kind of a combination of a lot of the great players, right? You have the movement of a Novak, you have the capacity to come into the net like a Roger, and of course you have that fire in your belly like we see with Rafa. Do you think that your type of tennis can translate to playing on grass? Because you do, particularly in my opinion, like to come into the net, and of course you have a big serve. So do you think maybe Wimbledon might be the first big tournament that you can win?
Could be. It's an option. Of course, as I said, I'm not an experienced player on grass, but I would say if I'm playing more matches and tournament on grass, my level is gonna grow up and on on grass, and my game is gonna be adapt pretty well on grass course. So I could say I will be a great player on grass, and of course it's gonna be a dream to win here in Wimbledon.
Yeah, is it the one tournament for you that you dreamed about? Because we've spoken to other players, and some have said that this was the dream tournament for them. Others have said Roland Garros or whatever. But for you, what is the one tournament that you feel like, well, if I won that tournament, I feel like I've made it?
It's tough. It's tough to choose one, but I always say that this tournament is the most beautiful tournament for me. So I would say this one is more special for that. For me, it's the most beautiful tournament.
We spoke to a lot of local people in this area about the inspiring moments in their life, and maybe it's just seeing their kids ride a bike or do something special. But for you, is there a moment where you felt really inspired to be, whether it be a better tennis player or person in general?
I don't remember one moment or one thing that I remember to inspire me. Just to watch historic matches and historic players, not just in tennis, just in other sports. You know, I always want to be in the memories or everyone. You know, to play historic matches in historic moments. So I would say a lot of players or athletes, let's say, in historic moments inspire me a lot.
Well, Carlos, it's been an amazing couple of years for you. You've risen up the rankings, and I suspect we might see you one day holding that beautiful trophy on this particular court, and it'll be an amazing moment for you. So good luck with these next 2 weeks, and well, for the rest of your career.
Thanks
you
very
for
much.
joining me.
Carlos Alcaraz, one of the most exciting stars in the men's game. Let's get back on centre court, and Novak Djokovic has been a commanding performance from him, the #1 seed today against Miomir Kecmanovic, a fellow Serb, the #25 seed, but no problems at all for Novak. Took the first set 6-love. There were worries that Kecmanovic might not even win a game. He was so much the second best player in that first set. 6-3, Djokovic took the second, and then 6-4 in that final set. And he is showing the appreciation to the centre court crowd. We saw Goran Ivanisevic back in the coaching box there. There's his son, pleased with his dad's day's work. And another convincing win for Novak Djokovic, and he's looking good, James.
Yeah, it's a big statement of intent now. I think there were people that thought this could be a bit of an interesting one. Obviously, a big Serbian duel out there, but it wasn't to be. Novak looking good for the 8th, and the men's draw as well. You struggle to think who might be in the way of that, don't you?
Yeah, no, I think Djokovic, you get the feeling that, you know, given what happened in Australia, not able to add to the tally there, the fact that as things stand at the moment, he's not going to be able to play the US Open, that he feels that these are his opportunities that he can't let slip if he is to break that record and win the most number of Grand Slams ever on the men's side, which is something that, you know, even if he says in his interviews it's not something he thinks about, that is, he wants to write his name into the history books.
Well, he's got a great chance to do it, you feel, over the next couple of weeks. I mean, you've got to say that was pretty impressive.
It was. So Djokovic through. He is in the 4th round. We already know his opponent in the 4th round, Tim van Riethoven from the Netherlands. Andrew Lloyd Webber there, watching on from the Royal Box on centre court.
It's weird seeing him without a piano, isn't it?
Theatre
You sort of expect him to sort of just burst into song.
There on centre court. So yes, Van Riethoven awaits for Djokovic. Van Riethoven, a wild card here at the Championships, having won a title pretty much out of nowhere in the build-up to Wimbledon. So he is certainly an informed player. Will he be able to test Novak Djokovic in that coming match in the 4th round? We shall have to wait and see. But Djokovic still on court, and here he is speaking to Rishi for his post-match interview.
Novak, congratulations, another straight sets win today. The first 2 sets almost flawless, a little bit harder work in the 3rd. What's your own assessment?
Thank you. I gotta say this again, of course, I don't take your presence for granted, so thank you for coming out and supporting tennis, supporting both of the players. I appreciate that. I thought I started off very, very well, very strong, with a lot of good intensity, good focus. I know Miomir quite well. You know, we train a lot, obviously, coming from Serbia. I'm really glad that him alongside a couple of other players are doing well, and I wish him all the best. You know, hopefully we'll get to play many more times on the center courts of the biggest tournaments.
Miomir describes you as someone that he looks up to, and we can see why. Today, your 330th win in a Grand Slam match. What does that number mean to you?
Well, it means that I've been playing for quite a few years, which I'm very grateful for, and I'm very blessed to be in the position, obviously, to compete at the highest level and to secure more wins in the Grand Slams. You know, obviously, those are the tournaments that historically matter the most in our sport. So I've been, just very proud of the consistency on this level.
We know that a 7th Wimbledon title is definitely in the focus. The progress that you've made from Monday and the opening match to today, how has that pleased you, and how much more is there to come?
Well, honestly, I think I've been playing better and better as the tournament progresses. So, I mean, that's obviously something that you know, you always wish for as a player, that every match that you play, you raise a level of tennis up a notch at least, and I think that's what is happening at the moment. So I know I can always do better. I always expect the highs from myself, but I think so far so good, and looking forward to the next challenge.
A worrying thought for the opposition. Congratulations,
thank you.
Novak Djokovic.
Immensely popular man. Look at that, taking it all in, and rightly so. What a performance from Novak Djokovic there. On the 5th day here at Wimbledon, and the temperature has somewhat dropped a little bit as we head in towards the evening. That has not slowed Olivia down. We've seen her in the queues, we've seen her making coffees. She was with a donkey, I think, about 20 minutes ago.
Was that a donkey, was it?
Where she is now, Adam, is anyone's guess, but we shall go and find out over in the village. What is going on, Olivia?
Welcome to Wimbledon Village. That's right, we've broken off campus and we decided to head into town to see what they're doing for the championships. And they are doing loads. And as is customary, they are having their window competition. This year it's all about, as you can see, these beautiful purple flowers and decorating shop fronts in homage to Wimbledon and the tennis championships. The key to knowing if the store of your choice is involved is this green sticky tape. They all have that if they have participated. The best bit is it's a competition. They can win. I'm not sure what they win, but it's up to the public to decide which shop wins with their decorative display. And it makes Wimbledon Village look amazing. It's already a beautiful place to come, to have a nibble, shop, pop to, you know, get your bits and bobs. But look, it's so stunning. They've all got involved. They're trying to really get everyone here looking involved. Thank you. Lovely to see you too. So here we are. I'm just going to go up and down and see which shop gets my vote for the window competition. Now, I found Jana, who is the manager of the most gorgeous gift card and stationery shop in Wimbledon Village. She's also Chief Merchandising Officer of the store. And what a display you put on for us today.
Thank you.
What went into the, you know, the inspiration and the design concept?
Well, obviously you've got the tennis, so we needed a game going on, but the Jellycats, kids absolutely love them in Wimbledon. They go mental for them. So I thought, instead of just having your normal spectator, I want to have an octopus in a jumper, some fruit and veg, you know, everyone loves them, so yeah.
Okay, so the game is that the bunny's playing, the giant bunny's playing, and then the spectators all these gorgeous stuffed toys.
Indeed.
Love it. Love what you've done there, and love your kind of nod to London and all the kind of main attractions of London as well.
Yeah, well, last year we opened up the shop and we didn't have an opportunity to have a soft launch because obviously COVID. So this year we've got all the tourists coming in and we're like, yeah, let's make it a Wimbledon London tennis theme.
And have you found that there's been a lot more people here in the village since Wimbledon started?
We've had a bit of a weird one actually. We found it's a lot busier in the evenings, but the daytime it has been quite quiet this year. But yeah, last year we obviously can't really tell because it was COVID and it was a lot different. So
aren't you so pleased to be back though, up and running, welcoming guests in?
Yes.
And have you got involved with the tennis spirit? Have you got a match on back, like behind the till?
We don't actually. We have been throwing a few tennis balls around in the shop, but no matches unfortunately.
Okay, well we hope you get to see something, and thank you so much. And your window display is brilliant. I hope you win.
Oh, fabulous, me too. Vote for us, guys. Vote, vote, vote.
The most famous court in tennis, center court, turning 100 this year. There's going to be a very special celebration on Sunday, and Alex Willis is going to talk us through many of those aspects. Alex, first off, let's talk about Sunday on center court. We're going to have a middle Sunday, an official middle Sunday of play, but we've also got some other special proceedings inside the Cathedral of Tennis.
Yes, we're absolutely thrilled that we're going to be playing on Middle Sunday for the first time as part of the permanent tournament schedule. Yeah. And we thought, what a better way to pay tribute to this wonderful court than dedicating the first ever Middle Sunday to those centenary celebrations. What's really nice about it is that the tennis will be the normal tournament. It'll be, of course, the first half of the fourth round. But from a spectator perspective, we're actually going to have a very different crowd. So the idea was to pay tribute to the People's Sundays of years gone by. We're going to have members of the local community, we're going to have school children, tennis clubs, charities, lots of different groups in attendance to try and create that wonderful atmosphere and pay tribute to centre court.
Yeah, that atmosphere, it's going to be buzzing, isn't it? And before the matches get underway, there's going to be somewhat of a special ceremony. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, so we thought we'd have a feature presentation, as we're calling it, to pay tribute to centre court, looking back at its history. Luckily, we've got Sue Barker, John McEnroe and Claire Balding presenting. Tim Hedman's going to pop in. And they're going to look back at the court, but also look forward to the future and talk a little bit about where centre court may end up in this sort of sporting legacy. We're going to have some former champions there in attendance, and then there's going to finish with a musical performance by the British singer-songwriter Freya Ridings.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Also, NHS workers are going to be invited for that day, and some local Ukrainian refugees. Is that right?
You're exactly right. We thought it was a very good opportunity to continue what we did last year by inviting COVID heroes to Wimbledon to share in the celebration with us, coming from all sorts of different aspects of Department of Health, public transport and so on. And also thinking particularly about the crisis that we're living through at the moment in Ukraine and how easy it is to forget about that. We've got over 1,000 refugees who've settled in Merton and Wandsworth coming to join us for the day.
Wow.
We've also got, I think, around 500 refugees from Afghanistan and Syria also coming to join us for the day.
Wow, incredible stuff, and obviously the celebration on the court. Now, we've seen the little changes, the players walking right out onto center court. That's been amazing this year. But how has this Cathedral of Tennis, as a lot of folks call it, how has it modernized both interior and from the exterior too?
Well, and I think you know, Nick, over many years you've been here, that we talk about Wimbledon wanting to have this idea of always changing, but always staying the same at the same time. And so we talk about not wanting to lose the essence of what makes it special, but making sure that we're improving and innovating to make sure that it stays at its peak, at the pinnacle. And so when you look at centre court, it felt like it needed some love and attention. It's had a nice coat of paint. We've put in some new seating from an accessibility perspective. We've also reintroduced some old characteristics that used to be in the court when it was first opened in 1922. There's a technical architectural term for them. I'm going to call it cross-hatching. And that's been reintroduced all around the inside of the bowl to pay tribute to the past. And then we've got the wonderful new central entrance. So modernising the way that we do the covering of the courts, we didn't need to have so much space at the back of the court anymore, dedicated to a lot of heavy machinery and equipment. So having looked at that, being able to bring those structures back, expand the depth of the court, we thought, well, why not change the way that the players walk on and actually create this wonderful theatrical arrival. There's also the new chair on the court for the umpires, which is also on number 1 court, and a few other things as well.
I've also appreciated, in a lighter moment, a couple times players going left out of the coming out of center court inside there in the players area. But wait, that's the new entrance right onto the court.
Well, what's also been very interesting, we like to create these new traditions, Middle Sunday being a new tradition. We're used to the famous scene of the champion coming out on the balcony, not far from where we're standing here, and the crowds gathering for that to happen. There's a new crowd gathering, which is that before a player is about to walk out onto centre court, there's a very concentrated group of people outside the doors, because they know that they can be seen in the background. Cool. They get a glimpse of the players coming out, and they can see all the way through to the court, which is really nice. I
love that. Lastly, 100 years, we're celebrating the centenary. What's the next 100 years hold for centre court?
I really hope that the purity of what has been delivered here over time remains. If you think about this beautiful, unmistakable stage, grass courts, white clothing, the atmosphere, the quiet, the noise, and really just some wonderful champions and newcomers battling out, to their heart's content. We actually went to a local school and asked some school children to envisage what they thought the future of centre court in 100 years' time would look like. I won't spoil it for you. I'll just say their answers were very detailed. So take a look.
All right, can't wait to see that. Center court celebrating a special birthday, 100. Happy birthday, Center Court. And Alex, thank you so much.
Thank you.
There is the magnificent centre court, the famous ivy. They always seem to keep perfectly trimmed and in check on the side of...
And yet I can't keep a shrub alive at home.
Oh, well. Some people are just green-fingered.
Some people are born with
not.
it, yeah.
Well, this is the scene inside centre court at the moment. Cameron Norrie, the number 9 seed, on the left-hand side of your screen there. Left-hander against Steve Johnson, the American. An experienced campaigner now on the men's tour, unseeded at this year's championships, but a great opportunity for Cameron Norrie. He's in that little bit of the draw where it's started to open up some chances for players who haven't been to this stage or even further of a Grand Slam to get to that stage, and he will be hoping to make the most of his chance today.
Yeah, the sun coming out from him as well. You can feel there's a little bit more of an energy. It's just picking up as we head into the evening. It's about sort of 5:30ish local time here in SW19 as Cam comes out. The hill is filling up as we head into hopefully a pretty successful Friday night.
And as we see there, a chance for him to go to the furthest point in a Grand Slam that he's ever been before. He's been to the 3rd round at all 4 of the Grand Slams now, a couple of times at 2 of them. And he's had to work hard to get to this stage. 5 sets. A few people were surprised by that against Jaume Munar, the Spaniard, mainly a clay courter in the 2nd round. But Norrie was able to battle hard to get through in 5 sets to this stage to face Steve Johnson.
We had sort of that frustrating match against Federer in 4. A lot of people's, fantastic match, and I think sort of really set a precedent for what he's all about. So hopefully this time around can come out and do a lot better. But as you said, never been past the 32 at Wimbledon, so big occasion. He won't be faithful at that, wouldn't he?
And a big occasion as well for Steve Johnson, 32 years of age now, has been up as high as number 21 in the world, just tucked inside the top 100 at the moment at 93. 4-time winner on the ATP Tour. And you have to say, looking at that grass and Wimbledon is his best surface in terms of the Grand Slams. He's been to the 3rd round at all of the other 3 Grand Slams, but he got to the 4th round here back in 2016. Fortunate a little bit, having lost that opening set in the 1st round against Grigor Dimitrov. So much expected of Dimitrov, a real crowd favourite here at Wimbledon, but Johnson was able to get through that, and then he broke British hearts in the 2nd round. Ryan Penniston, who's won himself a lot of fans in the last few weeks with his performances at Queen's and then Eastbourne, and he's got a chance to beat another British player in Cameron Norrie, the number 9 seed today. So let's settle in and join the commentators there on centre court for this 3rd round match.
If we need some drama, we have somebody who can provide the music as well, or at least write it. Sir Andrew Lloyd Webber, amongst those watching on from the best seats in the house.
30 seconds.
They come in before they start or not?
I hope so. Guys, you haven't brought you the towels yet? I know, but I called.
Yes, here we are. Folk a little slow retaking their seats after the Djokovic match. They've gone for a breather, gone to stretch their legs, gone for refreshments, but they'll be back soon enough to see this man, Cam Norrie, 26-year-old Briton, shot up the world rankings over the last 18 months, and here for the first time on this court, on this grand arena, as the British number 1, and he's loving the pressure, the expectation that comes with all of that, up against the 32-year-old American, the Californian, Steve Johnson. Norrie won the toss, chose to serve first.
Play.
Promising start to the match. It will be one of patience.
15 love. Love.
Norrie, along with Liam Brodie, the 2 Britons who have made it through to the 3rd round of the men's singles. Brodie looking forward to playing Alex de Minaur tomorrow, the Australian who beat Jack Draper.
40-15. Thanks, Cam. Well, Cam, hi, welcome back to Wimbledon. I guess the first question is, how does it feel for you to be back here?
It feels great, very special to be back. Obviously, yeah, it's my home slam, so feeling good and ready to get going. Obviously, I'm playing on Monday, so straight up and looking forward to getting after it.
How great is it? And, you know, Wimbledon's obviously, and the tennis world, the world in general, has gone through a bit of a tough time over the last 3 years. What's it going to be like for you, particularly being a hometown guy, to play with a full crowd at Wimbledon this year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be great seeing everyone and the atmosphere they bring, obviously, and then us players getting to play with a full crowd and full capacity and not having to be in a bubble. So it's going to feel good, and especially I live just around the corner, so it's easy for me, and lucky I get to sleep in my own bed and come here and compete. So really looking forward to it.
It's been a tremendous 12 months for you. The ranking rise has been just amazing. The form coming in here, what do you feel like, you know, where's your game at right now, and what do you think the future holds the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think ideally it would be nice to get a couple more matches on the grass. Playing a few more at Queen's would have been good, and then last week I got a couple in, which was nice. But it is what it is, and I got yesterday to rest, and I got the weekend to prepare as well as I can, and for me it's looking to make the second week of a slam for the first time, and yeah, it's nice to tick that box, like you said, being in the top 10 and having a pretty steady progression. But I think there's a lot of things in my game that I can improve on, and I think especially on grass, I think if I can do the fundamentals well and serve and return, I think it's going to be a big factor in how well I do in the next couple of weeks here.
As you can see behind us, it's the 100th year of centre court here. What was your first memory of centre court, whether it be on television or in person?
Yeah, I was obviously watching a lot of Wimbledon over the years, but my first memory playing on here was against Nishikori, and he absolutely chopped me up straight set, so it was a pretty quick memory. But yeah, I got to share the court with Federer last year actually, and played a close match with him. So yeah, mostly good memories here, and such a special court, such a special venue in general. So it's crazy to think there's been 100 years of play on this court.
What's the uniqueness about this particular court that's different from anywhere else in the world?
Obviously, if you look at it, you see how pristine the grass is, and when you walk out, it's super special. And you got the royal box just behind there, and it's, yeah, very cool, and definitely an iconic part of tennis itself, and has a lot of history and a lot of historic matches been played on this court. So overall, I mean, it's cool in general, and yeah, the grass is amazing.
When that schedule comes out and you see your name on centre court, do you think about the uniqueness of that here?
I think for me, when I was playing Roger, that was insane. You know, seeing that. I just played Rafael on centre court in Philippe Chatrier,
yep.
So that was cool to tick that box. And then I was going to play Roger here, so I was like, wow, insane. And my phone was going off the hook, and tickets.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was very cool to experience that, and obviously share the court with him, and to be playing here and play a couple times on this court is very special. Hopefully a couple times this year as well.
Well, we're seeing some of the unique things we're seeing right now, that you have to water this particular centre court. If there's one match that you could sit here in the crowd and watch over the last 100 years, which one would that be?
Either one of the typical Roger Rafa finals, or I'd say when Andy won his first Wimbledon. I've seen that video 1,000 times where he takes his hat off and throws it, and
yeah.
So, and the atmosphere sounds incredible in that one, so it'll be pretty cool to be watching that one, I'd say, when Andy won.
Wimbledon are doing some pretty special things across the street. They're building extra courts for collies to be here, and also more practice courts. How great is it that Wimbledon are really trying to even expand and do the things they're doing so many years, being in the same place and this?
I mean, they do an insane job of doing that and treating the players well. It's it's you come in, you feel special, and you get special treatment being a player, and you feel good, you know, and especially doing that and having the qualies here, you know, it's a little bit it's interesting, and so obviously having to play at Roehampton, it's kind of you're in the tournament but you're not, and so I think them doing that is definitely going to make those players feel more special and definitely more part of the tournament. So and then obviously buying the land, you know, that's so cool, and it's going to be very cool to see how they do it, and with so much money and everything behind it, and it'll be very cool to see how the finished product of everything, and it's only going to get better and better.
Well, Cam, I hope you walk to and from your house many times and have an opportunity to play on this court. Best of luck during the championships.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
It's amazing who you bump into down at Wimbledon Village. I've only gone and met Don, one of the judges of the very window competition that we've been talking about. Don, this is an honour. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, on this sunny day in Wimbledon Village.
Now, the window competition. It's important to note, as you just reminded me, this is a serious thing. It's backed by big brands who are involved in the championships, and all the shop owners who do participate do take it seriously. Tell us a bit about how the process works if you own a store in Wimbledon.
Well, as I understand it, the organisation is led by someone called Kimberly, and she writes to all the shop owners in the village and says, do you want to take part? And if they do take part, then they have to use the official the official Slazenger balls, I should say, and the Babolat tennis rackets. Those are the two big brands that sponsor it. And then they all decide to take part. Not all of them, but we have 66 businesses who are taking part, which is quite a lot for a village. And they do their displays.
Sorry, go.
They do their displays, and then we have about, I think she has about 8 to 10 independent judges, all from different backgrounds. So my background is actually marketing, so I understand a bit about branding and point of sale and so on. And I'm also a club tennis player at Richmond Tennis Club. So
really, two of your big interests are perfectly suited to this. Some of the displays we go past are absolutely incredible, and they put so much effort in, like this one we found. Some, it's more like a couple of tennis balls. So why do they just do a couple of tennis balls? Are they really going to kind of rank in this?
No, the shops or businesses that do a couple of tennis balls or a couple of posters, they won't get very far. You look for a lot of things. You look for wit. So the Hampton's estate agents, for instance, they've tied in and used lots of words associated with buying a home with also playing tennis, and that's they put some thought into it. Other businesses do have professional merchandisers who come along. Sweaty Betty is one of those. It looks like that's done by someone who's an expert in that field. But sometimes it's just the owners who really put the effort in. There's a Thai restaurant called Thai To. They have won many prizes before, and they really do put a lot of effort in. So it's a whole variety. But some of the businesses have got 6, 8 out of 10, out of 20, and some of them will get into the high teens, depending on how much effort and how good it is.
It's really a lovely thing. It's great community spirit. Did you still do window displays last year, or is this year have you come back kind of bigger and better since we've resumed normal service?
Yes, I mean, there were window displays last year. I didn't take part on that occasion because I also work at Wimbledon as a medic, so I had commitments there. But I did promise Kimberly that I would do it definitely again this year. So Wimbledon is back in full swing. Last year we had reduced capacity. This year everyone's back. COVID is hopefully on the decline in the longer term picture. Anyway, there's been a recent hike. That's how it works, and I think it will carry on. It's a very good event for this village because obviously Wimbledon is world famous because of the tennis. The village is one of the nicest in the whole of London, and it also promotes the businesses themselves. So it encourages people to come to the village, go into the shops, have a drink, buy a meal, buy some clothes, whatever it might be, and obviously that's good for everyone.
I agree entirely. I really think it adds so much. And just finally, can you give us a sneaky, I guess, breaking news story here as to who might top the leaderboard this year?
Well, Kimberly would certainly tell me off if I gave any sneak previews. Some of the previous winners, such as Taito and the Giggling Squid, which is a very nice restaurant, are scoring highly this year in my book. But I don't think I'd better be any more specific than that. Otherwise, Kimberly might not invite me back again. So, you know.
Don, thank you so much. I'd like to just give a nod to that lovely gift card shop. Very creative young lady in charge of that one. Thank you. I hope all your judging goes very, very well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No matter how small, how tiny, or how minute, the technicalities, the particulars, the seemingly insignificant. At Wimbledon, these details matter. And this year with Oppo, we'll capture the detail like never before. In low light and high intensity. Because when you take care of the detail, the rest takes care of itself. Greatness. It's all in the detail.
Welcome to the Sip Smith Concierge service at Wimbledon. Your Swancierge at Wimbledon, the official tennis of Sip Smith Gin. Swancierge, like a concierge, but ginier.
Straight up. Yeah, bounce. Yeah, come on, bounce. Woo, woo. Go, go. Woo. Yeah, it's the kind of vibe I like. Make me wanna ride with the window down all night.
It might be a long wait, but there is plenty to do along the way. Welcome along to Around the Ground with Amex. The championships are back, and so too is the famous queue. People come from all over the world to join this iconic line, soak up the unique atmosphere and tick it off their bucket list. Lovely to see you here in the queue. Where have you travelled from today?
From Chicago. I've come from India.
I'm from Japan. It's so hard to get tickets every year, like even through the ballot. So it's nice to know that there's always a way to go to Wimbledon.
People are so excited, even though it's 5 in the morning, and people are popping champagne.
Come early and come rested, because you won't get much sleep.
Hello all. Listen, I want to know your top tips for getting the most out of the queue.
Good company. A jacket.
Food.
I'd say bring a blanket.
A bottle of Prosecco.
And to keep you entertained whilst you're waiting in the queue, you can pick up an American Express radio and one of these, a queue survival kit. Is this a bit of a bucket list moment for you all?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're over the moon that we actually get to do this.
I have got to get to Wimbledon in this lifetime.
All right, in her 35th Grand Slam appearance, Tatiana Maria is into the 4th round for the first time. A big win today over Maria Sakkari. Congratulations. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I mean, first time in the last 16 here in Wimbledon. I love Wimbledon. It's one of my favorite Grand Slam tournament, so I'm only happy.
Sakkari is such a tough player. You played her earlier this year, but coming in here, you had that comeback win against Sorana Cîrstea in the previous round. How are you feeling about your game coming onto court today?
Yeah, I think I played a pretty good game from the beginning till the end. I stayed aggressive. I went to the net a lot. I mixed my slice with my forehand spin. I served well today, so I mean this helps me a lot in my game. And I think, I'm happy that I could win this today in two sets.
What's the magic about this Wimbledon for you? You've got your family here, Charlotte, who's 8, Cecilia is just still a baby, but it feels like you've got some sort of glow around your tennis.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know. Sometimes it happens like this and it goes and you keep going and you keep going. I mean, every match was a tough one. Even the first round, I won only 6-4 in the third, so, you know, in Grand Slam, you never have an easy round, so you just focus on your tennis, on your tactic, and you want to keep going. And I mean, that's what I do and what I will keep doing.
I read this. Tell me if it's right that you changed your backhand from 2 hands to 1 hand on one of your maternity leaves. Tell us about that. What was the reason for that?
But the reason was because I played really only slice on my backhand and I never played a 2-hand backhand. So my husband said to me that he wants to change my backhand to a 1-hand backhand. So at first I thought he's crazy, but you know, I trust him so much, and I mean he did the right decision. We did it, and it feels like I never played something else. So for me it was the perfect decision.
We mentioned Charlotte, your 8-year-old. What does she think about the way that mom keeps winning at Wimbledon?
I still didn't see her now because I was a little bit afraid to go over there, because if the baby sees me, then she want to come with me and I would not be here doing interviews. So that's why I still keep waiting, but I know that she will be super happy because she loves the crash. She loves to stay longer, and she told me this morning that it will be good if I win to stay longer here, so that's what I'm doing.
Oh, I love that so much. We've got Serena, we've got Janina Wickmeyer, yourself. There's other moms on tour too, but you continue to send that message that your family is this traveling unit, your husband is your coach, and mom can do anything on court.
Exactly. So that's, I'm super proud to be one of the role models to do this. And I wish we can get more and more help to help the mom, to come back on tour, because I mean, it's not easy, and we are getting more and more moms back on tour. So I guess it makes it, it's good. I mean, for the world to show that it's possible to have a family, to go back and to play your best tennis, to do what you want to do. That's why we are here, and I think that's nice.
You beat a big hitter today in Sakkari. Cîrstea is a big hitter as well. Next up, you've got another big hitter in Jelena Ostapenko, the French Open champ from 2017. How do you prepare for that match?
I mean, my husband, he will give me the tactic, that's already for sure. But, she's a tough opponent. She plays super aggressive. It will be a tough round again. I mean, for the moment, I just enjoy that I won today against Sakkari, and tomorrow it's a new day. We're going to think about the next round. So, like I said, my husband, he will tell me, and I will do it.
All right, go give those kiddos a hug. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And she's got her again.
It's got to be the 3rd time she's used that tactic successfully. Draws Eubank forward and then measures the wall perfectly.
Michelle, I told her to do that. I told her to do that. 5-2. So watch out for the non-TV.
And these are absolutely fabulous shots that we get from the wire cam here at Wimbledon. And there we are in the distance. You can see us waving now from our position above court number 8 here at the Championships. 380 metres long, the wire cam from one end to another, and that gives us those absolutely fabulous shots of the grounds here at the All England Club. Anne Kjothavong, Daniela Hantakova with me here, as we said, above court 8. One of the great, I mean, we've had it for a couple of years now here at Wimbledon, but the shots, I mean, it's fairly easy to film a place like this that's absolutely beautiful with the flowers and the stadium courts, but a wonderful innovation for the television coverage.
Yes, and I believe of all the slams, Wimbledon's wire cam hasn't failed, hasn't dropped on anyone, dare I say it.
Because that was an innovation. I don't know if it was around when you were playing, but the innovation of having that inside the court. Some of the events you see it where they, particularly during the warm-up, it's swooping up and down.
It was
that put me
scary.
off.
Yeah, exactly. Especially sometimes it was so close that you're like, oh, can I actually do my backswing because I'm going to hit something here? But that's where, you know, the images and the impressions of the tournament got so much cooler. And I think it just gives the fans such a great perspective and what it's like to come here. And like we've been saying the last few days, there's nothing like, you know, what you get to experience, not only watching the matches, but everything around.
And it gives you, I think, as well, what I see when they use the shots from there, the sense of scale and how big the grounds at the All England Club
43
here.
acres.
Yes, and getting even bigger, aren't they?
Getting even bigger,
in a few years when the qualifying event is moved here, the grounds are getting bigger and bigger. Just to give people a comparison who haven't been to all of the slams, I think Roland Garros is the smallest in terms of area. The size, I suppose, and the different feel that you get at all 4 of them.
Yeah, Wimbledon is unique. It is different in so many ways, and you're really walking into an English garden. I mean, the flowers everywhere are just something like nowhere else. The attention to detail, I think Wimbledon, do it much better than any other tournament, and that's why players love coming here. That's why fans love coming here, and that's why everyone talks about it being the best Grand Slam on tour. And I think one of the biggest advantages for players is, you know, you're always looking at that connection from the locker rooms to the practice side, and you know, having the tunnel going through court 1 and basically showing up at Aorangi without having to really go through the fans. That saves a lot of energy, and I think that's what players appreciate very much.
And Anne, I know you spend a lot of time here at the All England Club, not just during the championships, but throughout the rest of the year, and the amount of work that goes in to keeping this place that beautiful over the course of a year, it's not a coincidence.
No, there are a lot of people involved who do an incredible job year-round, getting this place in tip-top shape. And like I said, it's the attention to detail that makes this place so special, because there isn't anything or nothing that no one hasn't thought of to make this experience as special as possible for those who have the opportunity to come and visit.
And also what surprises people is the minute the championships finishes for this year, a couple of days off, maybe a holiday, but it's not long before they start planning next year's tournament.
No, it's straight away, the week after, pretty much. These grass courts, though, stay as they are for a number of weeks until mid-September, and then they scarify it, dig it up. I don't know what the technical terms are, but members are allowed to bring guests and play on these grass courts over the summer, which is an unbelievable treat. You just kind of get spoiled and swept up in all of it. But what I'm looking forward to a few days after the championships is the flower wreath.
We've talked about this in the past.
Where all the profits, or all the money rather, not profits, go to the Wimbledon Foundation, and Wimbledon Foundation do a fantastic job of helping local charities as well as national and international ones who benefit from the Wimbledon Foundation. So my garden might look a bit
Sadly,
better soon.
Danny, I don't know if they fit in the hand luggage, so you'd be taking some petunias back on the aeroplane.
Well, I have to say though, I've been very spoiled, and thanks to Anne, I got to hit on the courts after the tournament. She took me here a couple of times, and I have to say everything's still spot on, and the courts are fantastic. And there is something so special to actually be able to play on these courts when there is not the championships happening. It's just something super magical, and it's nothing like it.
Because unlike a lot of sporting arenas, this is a vibrant club throughout the whole year. It is in many ways a traditional tennis club with members who are playing all the time, all year round.
Yeah, and that's what everyone prides this place on. It is ultimately a members club. There are no more than 400 members, and those who are fortunate enough to have membership here do appreciate it, but are very spoilt to have the opportunity to play on these courts and enjoy the facilities
and I
around.
suppose if the members who do play a lot on these grass courts, as we get up towards the tournament, perhaps a little bit frustrated that they have to hand the courts over to
No,
Wimbledon.
they're more than
More than
happy to watch the pros show everyone else how to do it.
Show them how it's done. OK, let's get back out and see some live tennis over on court number 1. It's been a great performance so far from the man in your picture here, the number 5 seed, Carlos Alcaraz. Such an exciting young player on the men's tour. Took the first set 6-3, and it's been one-way traffic as well in the second set. He's here serving at 4-love, and we can join the commentators.
At this point of the match, John, I mean, Carlos just has to be careful to not get too ahead of himself and
complacent. Almost.
Yeah, exactly. Because that shot there, that was on, but he tried to make it too good. It was just a little too fancy. You know what I love about watching him too? So we talk about entertainment and show for tennis. Well, he's going to get it in front. He's going to just ride this home and make it as quick as he can with the best possible play he can. Now, he missed that volley before. It was, you know, a little too cute. But that'll be the last bit of cuteness I think we see.
Instant learning.
The entertainment value that Nick Kyrgios gives us, we all talk about, we love it, but there are times in matches, I'm pleased yesterday this didn't happen actually, but Nick can be playing brilliantly and then go into a couple of tweeners and a drop shot and a this and that, and actually it breaks his rhythm, lets his opponent back in 9 times out of 10. We won't see that from this young man.
You almost feel that too clever volley at the start was just the wake-up call he needed for the rest of the game.
40-15.
Yeah, he's looking really good there, Carlos Alcaraz. 5-love up in that second set over Oscar Otter, the number 32 seed. And we're down now on court number 2, where Jannik Sinner is producing a very workmanlike performance against the man who knocked Andy Murray out in the last round, John Isner. Sinner, the number 10 seed, took the first set 6-4, then a tie-break, as is so often the case in Isner's matches, for the second set. Sinner winning that one 7-6. And then here they are at the start of the third set with Sinner serving.
$50.
He's still contorting awkwardly as if there's something that's not quite right. It's a slight strain in his right knee. $30-15. super.
40-15.
Good return.
40-30.
Yeah, that was a pretty conservatively placed serve right into the pocket of Isner. He hasn't really connected very well on too many returns today, but well, maybe that was the first of a few more.
First game, third set.
It had been just over a year since Elise Mertens had beaten a top 20 player. She does it today, taking out former champion here, Angelique Kerber, and getting into the fourth round. Elise, congratulations. How did you do that today in straight sets over Kerber?
Well, thank you. Well, it's good timing to win against a top 20 player, I guess. Yeah, I felt really good today. I think my previous two matches were very tough, saving some match points and everything. But yeah, I felt like the crowd was there. The court is beautiful. I just gave my everything, and it just clicked today.
Yeah, you mentioned the match points against Uvardi in the previous round. When that happens, when you save a match point and then survive to the next round, does it give you sort of a sense of freedom in a draw?
Well, I think so. I think my previous two matches weren't the best matches. I didn't really play my level. Like I felt I didn't really play my level, so I had to play more freely, which I did today. I felt like she's a very experienced player, so I had to play aggressive, stepping in the court, and that worked really well.
I mean, you've been one of the top doubles players on tour for a long time. We know you're reigning champion, winning here last year with Shea Suwei. But does that help that you have been at this tournament, you've hung around, you know what it feels like to be in week two in the doubles with the singles too?
Yes, definitely. I think it's a very other mentality too, just to stay in a Grand Slam for like 2 weeks, doing the same thing over and over. So you have to kind of create your own little bubble of joy sometimes. But, you know, I played semifinals on that court last year, doubles, and it kind of gave me a really good feeling to be back.
Awesome. Thanks, Elise.
Thank you.
Over to court number 3, where the lady in your picture there, the number 33 seed, Shui Zhang from China, up against Caroline Garcia, who beat Emma Raducanu, you remember, in the second round match. And it is Garcia who is winning. Very close match so far, taking the first set in a tiebreak 7-6. Still on serve in the second. Zhang leading 5-4. Be interesting to see if Zhang can step up and hold this serve at towards the end. Oh, it's Garcia serving. Sorry, at the towards the end of the second set. And Garcia looking to back up that good performance. She struggled a little bit in her first round match, but then through to face Emma Raducanu, produced a brilliant win on centre court there against Emma, and she's been playing well so far in this one. Took that first set, and here she is serving down 5-4, but still on serve in the second.
Oh, she got the ball she wanted, Garcia. She was just in the defensive position. She was a long way behind the baseline. Just doing whatever she can to stay in that point. That's a let off for her.
And then that, I mean, she's up to 14 aces now. This is her 11th service game. First service points won in this set for Garcia, isn't it? Just about 75% won. Too good.
Heading towards what could be another tie-break there in that one. It's been a closely fought affair. Hour and 39 minutes on court at the moment. Should we have a look at the, well, we'll start with the ladies singles draw. We'll have a look at the men's draw in just a second, just to see where we stand at the tournament so far. Both of those ladies we were just watching there are in the bottom half of the draw. We'll get there in a second, but this is the top half at the moment. But I think the theme generally throughout the tournament so far on the men's and ladies side is that the draw is starting to open up. There are some opportunities for lower seeded players, unseeded players to get through. What jumps out at you, Danny, in this top half of the ladies singles draw?
Well, I can't wait for that matchup against between Badosa and Kvitova. I really want to see where Paula's game is on grass and whether Petra can continue that incredible form from Eastbourne. We know how dangerous she can be on grass, and then whether Iga can keep up with that incredible winning strike. And what amazes me is the intensity she puts at the beginning of the matches. It feels like, you know, the match is over in the first 4 or 5 games. I mean, obviously she had to fight for a little bit more here on grass, which is not her favorite surface, but still being able to manage all the situations she has the last couple of months. You know, when you have Rafa admiring that, you know you're doing something
potentially
special.
A tricky one, though. She's playing Elise Cornet, who's a very, very experienced player, has had good success at this level.
Yeah, Cornet loves the big stage, loves the big matches, and she's a very experienced pro who's been on tour for a number of, well, I say a number of years, but it feels like it's been forever. Certainly when I was on tour, Danny, Elise Cornet was out there, but she's absolutely loving it, and she'll fancy her chances against Swiatek on grass, despite Swiatek's winning record, which I think is, what, 37 now?
Yeah.
But Swiatek really struggled against Kirkov, the Dutch lucky loser yesterday, surprisingly so, and she's going to have to play a lot better if she's to get past Elise Cornet, and we just may see that winning streak come to an end tomorrow.
And a real chance at the bottom there for two unseeded players up against each other, Harmony Tan against Katie Bolter, to get through to the 4th round.
Yeah, both those two are through to the 3rd round of a Grand Slam for the very first time in their career. But Coco Gauff, who has been quietly working her way through, has looked impressive, was very dominant in her win yesterday, but that'll be a good test for her against another young American, and Amanda Anisimova, and I am very intrigued to see how she deals with that, and how Anisimova actually deals with it as well, because they've known each other since their childhood kind of junior days, or they're both still effectively juniors, but both with very promising careers. And I could see whoever gets through that one coming potentially, well, getting all the way through.
And the fourth round starting to take shape at the bottom half of the ladies singles draw at the moment, and opportunities are plenty for some unseeded players. We'll start with that one right down at the bottom, Heather Watson against Julie Niemeyer. Niemeyer, one of those players who's almost come out of nowhere really here at the Championships. Great performances from her to get through to the fourth round. And, you know, looking ahead for those two, a great chance for either of them to reach a Grand Slam quarter-final.
Yeah, again, two unseeded players through to the fourth round of a Grand Slam for the very first time. But Niemeyer isn't one to be underestimated. She's got a huge serve, big game, strong German player. But Heather Watson will have the home support behind her. But that bottom half is very open. Danny, who's your favourite there?
Well, it's great to see Heather finally playing the way she can be playing on grass. And yeah, I think she has a wonderful opportunity there. To me, the one that really pops up there is Ons Jabeur. I think she's ready to take this part of the draw. And it was cool to see how she managed that whole situation playing doubles with Serena. It shows that she's ready for the spotlight. There was always one question mark with Ons. You know, we know she has the talent and what she can do on the court, but whether she can actually kind of deal with everything that comes with it of the court being as successful as she is with her results. And it showed like she was having a great time. There was a lot of pressure on her there, and I feel like, you know, she's ready to get through that part of the draw.
And what do you make of Elise Mertens' performance against Angelique Kerber? Because Laura Robson earlier had Kerber as her dark horse to come through that bottom half.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised with that pick, obviously, with Angelique going all the way to the title a couple of years ago, and that was a surprising one, especially the way she played in the finals. I would have never imagined she can play that well on grass. So you always have to put the champions in, you know, having them the chance to go quite deep in the tournament. But it was great to see Mertens playing finally good again, because it's been a while, and we know how consistent she can be when she moves well, when she doesn't miss, when she goes for her first serves, because I think that's always the case with her. When her serve is not there, she's not as confident, and it's nice to see that she's putting the puzzles together now.
Danny, for Ons' perspective, you were fortunate enough to have some high seedings, you know, at Grand Slams in your career. When the draw is starting to open up, I mean, you look there, she's facing the number 24 seed Mertens in the next round, then unseeded players above her in the draw, Bouzkova already through to the fourth round. Is the danger to not look too far ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very tricky, and you know, it's a cliche that we say taking it one day at a time, but that's literally how you have to look at it. And I've always found that I had my best results when the draw was so difficult, and I couldn't even imagine to getting through all those players. I remember actually one year in Eastbourne, I looked at the draw and I'm like, okay, I had to beat Venus Williams, Lina, I think Caroline Wozniacki, I mean, crazy players. And I'm like, I'm never even going to get into the semis. And I managed to do that just because I was like, okay, let's focus just on Venus to start with, and then so on. So sometimes when it opens up like this, especially in a slam, that's where I think the work of the team is so important. Your coach really just making sure you're focusing on your basics, what you have to do technically, how is your movement, what you're doing for your recovery. So really taking your mind away from that opportunity you have.
And it depends on the personality, doesn't it, of the player. Some players like to be the top seed or one of the high seeds to almost feel the appreciation of that, and others don't like the target on their back to know that, okay, in their section of the draw, they're the one that everyone wants to be.
Yeah, and that's what separates, I think, the champions and the very best from the others. Those who enjoy being on the big stage, those who thrive under pressure, eventually find a way through. And I do think Coco Gauff, as young as she is one of those players, you put her on a big court, she rises to the challenge. You put her on the outside courts or one of the smaller show courts, and you know, she's got to work a bit harder.
Yeah, and I think that she's definitely, I mean, it seems almost like yesterday when she burst onto the scene here at Wimbledon, the next big thing. There were a lot of parallels could be drawn not too long after that with what Emma did. But in the intervening time between then and now and Roland Garros getting through to the final, obviously frustration for her not to lift her first Grand Slam title there. But you felt that she's been slowly making those steps towards winning a Grand Slam, listening to her coaching team, improving her game in the small areas to just make I mean, we always knew she was going to be a great player, but to make those little steps forward to get to the point where she could compete to win a Grand Slam title.
Yeah, and I feel like she still can improve a few things, but it's good to see that, you know, on the technical side, that she's willing to make those changes still on that forehand side and the second serve, but she's making improvements, and it shows right away in her results. And mentally, you can't help yourself thinking that ever since she stepped on the center court here, that she's ready to go all the way. So I think, you know, normally you say with players, she needs the experience, they need a few years to be used to the situation that, you know, they can be one of the champions. But with Coco, you feel from the start, okay, she's made for these occasions.
Yeah, she really is. Coco Gauff, what a star. But out and about, Nick McCarville's been a very busy man. Let's catch up with him and see who he's been chatting to.
Sonia Mirza is a 6-time doubles Grand Slam champ, including right here at Wimbledon today, getting a win on the mixed doubles court. Welcome back to Wimbledon. How did that one feel?
Thank you. Yeah, it always feels great to be here, you know, regardless of the results. It's always special to be part of Wimbledon and competing here. I've been doing it since maybe 2001, since the juniors, and we're in 2022 now, so it's been a long road, but the feeling and how special it is always remains, and always nice to win the match.
You're playing with Mate Pavic here in the mixed doubles, and you have said that this is going to be your last Wimbledon. What are the feelings around making that commitment?
I don't think it's hit me as yet. I mean, I think that I am looking forward to living a normal life, whatever that means, right? I am looking forward to not taking out clothes from my suitcase and just like staying in one city and one bedroom the whole time. But I think it's going to hit me a little bit more at the end of the year probably. But I am still going to be involved in tennis in whatever way possible. So I'll still be coming here, just not as a player, I guess.
What do you feel like the legacy is that you've built over the last, you said 2001 was your first Wimbledon, 20 years, Sonia, and what you've done not only for women from your country, but for Indian tennis overall?
Well, I hope the legacy is far greater than myself. I just feel like I hope it's inspired few young girls, even one young girl, to follow their dream, no matter how out of the box it may seem at that point. And I feel that, you know, like about 15 years ago from India, there was not many people who could name more than one women athlete who was a star or a superstar. Today we have all our Olympic medals from women athletes, you know, more from women athletes than male athletes. We've got some great women athletes that have emerged over the last 7-8 years, and obviously I do feel that being that first person to be able to, you know, in some way start that revolution in a way was very special for me. And even though it was very hard being the first to do that, because it always is, but it was very special to be part of that journey. And I said this before, even if I've inspired one girl to do something that nobody believed that they could do, which is what happened with me, I would feel like I've had some success in my life.
Well, I know you have. I can promise you that. You've got one little boy who's going to be very excited to have you more at home. Are you more excited to hang out with him, or is it vice versa?
I don't think he cares about me. I mean, he's just like, no, I mean, like, you know, he's 3 and he's a boy, already low on emotion, and no, but he's like, no, I'm kidding. We're very close actually, because he spent a lot of the time with me because of COVID. Like, we were spending so much time together, and actually we were apart from his father because we were stuck in India and he was stuck in Pakistan. So we were together the whole time. But now he actually says, no, Mom, I want to stay home. He likes his routine and he wants to go to nursery. He has play dates, you know, like, so he was supposed to come here and he was like, no, I'll just stay home. So I was like, okay, like, I'm like, are you 16? Like, you're 3. But I am looking forward to, like I said, living a normal life, taking him to school, doing the school runs, you know, just doing the basic things in life that I guess I've not been able to do, you know, for almost all my life, I guess.
Well, we hope to chat to you for much of the next 10 days, but thank you and congratulations on all your successes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, Sania Mirza feels like she's been out on tour forever. It feels like she's retired a few times. She keeps coming back. She obviously a great success in doubles. She must have been playing when both of you were playing.
Yeah, I played a lot of the times with her, against her, and she's one of those natural talents that, you know, she doesn't need to practice much. She just shows up at tournaments and pretty much manages to go all the way or to win them. And I think that's why she's still around. I talked to her a couple of times and she's like, well, look, Tony, I feel like I'm still good enough. My level is there. So, hey, good for her. The golf, Sania still needs to improve, but the tennis is still there.
Yeah, I mean, Sania Mirza, she always had a big forehand, still does. I mean, I remember playing her on a number of occasions, but it was against her on the doubles court where you knew, well, certainly I felt like I was target practice. Yeah, but that was her way of playing doubles. Though she had fantastic hands, but she didn't hold back on any of those forehand strikes.
And also, I feel like she could have done so much more in singles. I mean, she's got such a natural feeling. She really understands how and when to move at the doubles net. So in singles, you know, just maybe with a little bit more focus on that, she would have done much
And she
better.
seemed to be one of those players that, on the men's side, was sought out for the mixed doubles. She's playing with Mate Pavic here, who, you know, one of the top seeds in the men's doubles. She's had some good partners in their time, and it was a mutual respect of the quality of the doubles. She was a player that in the mixed draw, the men wanted to play with.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're a guy, Sania is definitely one of the best picks you can have, and a lot of the time she carries the team because of her experience and also spending so much time with Martina Hingis as her doubles partner. You are only going to learn incredible things. So yeah, Sania is going to be missed definitely big time, and it almost felt like every time you play against her is like playing a Fed Cup final because of the support she gets anywhere in the world. And you know, being a superstar as she's back in India, I think she managed that as well really well, and it's cool to see her still on the courts.
She said they're looking forward to stepping away and living a normal life.
I don't know what Sania Mirza thinks, but she is never going to live a normal life because, as Danny said, she is an absolute superstar in India. She has a huge following, although I think she bases herself in Dubai as well, so she splits her time. Her husband was or is a very successful cricket player. She's got a young son who I think must be about 3 years old now.
Yeah, and I think starting to pick up tennis, I believe. But yeah, also, we must not forget she's done so much for Indian tennis. Yeah. She has her own academy, a lot of charity stuff, so she's giving back big time.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll keep herself busy in retirement, but she's still playing here at the championships this year, playing in the mixed doubles and the doubles as well. Let's head over to court 3 and check in on some live action there, where Caroline Garcia, having taken the first set on a tie-break, 7-6, went to a tie-break as well in the second against Zhang Zheng of China, the number 33 seed, and that big smile we're becoming accustomed to. After battling through her first round match, backed it up with a good performance against Emma Raducanu on centre court in the second round. Mutual respect from these two, an embrace at the net, and she wins 7-6 in an hour and 54 minutes. And Caroline Garcia, former world number 4, she's getting back to some of her best tennis here.
She certainly is, through to the fourth round for the second time in her career here at Wimbledon. She will face Buskova from your home country, Daniela, in the next round.
Well, just very nearby, Czech Republic, and I think she's got a great opportunity there. But it's great to see Caroline playing so well. Ever since she came first on the tour, we thought, okay, this is going to be a top 5 player all the time. And I think winning that Roland Garros doubles title gave her a lot of confidence, being back on the court with Kiki Mladenovic, and then that title she took a couple days ago obviously just shows what a wonderful grass court player is. And yeah, this was a great matchup, and just so nice to see the mutual respect both girls have between each other, just because of the number of doubles matches they've played.
And we talk about the smile that's on Caroline Garcia's face. She was shaking her head just there, almost in disbelief that she's got through to this stage. And it shows that when you're enjoying your tennis, playing with a smile on your face, it can take you so far.
It sure does. And I think we're going to hear from her.
Yes, here she is speaking to Jenny there on court 3 with her post-match interview.
Caroline, congratulations. That was a real battle out there. How pleased are you with how you managed to come through such a tough match?
Yeah, I mean, it was thanks guys for the support. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I was waiting for the battle against Shui. She won a couple of times in the past against me. And she's a great player. Most importantly, she's probably one of the nicest person on tour. I mean, she was so happy for me at the end of the match. I did better. Just really stay focused, play 1 point at a time, and every game was really tight. He could change very quickly, and I'm very pleased the way I play the 2 tie-break set, very aggressive, and that's a very important point for me.
Absolutely, and obviously you had the trainer on at one point. We want to check if you're all right, if your body's feeling okay. I mean, that is some heavy old strapping you've got on there.
Yeah, I mean, I came from Germany and won the matches there, and it's just the most important is just to keep winning and push your limit every time. And it's such a pleasure to play Wimbledon once again, and the crowd here was amazing. I was enjoying myself, so a little pain never killed anybody.
And that's 8 matches in a row on grass, I believe, after your title, and then here now at Wimbledon. How much confidence have you got right now on this surface?
Yeah, I'm happy to play on grass, confidence with my game to move forward. That's what made the difference, I think, in the tie-break in the second set. I went for it, and obviously to have a couple of wins under my belt helped me to go and believe in I could do it. So I'm really enjoying my time.
I bet you are. And you are in the last 16 for the second time here at Wimbledon. Ladies and gentlemen, Caroline Garcia.
A great win for Caroline Garcia through to the 4th round here at Wimbledon. Let's go from court 3 over to centre court, where Cameron Norrie, the number 9 seed, is up against this man, Steve Johnson of the USA. Norrie producing a pretty commanding performance so far, the British player in front of his home crowd. Took the first set 6-4, and he is up 3-love in the second set. And it is Johnson about to step up to the line to serve, and we can join the commentators there on centre.
The buzz is for Norrie because he's got a golden opportunity to get to the second week of a major for the first time.
Issues in this second set for the American breakdown, love 3.
Love.
That right index finger is going to be stinging as well. You saw Johnson just have a quizzical look at it at the end of that point.
He's not
done an awful lot on tour so far this year, in truth. 3rd round at Indian Wells in California's Coachella Valley. The best before he arrived here. Smattering of 2nd round appearances. 2nd round at the 2 Grand Slams so far. In Melbourne and in Paris.
30-15.
So this excursion into the 3rd round at Wimbledon, representing a high point in 2022 so far for Steve Johnson. Cam Norrie's had plenty of those over the last 12 months.
Well, I think you just zeroed in on the reason he may have a blister. Just hasn't played that many matches, but because that's unusual for, if you're out there playing consistently, that ain't going to happen. It's when you've been off for a while. Skin gets a little softer. You take some time off.
40-30. Left for service. Game Johnson.
Johnson on the scoreboard. Johnson on the scoreboard in that second set, but still some work to do. And if you want to continue watching, you can continue to do so with all of Wimbledon's major broadcasters. But Nick's been around and about. Let's catch up with him again.
In 2019, David Goffin was a quarterfinalist here. He's into the fourth round, a 4-set win over Ugo Humbert today. What were you happiest with in that victory?
The reaction, because the first set was really tough. He was playing really well, was serving bombs, and I couldn't return. And that was the key. In the second, I started to return much better. I had opportunities on his service games, so it was much better. And at the end, I played well to finish the match. So my level was there, mentally I was there, so very happy with the win because it's a tough player to beat on grass.
Yeah, a really tough player. He had just taken out Casper Ruud, and actually last time you guys played, I mean, he came away in 2 sets. Was it different conditions today, or what do you feel like situationally went well for you?
Yeah, it's always different when we play on grass against every opponent. It's different tactics, different game. Yeah. But I love to play on grass. I think my games suits really well to that surface. And again today, I played my game. I played aggressive when I had to. My serve is more effective on that surface. That makes a difference against a player like this because on clay or on hard court, it's completely different. So I think I played the tennis I had to play on grass, and that's what I want today, I think.
Yeah, you're into the second week here once again and having a lot of confidence going into a match against Francis Tiafoe next. Do you feel like, David, you back yourself in that one, even though Tiafoe has had pretty good form recently?
Yeah, he's playing really well on grass too, and we played each other at the French Open. I won in 4 sets, but now it's not a Grand Slam, not a surface, like I said, and it's a revenge for him, so we'll see. It will be a great match, a great show. It's always a great show when you play against Francis. Some good shots, some nice rallies. I'm expecting some good points, and hopefully we can play both a good tennis, and hopefully I can win this one too.
You said to us recently that at 31 you feel like you still have a few years ahead of you. You've been through a lot of injuries out there on tour. Are you able to enjoy it more at this age, kind of seeing things for what they are and having fun out there on court?
Of course, and especially when you had a lot of doubts during this period when you injured. It's more about mentally, when you have doubts and you start to think too much on your comeback, because the body is completely okay to continue. I think my body is feeling great now, in shape, and but it's more mentally to come back for the confidence. So you have to fight, you have to dig deep to come back. That's what I did. So that's why now I'm in the second week, especially when I didn't play these tournaments for 2 years. Right. Last tournament was in 2019. I played quarterfinal. So happy for my comeback here to be in the second week. So it's I enjoy even more now.
Will you barbecue tonight?
Tonight, maybe yes. I have a small treatment to do, and then probably barbecue because tomorrow is a day off.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It'll be a good match in the next round. David Goffin there, the Belgian, against Francis Tiafoe. Some great rallies, surely, from the baseline. And we can head into court 1. Carlos Alcaraz producing one of the performances of the men's draw so far in the tournament. Really, really good stuff. Took the first set 6-3, 6-1 in the second, and here he is serving for the match at 5-2. You can join the commentators.
30-15.
He will be waiting in the wings for this man next. That's an interesting game as well between two of the young guns on the men's tour.
And that's an exciting matchup. It's a future rivalry over the slams in the next 5 to 10 years. That one. And interesting to see Sinner be able to take the big serving American out. 30-all.
Yeah, in straight sets.
That's one of Sinner's best wins of his career, to be able to do that here at Wimbledon in straight sets, particularly after Isner defeated Murray.
Yeah. Desperation over that jump shot from Otter. And in a way, the crowd want more of this. They want to see more of Alcaraz. An hour and 38 really doesn't quite cut it.
40-30.
But this might just about be all they're going to see today, but they're going to see a lot more of him in the future. That'll do.
In the second match.
Just joyously brilliant.
6-1, 6-2.
Panache, the future of men's tennis. It's Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Carlos Alcaraz. 6-3, 6-1, 6-2 over Oscar Otter. And welcomes in the applause from the crowd there. And Danny, you really get the sense that Alcaraz, someone who hasn't had maybe the best record on grass prior to the championships, is really enjoying playing on these big occasions and playing at Wimbledon here this year.
I think he's still taking it as a learning process, and you can see how he's improving from match to match. I saw him a couple days ago at the Hurlingham exhibition. He wasn't that impressive, and now it feels like he's a different player, and that's one of his strengths. He's such a great student of the game, and the progress he's made, obviously thanks to this guy in the picture, Juan Carlos Ferrero, has been incredible. And it's just so nice to see that trust they have between themselves. You know, he respects Juan Carlos so much. It's like his big brother, and whatever he says, whether he's on the tennis court or I had the chance to play a round of golf with them, it's the same kind of feeling that he just takes in everything Juan Carlos has to say, and it's nice to see that kind of work relationship between those two.
Okay, let's listen in, hear what he has to say in his on-court interview after a good victory today over Oscar Otter. Here is Carlos Alcaraz.
Congratulations. That was a very impressive performance. What are you enjoying about the way you're playing here this week?
Well, probably this was the best match on grass that I played. So I enjoy every single second that I play on the grass, in this court, in this amazing court. So I'm so happy to play here, to play in front of you. So I'm really happy to get into the fourth round.
They are enjoying it as well. It's a lot of fun to watch you play, but this is only your third tournament on a grass court. What are you learning about playing on grass?
Well, it's tough to play on grass. It is a short season on grass. I couldn't play so much tournaments here, but of course Wimbledon gives you a special energy, you know, and it's like you are used to play on grass, playing here in Wimbledon. So I'm trying to get better every match and every day that I play on grass. So I would say that on the fourth round I will be another player.
Well, you are the youngest man to reach the fourth round in the men's draw here since 2011. You are 19 years old. Your opponent in the fourth round is Jannik Sinner. He is just 20 years old. It's very exciting having young players like you. What is the challenge that Sinner has for you?
Well, obviously everybody knows the level of Jannik Sinner. He's a great player. He played really well here on grass as well. Very aggressive player. So it's going to be a really fun match and of course tough match. But we are friends of the course. So, but I would say on grass we are going to have a great rivalry. In so many years, so I hope so too. So I'm gonna enjoy this match playing against Jannik, and of course I hope you are gonna enjoy the match as well.
We're looking forward to that rivalry. Carlos Alcaraz, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I mentioned it there, Carlos Alcaraz knows his opponent for the next round because this just happened. Confirmation on court 2 of Jannik Sinner. Again, a straight sets victory. Not quite as convincing as Alcaraz's win today for Sinner. He is through to the fourth round at Wimbledon. Fist pump to the crowd over John Isner, who wasn't quite able to recreate the performance that he did against Andy Murray in the last round on centre court. So that's a good point for us to check in on the draw on the men's side. And now we've covered the ladies singles. Let's have a look at the men's singles draw, starting up at the top. And we see Jannik Sinner against Carlos Alcaraz there in the middle. And an opportunity, this is where there is that section of the draw has profited slightly from the fact that obviously Matteo Berrettini unfortunately had to pull out due to COVID. But we look at that bottom part of the top half of the draw. Tommy Paul already through. Cameron Norrie going along nicely on centre court in his match. A set and 5-1 up now, I think, in his match. So a great opportunity there for one of those players to get through to the latter stages of a Grand Slam.
Yeah, dare I say it, Cam Norrie, potential Wimbledon semi-finalist. Not that I'm thinking too far ahead, the British #1. He's got enough pressure on his shoulders as it is with that title. But yeah, this top half has opened up in that bottom section. But Novak Djokovic looks supreme today in his win against Kecmanovic, and it's going to take some performance to knock the world #1 out.
Although he is up against a player who's really made waves in the last couple of weeks or so, came out of nowhere. We were saying before we came on, Tim van Riethoven from the Netherlands. He was ranked outside the top 200 in the world, had lost in the qualifying of a Challenger tournament, and then again, really out of nowhere, was able to win an ATP Tour title. That got him a wild card into Wimbledon, and then he's followed that up here, getting to the fourth round.
Yeah, Danny, you're going to have to explain this to me because I can't quite get my head around it. So, Van Riethoven lost in the first round of qualifying at Surbiton, which was the first grass court tournament of the season. First round of qualifying, not first round of main draw. And then the following week, he goes to his home tournament in the Netherlands to then take out the likes of Taylor Fritz, Felix Auger-Aliassime and Daniil Medvedev in the final to win his first ATP title. I mean, how do you do that? And here he is in the 4th round of Wimbledon.
I'm trying to get my head around that as well, and yeah, I think it's one of those momentum, I would say, that he's building on. And you know, sometimes grass court tennis is about it, that suddenly you start to feel a little bit confident about yourself. It's not what happens really here, but maybe all the hard work he's put in months before, and you know, it's the time when it suddenly starts to click for yourself, and you just never know when that's going to happen. We have that so many times, like, okay, you put the hard work in, the results are not coming, and then suddenly out of nowhere it starts to happen for you. But I think with Novak Djokovic having to face in the next round, that's going to be a big task. I do like, though, Jannik Sinner in that part of the section. I think he can really cause some damage, and I always feel like whenever Darren Cahill starts to work with someone, he always brings great results right away. It seems like everyone that he's worked with suddenly improves their forehands even more. So he managed to do that with myself, and now I can see already a big difference with Jannik as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if Sinner is going to cause some upsets in his part of the draw.
Okay, I have a question for you here. Jannik Sinner had not won a match on grass up until this tournament. In the next 5 years, who will be the better grass court tennis player, Jannik Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz?
I think in a long term, very good question. I feel Carlos has more potential in his game and more variety. I think Jannik, if he sticks working with Darren, I think he can be a very solid one over the years, say, semi-finals, finals, but Carlos, we're talking about the number of times he's going to lift that trophy. So I think there's just a little bit difference in class, nothing to take away from Jannik, obviously already incredible player, but with Carlos, I mean, we are seeing already this year what he's done, and honestly with him, sky's the limit.
Definitely safe to say they've both got a bright future, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the bottom half of the men's singles draw. As we were saying earlier, not quite to the same stage. None of these players through to the 4th round yet. And there's some real popcorn matches in there, I think. A lot of fans looking forward to watching Nick Kyrgios against Stefanos Tsitsipas. That is going to be very, very entertaining, isn't it?
That is going to be, I think, the match of the day tomorrow, but some other really interesting ones. From my perspective, Molcan against Fritz, it's going to be a good test for the Slovak as well, but I think this is where Rafa's got to be pretty happy with his
Because Molcan is working with Marian Vaida, isn't he? Novak's former coach, and that's clearly helping here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they already had great last couple of weeks. It was a little bit awkward, obviously, at Roland Garros. The usual thing happens that he had to play against Novak Djokovic, and yeah, it's nice to see Marian back on the tour.
Yeah. Now I've got Jack Sock as my dark horse in the bottom half of this draw. Yeah. Jack Sock and his opponent Kubler both came through 3 rounds of qualifying to earn their spot in the main draw. And interestingly, Jack Sock played a challenger in Ilkley the week before qualifying, reached the final, and he knew, both players knew the night before, whoever won that match, whoever won the title, would get a wild card into Wimbledon. Jack Sock had a match point in the final, didn't win, had to basically find a way to get from Ilkley to Roehampton that very same day, play his first round qualifying match the next day, managed to win all 3, and here he is in the 3rd round, which I think is fantastic. The guy must be exhausted because he's also in the mixed doubles with Coco Gauff and doubles as well.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to pick up on with Jack Sock. He's a former doubles champion here. He won with Vasek Pospisil a few years ago, and he has got a game that, you know, he's been up in the top 10 in the world. I think he was his career high ranking number 8, I believe. So he has enjoyed plenty of success in singles and also has a game that suits a grass court.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the challengers before coming to Wimbledon. I feel like players, when they have to play them, and especially someone like Sock, he knows what it feels like being at the latest stages of Grand Slams, and then yet he has to go through qualifying of the small events. I'm sure he was telling himself, okay, no, this is not where I want to be, and I'll do anything to fight through the qualifying here. And what an incredible effort that is, actually, physically, like you said, and he must be exhausted by now.
And Nadal, another thing we must mention there, Nadal lurking at the bottom of that draw. What have you made of Rafa's performances so far? Because there were just so many questions. No matter how well he played at Roland Garros, there were just question marks over Nadal because we haven't seen him play much on grass this year at all. He didn't play any of the warm-up events leading up to Wimbledon. We haven't seen him at Wimbledon for a long time.
Yeah, it's been 3 years since he played here last time back in 2019. And to me, the matches he's been able to get through, yes, but they've been scrappy performances. He's just bumbled his way through somehow, but he's finished strong in both of those matches. He's had to work a lot harder than he would have liked, but he's working his way into the draw. And I do think if he's able to find a way to get past, get through this first week, then as the courts quicken up, he'll be more dangerous.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Rafa. The danger comes in the first 2 rounds, say. Once he passes through the first week, then we know what he's capable of. But he did exit a couple of times in the earlier rounds in the previous year. So I think he managed to get through that. Maybe not in the ideal way, but given what he has to deal with his foot injury, it's really admirable. And I think from now on, he starts to feel more and more comfortable, and the performances will only get better.
Well, let's hear from a man who had no problems in his match earlier today on centre court, Novak Djokovic, the top seed, beating his countryman Miomir Kecmanovic 6-love, 6-3, 6-4, and here he is in his press conference after that match.
Welcome to the press conference for Novak Djokovic. As always, please raise your hand, state your name and organisation when asking your question. And Novak, we'll just start. Give us your thoughts on your performance today.
Yeah, again, a very good start as in my previous match. I know Kecmanovic's game pretty well. We train a lot. We never faced each other on grass. Obviously, it's not his preferred surface for his game, and I had the right game plan. I knew what I needed to do, so obviously it helps a lot if you start off the match very well, and the way I played first set was great. Maintained that level pretty much throughout the entire match, so just overall very pleased.
Hi Novak, congratulations for the victory. I would like to ask you about the COVID situation. Nadal, for example, is looking after everything more. He said he's staying at home, not going out too much. What are you doing? Your entourage is wearing masks, or how are you dealing with the situation right now to avoid that positive? Or
I'm mostly at the tennis facility and at home with my family, so I don't also go out much, although I did, visit the city a few times before the tournament started, but I'm not, so to say, over concerned about anything. I'm just trying to, stay healthy, stay focused, and play the tournament. So I'm not thinking about whether I'm going to catch COVID or something. Right now I'm not thinking about it, but of course, being cautious is something that is a necessity, I think, for everyone. I mean, particularly because we have been through what we've been through in the last 2 years.
Hi, Adam Mulder from Eurosport. I'd like to get your thoughts on the interesting decision by the ATP to allow some off-court coaching in some matches coming up in the second half of the season.
Well, I'm kind of divided there, in my opinion, because I understand the arguments from both sides. There are obviously people that feel like that the uniqueness of our sport is that an individual athlete needs to find solutions on the court by himself without getting coached during a match, which I absolutely understand, and that's the way it has been for many years. But at the same time, we all know that most of the times, most of the matches, coaching happens. So to kind of officialize the coaching is something I also understand, probably lean more towards that, because anyway it's happening, so why not just make it a rule or officialize the possibility. Of course, with certain conditions, under certain conditions, that you have to coach your player only if he's on your side of the court, so you don't pose the hindrance to other player. I don't know how that's going to work. Obviously, we have seen with women's tennis in previous years on-court coaching. That's a bit different than what we are going to do now. And it was interesting for TV viewers and for all of us to listen to those conversations happening between the coach and the player. So of course, from that perspective, someone watching as a fan, it's quite interesting and entertaining, but at the same time, not that great for discretion or privacy of that conversation, you know, because of course somebody can hear what you're talking about on the TV, and then that somebody can send messages to, you know, opposing coach and coaching teams. So of course that's a bit tricky, and I do feel like certain professional information that is exchanged should probably stay private between a coach and a player, but I guess we'll wait and see where that balance is, you know, because it's going to be introduced for the first time in our sport and on the men's side. So let's see how it goes.
Let's go from Novak Djokovic's press conference into court number 1, where we've got a mixed doubles match. Not just any mixed doubles match, we've got Jamie Murray and Venus Williams at 42 years of age, live on 360 there on court number 1, up against Michael Venus and Rusalska in the mixed doubles on court 1. And an interesting partnership this, Jamie Murray and Venus Williams. How did that come about?
Yeah, I think it was just one or two little quiet chats. I'm here, I'm in town, you want to play with me? Yes, I do, of course I do. But fantastic to see Venus Williams here at Wimbledon once again. And what a treat for Jamie Murray to have this opportunity to play with an absolute legend.
And Jamie himself, a former mixed doubles champion here at Wimbledon, winning with Jelena Jankovic.
Yeah, you will see next week, because she is playing in the Ladies Invitational.
Yes, they're going to play against each other. Looking forward to that. But as Anne was saying, it's so cool to see Venus still on the court, being active. And I just love that, because, you know, so many times I think we've heard, okay, maybe it's time for her to move on or whatever, but she's just a great example that, hey, as long as she loves it, why not?
The hair.
I'm loving it.
I do love it, but is that going to get in the way, off-putting, no?
I've got no idea, but I'm loving it.
Yeah.
This is...
Venus being Venus out on court number 1. Gotta love it. Well, it's Jamie Murray to start us off here, serving the left-hander against Michael Venus. That's not going to get confusing at all. Venus Williams against Michael Venus. It's for the commentators, not me to worry about. And Jamie still, you know, he's still enjoying plenty of success in the men's doubles.
Oh, that's not a good start.
Not a great start.
I think it's the intimidation factor when you play with someone like Venus Williams that, you know, there are going to be few nerves kicking in at the beginning of the match.
And Jamie, as we said, he's had great success in the men's doubles and in the mixed doubles. A left-hander, which clearly makes a big difference, a big help for the doubles.
Yeah, I think so. Doubles, singles. He's just awkward, Jamie Murray, but he has unbelievable reactions, has worked so hard on his doubles over the years, obviously been world #1 in the doubles rankings, and comes with plenty of experience. But it's a different prospect when, I guess, Venus Williams is your partner. I mean, trying to tell Venus what to do? No, I don't think that's really happening. Venus telling Jamie what to do. It's, it's going to be interesting how this kind of partnership evolves.
You've both played mixed doubles here at Wimbledon. What are the keys? What are you looking for in a partner? Some tactical things that you've got to get right if you're to enjoy success?
I think the most important thing is having fun, really, and just having that right chemistry with your partner, and just really, you know, there's not one boss on the court. So if you see something that maybe your partner should do better, you're not afraid to tell him. And and vice versa. But I have to say in Venus' case, and
Side courts, as you can see, the nets have been rolled up and play has finished for the day. A few doubles matches still going on, some mixed doubles as well around the grounds, turning into a lovely evening here at SW19. That's the shot on the hill. Still plenty of people staying behind to enjoy a late afternoon Pims. We were saying earlier with Jamie Delgado, a lot of people working from home, in inverted commas, today at Wimbledon, watching the action on the big screen there. And it's time now for Anne Kjothavong and Danny Hantikova and I, Adam Hunt, to say goodbye to you, and we'll see you again at the same time tomorrow here on Wimbledon Uncovered.